Chapter 251 I am a member of the Akatsuki organization. Anbu building. Staring at Mizuki, an Anbu in charge of interrogating him asked, "Mizuki, you still refuse to confess?" Mizuki shook his head, "I have nothing to confess." Anbu said, "Naruto has confessed. It was you who told him about the Book of Seals and reminded him that the Book of Seals was in the mansion of the Hokage." Mizuki spread his hands, "I just accidentally let it slip." Anbu continued to question, why did Naruto appear in the woods after stealing the Book of Seals? And, he tried to steal the Book of Seals? Afterwards, I realized that I had let the cat out of the bag, so I was worried and went to check it out. After a pause, Shoimu continued to argue, as for stealing the Book of Seals, it was a complete misunderstanding. I was just too shocked at the time. I didn't expect Naruto to actually steal the Book of Seals, so I wanted to snatch it and return it to the village. Really? The Anbu smiled coldly and asked, "Then why were you fully armed at the time? I remember that time should be your rest time." Shoimu's face sank. He really couldn't argue about this, but he knew that if he resisted, he still had a chance. Once he confessed, he would be completely finished. At the same time, he still had a little thought in his heart, "I am a member of the Akatsuki organization, they will definitely find a way to rescue me." Hokage's office. The third generation looked at the report handed over by the Anbu with a gloomy face. After a long time, he handed the report to Jiraiya and Kakashi who were in the office, and said, "You all take a look. The Book of Seals." Jiraiya frowned after reading the report, and handed the report to Kakashi. Kakashi, after reading the report, put it back on the Hokage's desk, and then said, "This Mizuki is very suspicious." The third generation held a pipe in his mouth, "Tell me what you think." Instigating Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, this is simply. Shaking his head, Kakashi reorganized his words, "If his goal is the Book of Seals, then his plan is too stupid." Yet. The third generation nodded slightly. This is the real suspiciousness of Mizuki. His goal must not be the Book of Seals. He must have a deeper purpose. Jiraiya didn't dwell on Mizuki, but asked, "Is Naruto okay?" The third generation shook his head, "He's fine." Naruto's success was the result of the third generation's indulgence, so he naturally wouldn't punish Naruto. Jiraiya said no more. Kakashi said at this time, "Hokage-sama, let the intelligence team take over. I have a hunch that Mizuki must be a spy planted in the ninja school by some force." The third generation weighed the pros and cons and ordered, "Let Hai go." Upon receiving the notice, Yamanaka Hai, the leader of the intelligence team, immediately rushed to the interrogation room of the Anbu. Seeing Yamanaka Hai, Mizuki was horrified, "What are you going to do?" Yamanaka Hai didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly cast an illusion to stun Mizuki, then dismissed the people around him, leaving only Kakashi alone, and finally, he carefully installed a device on Mizuki's head. Ninja has never been a tender profession. After installing the equipment, Yamanaka Inika said to Kakashi, "If someone does something in his brain, it's hard to say how much information I can read." Kakashi understood what Yamanaka Inika meant and nodded, "Please start." Yamanaka Inika was a capable person, so he did not hesitate and immediately used the family secret technique to sneak into Mizuki's brain. While quickly browsing Mizuki's memory, Yamanaka Inika frowned. In Mizuki's memory, there was a lot of jealousy and resentment towards ninjas from the same village and even towards students of the ninja school. How can such a person become a teacher? After saying it secretly, Yamanaka Inika continued to browse Mizuki's memory. Soon, his eyes narrowed and he noticed several memory fragments. In these memory fragments, Mizuki secretly met with a mysterious man wearing the Red Cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization and passed on Naruto's information to the other party. It was he who provided the Akatsuki organization with information about Naruto? With the appearance of the mysterious man in the Red Cloud suit in Mizuki's memory, Yamanaka Inoichi realized the seriousness of the problem. Before accepting the mission, he had vaguely guessed that Mizuki's matter might involve the Akatsuki organization, but he never thought that Mizuki was actually a spy planted in the village by the Akatsuki organization, and had provided information about Naruto to the Akatsuki organization many times. Just then, Yamanaka Inoichi discovered that there were still many memories in Mizuki's mind, which were actually sealed by the pupil power of the Sharingan. After a brief attempt, he decisively gave up breaking the seal and exited Mizuki's brain. Yamanaka Inoichi, whose consciousness returned to his body, shook his head and his face was a little pale. Kakashi stepped forward and asked, Senior Inoichi, did you gain anything? Yamanaka Inoichi nodded solemnly, this Mizuki is the spy planted by the Akatsuki organization in the ninja school. Naruto was in danger several times before, and he provided information to the Akatsuki organization. He is the guy we have been looking for. Sure enough. Kakashi's expression also became serious, and then asked, apart from these, is there anything else to gain? Does he have any information about Akatsuki or Uchiha Itaki in his mind? Yamanaka Inoichi said in a deep voice, part of his memory was sealed by the power of the Sharingan. Sharingan power. Kakashi had no doubt that Mizuki was a spy of Akatsuki when he heard it. Without waiting for Kakashi to ask, Yamanaka Inoichi said, I tried to break the seal, but the opponent's power is very strong, I am not sure I can succeed. Kakashi knew that he had no say in the matter, so he immediately reported it to the third Hokage. After confirming Mizuki's identity as a spy of the Akatsuki organization, the third Hokage no longer had any concerns and immediately ordered the intelligence team to try to break the seal. With the permission of the third Hokage, Yamanaka Inoichi once again sneaked into Mizuki's brain and faced the seal cast by the Sharingan's pupil power again. However, this time the noise of his breakthrough was a little louder, and the seal began to self-destruct. In an instant, the Sharingan's pupil power and the small memory range of the seal all disappeared. A moment. Yamanaka Inoichi withdrew from Mizuki's brain with a sullen face and shook his head at Kakashi. Ah! Kakashi sighed. A few days later. In the heavy punishment room of Konoha. Mizuki, dressed in prison uniform, glanced coldly at the prison guard who pushed him and said, Hey, I'm from the Akatsuki organization. So what? Behave yourself. This is a heavy punishment room. Although the prison guard spoke in a tough tone, his hands were obviously much more polite. After hearing what Shoimu said, the other prisoners in the prison all looked at him in admiration. Here, the Akatsuki organization is a legend. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Please help. Chapter 252 Is this a genius? The disappearance of Mizuki did not cause much commotion in the ninja school, because the ninja school announced that Mizuki was transferred to other positions. On the contrary, because Sasuke had the idea of changing his teammates, the most talked about thing in the ninja school these days is that countless students have come to recommend themselves to Sasuke. At night, Naruto sat alone on the Chiaki with his head down. In order to defeat Sasuke, he even sneaked into the Hokage's mansion to steal the Book of Seals, but in the end he didn't learn anything, and was criticized by Iruka. Hey! Thinking that he and Sakura might be replaced by Sasuke, he couldn't help but sigh. Kid, why are you sighing? Just then, a voice sounded behind Naruto. Naruto turned his head, who are you? Jiraiya walked out of the shadows and said with a smile, Kid, what are you worried about? Can you tell me? Naruto said, you won't understand even if I tell you. Jiraiya took out a popsicle from his back and handed it to Naruto, then tell me. For the sake of the popsicle, Naruto licked the popsicle while talking about how he and Sakura were about to be replaced by Sasuke. Ha ha ha. After listening to it, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Because Naruto's experience was somewhat similar to his. At the beginning, he was also the last one in the ninja school, and Sasuke, who was praised as a genius, was as talented as Orochimaru back then. Seeing Jiraiya laughing, Naruto was a little angry, what are you laughing at? Jiraiya said, I just thought of my past. At that time, I was just like the current me. Naruto became interested, you were also disliked by your teammates. Yet. Jiraiya nodded. What happened next? Naruto stared at Jiraiya and asked, were you replaced by your teammates in the end? Jiraiya stood up and shook his head, no. Why? Because I became very strong later. After a pause, Jiraiya said, instead of complaining about being disliked here, you might as well practice hard and let your teammates see your talent. Naruto's eyes lit up, and then his expression dimmed again, you don't understand. Sasuke is a genius, I can't compare to him at all. Jiraiya looked nostalgic, I have seen a real genius. I see his shadow in you, maybe you have that kind of talent too. As he said, he stretched out his right hand. Naruto looked over blankly. Swish! At this moment, a ball of light suddenly appeared in the palm of Jiraiya's right hand. The ball of light grew from small to large, and kept spinning, bringing the airflow around spun around. Naruto's eyes widened. What is this? Jiraiya didn't answer, but smashed the ball of light in his palm on the big tree next to him. Boom! With a loud bang, the towering tree was instantly broken into pieces. Naruto was completely stunned. Uncle, what kind of ninjutsu is this? However, before Jiraiya could answer, a shout came from not far away. Who is it, not sleeping at night, lighting firecrackers in the park? Jiraiya hurriedly picked up Naruto and ran away, disappearing in a flash. The next morning, Shinji supervised Shin's morning exercise as usual. He was also paying attention to Mizuki's affairs. When the ninja school announced that Mizuki was transferred, he knew that his plan was probably successful. As for what would happen to Mizuki in the end, whether he was dead or alive, that was not something he needed to care about. After digging out this spy, the village should be quieter, right? He thought to himself. Suddenly, Shin stopped practicing and ran to the side. Shinji looked over and found that Tenten, Ino, Hinata, Yakumo and Shin, who had just run over, were surrounding Sakura and comforting her. Walking over, Shinji twisted Shin out. Don't be absent during practice. Shin hurriedly said, Sakura is too pitiful, I just comfort her. Shinji was speechless. Tenten said at this time, Shinji, can you talk to Sasuke? If he changes teammates at this time, Sakura will be miserable. Sakura looked at Shinji with expectation. Others also looked at Shinji. Shin even pulled up Shinji's sleeve. Shinji, just help Sakura. Shinji looked at Sakura. Why bother? Yakumo said, how can a genius like you understand our feelings? Do you know how miserable Sakura will end up if she is replaced? Not to mention the sarcasm of others, do you think anyone will be willing to team up with her? Shinji thought about it and felt that Yakumo's words made sense. Things that you don't care about may be a big deal in the eyes of others, so always looking at problems from your own perspective can easily give people a feeling of talking without any pain. Shin hurriedly said, Yakumo, Shinji didn't mean that. Yakumo snorted lightly and didn't say anything else, because she also knew that this was not Shinji's business, and Shinji couldn't decide anything. Shinji sighed helplessly, and then said to Sakura, come with me. After that, he turned and walked towards Sasuke. Sakura and the others hurriedly followed. Sasuke in the distance also noticed Shinji and his group walking towards him, so he stopped practicing and crossed his arms. Coming to Sasuke, Shinji asked, I heard you want to change teammates. Sasuke said, so what? Shinji smiled slightly, but turned around and left without saying a word. Sakura and the others were all dumbfounded. They thought Shinji would help and say something good to persuade Sasuke not to change teammates, but Shinji just smiled with a little smugness, and then walked away directly. Just then, Sasuke shouted angrily, don't be proud, I didn't admit defeat. Don't worry, I won't change teammates, the next victory will definitely be mine. Sakura was stunned and thought she had heard it wrong. Yakumo immediately reacted and understood Shinji's intention. Looking at Shinji's leaving back, she thought in her heart, is this a genius? Shinji left without caring what others thought. Now, his mind is full of the Samsara I plan related to Karin and Sasuke, and the reincarnation I plan related to Niji and Kimimaro. He is waiting. Once he is sure that the village has stopped the review, he will immediately restart these plans. After all, there is not much time left for him to develop. He must cherish every day, because no one knows when the Lantern Bearer of Demon World will launch the next round of offensive. He must improve his strength and power as much as possible during this period of rest and recuperation of uncertain length to cope with any crisis that may occur next. The first update is here. Chapter 253 This is too much. In a training ground in Konoha village. Naruto scratched his head, Uncle, is it really okay that I don't go to school today? If Iruka finds out, he will definitely punish me. Jiraiya smiled, don't worry, I've asked for leave for you. Naruto asked, oh, then why did you bring me here? Of course it's for the secret training to defeat Sasuke. Jiraiya said, posing a strange pose, I'm the Toad Sage, with me guiding you, defeating Uchiha Sasuke is no problem. Really? Naruto immediately became energetic. Of course. Nodding, Jiraiya said, let me see the basics of your ninjutsu, the three-body technique. Naruto was confused, three-body technique? What is that? Hey! Jiraiya, who was used to seeing Sasuke, Shinji and others perform various ninjutsu, thought that Naruto would know a little bit, but he didn't expect that Naruto didn't even know what the three-body technique was. For Naruto, after explaining what the three-body technique was, Jiraiya demonstrated the seals several times and said, "Let's get started." Naruto rolled up his sleeves and started to work. But despite all his efforts, he still couldn't perform any ninjutsu, especially the clone technique. He made a bunch of demons come out obediently, but none of them looked like humans. Jiraiya held his forehead with his hand. Over the years, he has been traveling outside the village, either looking for the son of prophecy mentioned by the Big Toad Sage, or trying to find out about Orochimaru, and neglected to guide Naruto. In his mind, Naruto is the son of Minato and Kushina after all, and his talent should not be bad, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even perform the clone technique at the age of 8. When Minato was at this age, he could learn this level of ninjutsu at a glance. "I've already told you how to make the seals, and now you can only practice slowly by yourself. If you want to defeat Sasuke, you can't be lazy." After saying that, Jiraiya found a big tree to lie down and dozed off leisurely. Unconsciously, a day passed. In the evening, the sun was setting. Jiraiya stood up and yawned, then looked up and found that Naruto was still practicing the most basic clone technique. Naruto took off his coat at this time, and his body was already sweaty. The fatigue between his eyebrows could not cover the excitement on his face. Seeing Jiraiya wake up, he shouted, "Uncle, I learned it! I learned it!" With Jiraiya's eyesight, he could naturally see that Naruto had been practicing hard for a whole day, but he did not show it immediately, but said, "Then show it to me." Naruto immediately made a seal, clone technique. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, a phantom that looked 80% similar to Naruto appeared beside him. Jiraiya was slightly moved. He knew what level Naruto was before. It took only one day for Naruto to improve to this level, which was indeed a bit surprising to him. Naruto looked very proud. "How is it? Is it exactly the same?" "Humph, this clone that can be seen through at a glance is of course a failure." After a pause, Jiraiya said again, "But seeing that you performed well today, let's go, I'll treat you to a meal." "Great!" Naruto jumped up. In the next few days, under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto quickly mastered the three-body technique and became more and more proficient in the use of chakra. As he got to know Naruto better, Jiraiya found that although Naruto was not a genius like Minato, he also had his own unique strengths. Especially that tenacity. Another day of training, after a hearty meal in the evening, Naruto told Jiraiya about the previous theft of the Book of Seals. Naruto held his head with both hands. "Mitsuki said that if you want to defeat Sasuke, you must learn the tricks in the Book of Seals, but I have read the Book of Seals, and the ninjutsu on it is too difficult. I can't learn it at all." Jiraiya said seriously, "The Book of Seals records all forbidden techniques, which are not available to you now." Naruto pouted, "Then when can I defeat Sasuke?" Jiraiya said, "There will be that day." Naruto shook his head, "No, I must become stronger as soon as possible, otherwise Sasuke will have to change teammates, and Sakura will be sad. What's good about little girls?" After muttering, Jiraiya continued, "Ninja is not a game, becoming stronger requires sweat." Naruto stood up silently and walked towards the practice field. Jiraiya asked, "What are you doing?" Naruto said, "I don't have time, I want to practice the multiple shadow clone technique in the Book of Seals." Jiraiya smiled. The difficulty of practicing the multiple shadow clone technique is actually not much different from the shadow clone technique. The reason why it is regarded as a forbidden technique and listed in the Book of Seals is purely because of its exaggerated power and the huge risks it poses to the practitioner. But even so, the multiple shadow clone technique is not something that Naruto, a kid who has just mastered the clone technique, can learn. In the distance, Kakashi and Asuma stood side by side on a big tree, looking at Naruto in the training ground in the distance. "I didn't expect that Master Jiraiya would take the initiative to offer to guide Naruto in his training." Asuma sighed. Being able to be guided by the three ninjas is a treatment that many Konoha ninjas can only encounter but not seek. If it is spread out, let alone ordinary ninja school students, I am afraid that even the children of many wealthy and prestigious families will be envious and jealous. Kakashi said, "The threat of Akatsuki is imminent, and Naruto is their main target." Jiraiya-sama did this to make Naruto grow up as quickly as possible. Asuma shook his head, "Compared with those monsters in the ninja school, Naruto is still a little worse. No matter how hard he practices, he can hardly protect himself in front of the members of Akatsuki. Perhaps because Asuma has seen too many geniuses such as Sasuke, Shinji, Kimimaro, and Niji, his threshold has also become higher, so his evaluation of Naruto is not very high. Kakashi did not refute. His feelings for Naruto are much deeper than those of ordinary people, but he has to admit that Naruto is indeed much worse than Sasuke. Bang bang bang. Just then, a series of white smoke exploded on the training ground in the distance. After the white smoke dissipated, Naruto appeared one by one, and there were so many that the huge training ground was filled up. This. I was not optimistic, just no. Naruto's Asuma was shocked. Kakashi subconsciously took off his eye mask, revealing the scarlet Sharingan inside. With his observation of the Sharingan, he has confirmed that the Naruto in the training ground are not clones, but shadow clones with entities that even the Sharingan cannot distinguish. So, he exclaimed, this is too much. The second update is here. It's a new week soon. Students who have recommended tickets and monthly tickets, please support us. Thank you all. Chapter 254 Raise Nan. At this time, it's not just Kakashi and Asuma in the distance who are shocked. Jiraiya in the training ground also has a face full of doubts. These days, Naruto has been under his nose. He knows what level he is at. It is precisely because of this that when he sees Naruto's shadow clones filling the entire training ground, he is more shocked than Kakashi and Asuma. Of course. They didn't know that in the original time and space, Naruto, who couldn't even pass the clone technique in the graduation exam, mastered the forbidden technique multiple shadow clones technique in just a few hours after stealing the Book of Seals, and easily defeated Mizuki, who had the strength of a Chunin. It can be said that except for Shinji, no one knows how strong Naruto's potential is. Gamma Sage, I succeeded. Success. Success. At this time, all of Naruto's shadow clones in the training ground shouted in unison, and the sound waves overlapped together, like thousands of troops. Jiraiya scratched his ears, this kid. The next day. It was still the same training ground as yesterday. Naruto complained, Gamma Sage, why do we need special training? I have already learned the multiple shadow clone technique and can defeat Sasuke. Jiraiya knocked Naruto's head without any hesitation, do you think Uchiha Sasuke doesn't know the shadow clone technique? He can beat 10 of you with one, and 10 shadow clones can beat 100 of your shadow clones. Yes. Naruto's face fell suddenly. At this time, Jiraiya slowly stretched out his right hand, and the light ball that he had shown to Naruto before appeared in his palm again. No doubt. What Jiraiya showed to Naruto was the A-level unprinted ninjutsu Raise Nan developed by Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, who observed the tailed beast ball of the tailed beast. Not far away. Kakashi and Asuma were still on the big tree yesterday, looking at the training ground. However, there was another figure on the tree today, that was the third Hokage holding a pipe and folding his hands behind his back. The fact that Naruto mastered the multiple shadow clone technique last night obviously alarmed the third Hokage, so he came here today to see Jiraiya's special training for Naruto. Kakashi was surprised to see the Raise Nan flashing in Jiraiya's hand. Is Jiraiya going to teach Naruto the Raise Nan? Asuma was also quite surprised. As an A-level unmarked ninjutsu, the difficulty of practicing the Raise Nan is not ordinary. Not to mention the students of the ninja school, even ordinary jonin may not be able to master it. The third Hokage just watched quietly without expressing his opinion. If it were in the past, he would not let Jiraiya train Naruto so eagerly, after all, Naruto is still young. But now the situation in the ninja world is turbulent. Although the ultimate intention of the Akatsuki organization has not been investigated clearly, their intention to get involved in the tailed beast is certain. And the strength of the Akatsuki organization has made the 5 major ninja villages uneasy. In this situation, it was a helpless choice to let Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, gain some self-protection strength as soon as possible. After watching quietly for a while, the third generation smiled and shook his head. This time, Naruto's practice of the Raise Nan was not as smooth as the practice of the multiple shadow clone technique last night. Jiraiya tried his best to demonstrate it dozens of times, but Naruto was still scratching his head and couldn't get the point, which made Jiraiya angry. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the third generation asked Kakashi and Asuma, how is the investigation going? Kakashi shook his head, there is no movement in the heavy punishment room. Obviously, imprisoning Mizuki in the heavy punishment room was a trap set by Kakashi, the purpose of which was to lure out or Uchiha Taki, who might be lurking in the village. Because according to the analysis of the intelligence team, the member of the Akatsuki organization who bribed Mizuki was most likely Uchiha Itachi disguised as a. Only he is familiar with Konoha village, has the Mangeki Sharingan, and cares about Uchiha Sasuke's safety. The third Hokage ordered, keep monitoring. Yes. Kakashi responded. Asuma said, Itachi may not care about the life and death of a spy. I don't think it's necessary to waste too much energy on Mizuki. The third Hokage sighed. Everyone understands this truth, but at present, the village has no other clues except Mizuki, the spy who has just been dug out. Kakashi asked at this time, do we need to continue the investigation of the ninja school? The Anbu is very short of manpower, and some teams have not had a holiday for a long time. The Anbu are also people, and they also need to relax and rest. After working non-stop for a long time, many Anbu teams responsible for monitoring and investigating targets have been exhausted and need to rest. After a pause, the third generation asked, how is the examination of the students going? Kakashi replied, of the 17 suspicious targets, 11 have been cleared of suspicion, and there are still 6 people under surveillance, namely Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Shinji, Kimimaro, Haku, Karin, and Kurama Yakumo. Among these 6 people, Sasuke and Shinji are the focus of the examination because they are members of the Uchiha clan and are most likely to betray Naruto to Uchiha Itachi, so they have always been the focus of the examination. Kimimaro, Haku, and Karin are foreign ninjas, so they are also within the scope of the examination. As for Kurama Yakumo, because of the inexplicable improvement of his health, he was temporarily added to the examination list by Tsunade and was monitored by the Anbu. After listening to the list, the third generation asked, are there any targets that need special attention? Kakashi shook his head, the longest of them has been monitored for several months, and the shortest has been monitored for several weeks. So far, no signs of contact with the Akatsuki organization have been found. The monitoring of Sasuke cannot be relaxed. After a pause, the third generation said, as for other students, lower the monitoring level. Yes. Kakashi nodded. Large-scale inspections are difficult to maintain for a long time due to limited manpower, so he was not surprised by the third generation's order. After hesitating for a while, Kakashi reported, Hokage, during the inspection of the ninja school, I found that Danzo's subordinates were secretly investigating other teachers in the ninja school. Compared with the 8 or 9-year-old classmates around Naruto, the probability that the teachers in the ninja school are spies is obviously greater. In addition, Mizuki was dug out, so Danzo focused his attention on the teachers in the ninja school. The third generation narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, don't worry about him for now. The Anbu needs to pay attention to the scale of the review of the ninja school teachers, but in this way, there will inevitably be fish like Mizuki who slip through the net, so it will be better to leave this kind of offending thing to Danzo. The first update is here. Students who still have recommendation votes today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 255 Restart the Samsara I Plan. The adjustment of the village's surveillance intensity was discovered by Shinji within a few days. He could feel that the village's surveillance on Sasuke was still very strict, but it was much more relaxed for him, Karin, Kimimaro, and Haku. Especially Karin. Because of Shinji's instructions, she has recently returned to a transparent state, and Jiraiya, who brought her back to the village, has also visited her several times, so the village's surveillance on her has been basically lifted. Also completely lifted from surveillance is Kurama Yakumo. However, according to Tsunade's request, Yakumo still needs to report to Konoha Hospital every day and receive a comprehensive physical examination by the medical team. Everything seems to be back on track. At night, Shinji put on the red cloud suit, put on a mask, and quietly sneaked into Karen's apartment. Because they had communicated through Naobi before, Karin was waiting in the apartment early. When Shinji came, he hurriedly greeted him and saluted, Sir. Shinji nodded and asked, what changes have you made to your body recently? Karin immediately took out a small book and handed it to Shinji. This small book recorded all her daily physical changes, such as whether her chakra increased, the recovery of the skin in the transplanted area, etc. Everything was recorded in detail. Shinji just flipped through it and completely understood Karen's situation in recent weeks. No doubt. With the fusion of Karen's cells with the white Zetsu cells in her own age, her chakra is also increasing day by day. This point is consistent with Shinji's assessment when he extracted Karen's chakra through the Hwajin. However, at Shinji's level, the simple increase in chakra volume can no longer meet his needs. What he needs is the improvement of the quality of Karen's Yangtun chakra. Then, Shinji briefly asked about Karen's practice of wooden release. Karen looked guilty. I'm sorry, I can't perform wooden release through the fusion of chakra properties. After transplanting and slowly fusing the white Zetsu cells, Karen has the ability to activate wooden release through white Zetsu cells like Obito. But to activate wooden release in this way, it is necessary to activate or even indulge the white Zetsu cells in the body. Although the white Zetsu cells have been improved and are not as domineering as the first generation cells, they still have the ability to devour normal cells. Therefore, if the wooden release is activated by activating the white Zetsu cells, it is actually to indulge the white Zetsu cells in your body. This is very dangerous, so even Obito, who has the Manjiki Sharingan that can balance the cells of white Zetsu, rarely uses wood release. So if you want to use wood release safely, you must master the fusion of the properties of water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra, and use your own chakra to synthesize wood release. Of course, the orthodox way means there is no shortcut, so except the first generation, no one else in the ninja world can take this step. Shinji waved his hand. You don't need to apologize, I let you practice wood release just to train your ability to control chakra. Yes, I will work hard. Karen looked at Shinji with determination in her eyes. For her, meeting an adult, plus after joining Akatsuki, her life has just begun. Before that, her life was muddled, so for Akatsuki, she can dedicate everything, including her life. Shinji nodded slightly, and then took out a small nutrient tank from the ninja bag on his waist. Floating in the tank was the pair of completely damaged Manjiki Sharingan that Karen had tried to restore before. Karen looked over and immediately understood Shinji's intention. However, she was also familiar with restoring her eyes, so she was not shy. On the contrary, by restoring her eyes, she found that her Yangtze chakra was much purer. This is because to restore the damaged Manjiki, a large amount of Yangtze chakra needs to be infused into it every day, and this process itself is the process of practicing Yangtze chakra. After preparing the surgical instruments, Shinji said, the Konoha vs Kyuzagakuer is over. Next, as long as you keep a low profile, Konoha and Kyuzagakuer will not focus their attention on you, so we can use this to try to restore the damaged Manjiki Sharingan. Karen listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Shinji continued, your Yang release chakra has obviously increased significantly compared to before. This time we have a good chance of winning. Karen said hurriedly, I will definitely try my best. And please rest assured, I have been secretly practicing living without eyes these days, and I have some experience, so after transplanting this damaged Manjiki Sharingan, it will definitely not be discovered. Shinji was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Karen to practice this carefully, so he smiled and said, very good. Karen smiled immediately. The leader's recognition made her feel that all her efforts were worthwhile. Soon, Shinji started the operation. There is no need to describe the process of the operation. After a while, Karen sat up from the bed, my lord, I feel a little close to these eyes. Yes. Shinji nodded gently. The damaged Sharingan was restored, almost equivalent to a new life. When Karen restored the half-damaged Manjiki Sharingan before, this characteristic of the damaged Sharingan had already been clearly demonstrated. It is precisely because the damaged Sharingan is equivalent to a new life after recovery that he will start his Samsara Eye plan. Because according to this characteristic, once Karen restores the completely damaged Manjiki Sharingan, she will be equivalent to half of the original owner of the revived Manjiki Sharingan. This means that Karen has obtained the basic conditions for fusing another pair of Manjiki Sharingan and impacting the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Of course, this step is currently just Shinji's guess. But if Karen succeeds in this step and really fuses a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan through her own body, then in theory, Karen is a perfect experimental subject for impacting the Samsara Eye. And Shinji has a backup plan, that is, if Karen fails in the step of fusing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he can also use the Susanoo Temperor to forcibly fuse a new pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan with the pair of damaged Manjiki Sharingan that Karen has restored as the main body. By then, although this new pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan is not fused by Karen herself, the main body is still the pair of damaged Manjiki that she revived. She can at least be considered the owner of 1/4 of this new pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and can also try to impact the Samsara Eye. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 256, Hell Valley. After returning home, Shinji packed up the red cloud suit and mask and took a shower in the bathroom. Using the shower to soothe the meridians, he half closed his eyes and sorted out the current situation. Throwing Mizuki out to attract the village's attention now seems to be a brilliant move. Not only did the village lift the scrutiny of all the ninja school students in advance, but it also drew the village's attention to the teachers working in the ninja school. He noticed that Irika was not only monitored by the Anbu, but also by suspicious people who seemed to be from the root. All these show that the impact of Mizuki being confirmed as a spy is still fermenting. I don't know where Mizuki is being held now. If he is still held in the heavy punishment room like in the original time and space, maybe I can do something to continue to attract the village's attention. Shinji was thinking. Except for Mizuki, who is narrow-minded and good at disguising, the teachers of the ninja school are loyal to the village like Irika. No matter how strict the village's scrutiny is, nothing can be found. So after a while, the village's attention will be diverted to other places. Instead of letting the village turn its attention to the students, it is better to find something for the village from time to time. After all, the manpower of the Anbu is limited. However, these are things for the future, and there is no need to rush. Now Shinji needs to care about, first, continuing to search for techniques and bloodline limits to improve the quality of his own yin escape chakra, and second, grasping the progress of Keirin's restoration of the completely damaged Manjiki and quickly advancing the Samsara I plan. As for the Samsara I plan, because Niji has been under the protective surveillance of the Hyuga clan, it cannot be started for the time being. And as Shinji continued to explore his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he also had a deeper understanding of the I technique bloodline limit. In his opinion, the Rinnegan is completely different from the Sharingan, Red Eye, Blood Dragon Eye, and other I techniques bloodline limits scattered throughout the ninja world. There is a qualitative difference between them. It is obviously too optimistic to simply transplant a pair of Byakugan from the Otsutsuki branch to Niji or Kimimaro to get a pair of Rinnegan. Even before the transplant, the blood of Niji and Kimimaro is completed to make their blood closer to their ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura. The success rate is not high. After all, Niji and Kimimaro are not Otsutsuki Tonari. With the improvement of his own eye power, he had a vague feeling that if he wanted to get a pair of Rinnegan, the opportunity might still fall on the giant Rinnegan on the moon. Let's do it step by step. Thinking of the power of the giant Rinnegan, Shinji restrained his thoughts. It was a terrifying force comparable to the 6 paths that could drive the moon to destroy the world, and now Shinji was just at the stage of impacting the Samsara Eye. Washing his head with a towel, Shinji walked out of the bathroom. Suddenly, he had an idea and bit his finger to seal, spiritual calling. Bang! Coal ball came out of the white smoke and fell to the ground like a dog with his tongue hanging out. Shinji kicked coal ball lightly. Get up quickly, you are like this, you are embarrassing the cat. Coal ball turned over and lay on the ground and refused to get up. I am so tired, just let me take a break. Seeing coal ball so proud, Shinji knew that he must have got some useful information, so he quickly changed his smile and poured coal ball a glass of water. Tell me. After coal ball took a few sips of water, he said leisurely, Hey, do you know what I found this time? Shinji's face sank. If you keep it a secret, you will lose this month's salary. Tisk. You obviously have no money, but you still find an excuse to deduct my salary. After muttering to herself, Coal Ball said, I found the Blood Pond clan. Shinji asked hurriedly, where is it? Tango Country, Jigakudani. Coal Ball came close to Shinji and said, speaking of which, this clan has some connection with the Uchiha clan. At the beginning, it was your Uchiha clan that defeated them and sent all of them to Jigakudani. Shinji said, keep talking. Coal Ball told all the news he had heard. The grievances between the Uchiha clan and the Blood Pond clan can be traced back to the Warring States period before the establishment of the ninja village. At that time, the Blood Pond clan offered the women of the clan to the daimyo of the Lightning Country, but the daimyo of the Lightning Country died of illness not long after. The original wife of the daimyo of the Lightning Country resented the women of the Blood Pond clan and took her anger out on the Blood Pond clan. At that time, the major ninja clans generally earned income by accepting employment. The original wife of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning knew the strength of the Blood Pond clan, so in order to deal with the Blood Pond clan, she hired the Uchiha clan, who also had the I technique blood limit, with a large sum of money, defeated and exiled the Blood Pond clan, and sent all the members of the Blood Pond clan to a Jedi called Hell Valley in the Land of Hot Springs. Perhaps because they were afraid of the revenge of the Blood Pond clan, or perhaps it was purely because of the inertia of the past, the Uchiha clan has been sending people to patrol the Hell Valley over the years to supervise the Blood Pond clan in the valley. Until that night. The Uchiha clan itself was exterminated, so naturally no one would patrol the Hell Valley anymore. Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered. The Blood Dragon Eye of the Blood Pond clan is one of the eye technique's bloodline limits, and unlike the White Eye and Red Eye, the Blood Dragon Eye is a very famous hypnotic eye like the Sharingan, so he has been actively collecting eye technique's bloodline limits and secretly investigating the Blood Dragon Eye. So he is not completely ignorant of the secrets that Cold Ball said, but he did not find out as much as Cold Ball did. After sighing blood feud, Shinji said, now that there are no guards, the Blood Pond clan should not be willing to stay in Hell Valley, right? Cold Ball licked a few more mouthfuls of water, and then said slowly, well, but they had a fight before they could move away. If I hadn't run fast, I would have almost died. Look, my tail was almost burned by them. Hey! Shinji was speechless. The Blood Pond clan had been fighting among themselves for a long time, but they started fighting after they were freed from supervision. As if he had seen through Shinji's thoughts, Cold Ball licked his fur and said, you have never been to that hellhole of Hell Valley. If you live in that place for a long time, you will go crazy. Moreover, the Blood Dragon Eyes of the Blood Pond clan are very strange, as if they can control blood. When I spied on them, I found that some of them can even control the blood pool through their pupil power and launch all kinds of weird ninjutsu. Hell Valley. Shinji chewed on the word and made a decision. Here is the first update. Students who still have votes today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 257 Blood Dragon Eyes. With the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the only major Ijutsu bloodline clan in the ninja world is the Hyuga clan. Other Ijutsu bloodline ninja clans such as Red Eyes and Blood Dragon Eyes were either defeated and scattered because of rebellion, or exiled and declined. It can be said that the Ijutsu blood limit in the ninja world is almost a non-renewable resource. If one dies, there will be one less. In this case, Shinji can't delay. So after confirming the Hell Valley after finding the location, Shinji left a shadow clone, immediately changed his luggage and left the village. The destination of his trip was the Land of Hot Springs. The Land of Hot Springs is located in the center of the Land of Fire, the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, so Konoha, Kirigakure and Kumigakure have great influence in this area. The three parties check and balance each other, making this place a hiding place for many rebellious ninjas, and it is a mixed bag. And the Hell Valley is on an island in the outer sea of the Land of Hot Springs. Traveling day and night, it only took Shinji a day and a half to reach the Land of Hot Springs, and he met up with the two-tailed Jinchuriki who was temporarily placed here by him by the wooden man. Then the two of them went straight to the Hell Valley without stopping. Hell Valley. Just like its name, this is a place that anyone who has been here will associate with the word hell. However, in such a place, the Blood Pond clan, who possesses the eye technique bloodline limit, actually lives. It stands to reason that after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Blood Pond clan, which had regained its freedom, should have moved out of the Hell Valley and moved to other habitable places. But things in the world are so ironic. Being exiled at this time, the Blood Pond clan could still live in a miserable way, but after regaining their freedom, they became suspicious of each other and drew their swords against each other. Clang clang clang. At this moment, in the Hell Valley filled with smoke and lava heat waves all year round, a melee involving all the members of the Blood Pond clan was taking place. On a high cliff not far away, Shinji, dressed in a red cloud suit, silently watched the melee in the valley, and beside him, the slightly dazed Two-Tails Jinchuriki Yukato stood quietly. The melee in the valley was carried out around several large hot spring pools in the valley. The water in these hot spring pools was as strange as blood, and at first glance, it looked like a pool of blood. Not only that, the pool is also rich in iron, which is very similar to the composition of human blood. The members of the Blood Pond clan who possess the Blood Dragon Eye happen to have the ability to control blood, so they often only need to splash some of their own blood into the pool to easily activate a large area of blood pool water and perform various strange ninjutsu. In addition, the Blood Dragon Eye also has the ability of hypnosis and insight, which makes the overall melee in the valley give people a weird and bloody feeling. Is this the Blood Dragon Eye? After watching for a while, Shinji's face became more serious. The Blood Dragon Eye can not only perform various illusions like the Sharingan, but its ability to control blood is even more weird and unpredictable. When fighting with the enemies of the Blood Pond clan, you must not get hurt easily, otherwise, the Blood Dragon Eye's pupil power may invade the body from the wound, detonate the blood in the body, and turn into a human bomb. Just now, Shinji saw a member of the Blood Pond clan who was injured accidentally and had his right arm invaded by the opponent's chakra, so he had to cut off one of his arms. From this point of view, there were indeed few ninjas who could suppress the Blood Pond clan in the Warring States period. The original wife of the daimyo of the Land of Thunder hired the Uchiha clan to take action, which was considered the right choice. And the more so, the more Shinji could not act rashly. There were at least a dozen members of the Blood Pond clan who were still fighting below. If he, an Uchiha, showed up too early, it was likely to cause the siege of the Blood Pond clan below. Rather than wasting time and effort, it was better to sit and watch the Blood Pond clan kill each other, so he was a diligent bystander. In the valley. As the melee continued, there were only 6 members of the Blood Pond clan left standing. And these 6 people were obviously divided into 2 groups. 5 people surrounded one person in the center, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Uchiha, you're dead today. I'm going to drink up all your blood. Kill. 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 The 5 people on the periphery were panting and shouting hysterically. Although the member of the Blood Pond clan named Uchiha who was surrounded in the middle looked a little embarrassed, his blood dragon eyes shone with a strange and confident brilliance. Unlike his enemies, he said nothing, and his eyes patrolled back and forth on the enemies, as if he was spying on the enemy's flaws, and then gave a fatal blow. Obviously. Although in terms of numbers, it was 1 against 5, but in fact, it was Uchiha who was surrounded, who was stronger and had a greater chance of winning. This is probably because the 5 people on the periphery were hysterical and timid. Even a madman would be afraid. Soon, another round of confrontation began, and after this short confrontation, the situation changed. Only 3 of the 5 people who surrounded Uchiha were left. The shouting and cursing continued, but Uchiha remained indifferent, just using his blood-red eyes to constantly look for the enemy's flaws. He won. Although it was still 1 against 3, Shinji still made a judgment. Sure enough, after several rounds of fighting, Uchiha killed everyone and stood in the Hell Valley covered in blood, as if he was really a demon rushing out of hell. A moment later, he dragged his tired body to a ruin and picked up a fainted girl. In addition to him, there was another survivor of the Blood Pond clan, that is, the girl who was only a few years old in his arms. Then, he walked out of the Hell Valley without looking back, as if there was no place worth caring about in this hometown where he was born and raised. Swish! At this moment, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, Shinji and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki fell from the sky from the wooden man and landed in front of Uchiha. Uchiha's face was pale, and immediately activated the blood dragon eye, with murderous intent boiling up. Looking at the little girl in Uchiha's arms, and glancing at the bodies of the Blood Pond clan members scattered all over the ground in the Hell Valley, Shinji hesitated for a moment and did not make a move. He only came to collect the blood dragon eyes, and there were already many ready-made blood dragon eyes on the ground for him to collect. There was really no need to kill all the Blood Pond clan. Uchiha seemed to have seen Shinji's hesitation and immediately launched an illusion on Shinji. Instantly, Shinji found that everything around him turned blood red, and a pair of huge blood dragon eyes appeared in the sky, looking down at him. He smiled and activated the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In an instant, the blood dragon eyes in the air turned into a pair of even larger Sharingans, and the blood color around them began to fade, and then everything returned to its original appearance. Uchiha, whose illusion was instantly broken, was shocked. Uchiha. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 258 Service. The calm, fierce and decisive Uchiha just now was in a state of panic after discovering Shinji's identity as an Uchiha clan. Obviously. In the eyes of the Blood Pond clan, the Uchiha clan is their natural nemesis. They who were exiled here must have tried to riot or escape. Until now, they still live in Hell Valley, which means that all their previous attempts have failed. So when he encountered the Sharingan, Uchiha's momentum was naturally weaker. But soon, he reacted, hasn't your Uchiha clan been exterminated? Even so, you won't let us go. Shinji didn't say anything, but just stared at Uchiha silently. Uchiha took a few steps back. The more Shinji didn't say anything, the more guilty he felt. Among the members of the Blood Pond clan of this generation, his strength is one of the best, otherwise, he would not have been able to fight 1 against 5 and kill all of his fellow members. But in the previous confrontation, he found that the opponent's pupil power was far superior to his own. As soon as his illusion was cast, it was instantly broken by the opponent, which shows that the opponent is definitely not an ordinary person. Shinji was silent, not pretending to be deep, but evaluating the opponent's pupil power. After watching the battle just now, he can almost confirm that Uchiha's strength is at the level of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin. In addition, the opponent's pupil power is not bad, and he can break through the illusion immunity of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which surprised him. Because ninjas of this strength are generally difficult to trap, he really can't figure out how the Uchiha clan suppressed the members of the Blood Pond clan in the Hell Valley for a long time. In other words, Uchiha is an alternative among the Blood Pond clan, and has grown up in the past 10 years. After suppressing his doubts, Shinji focused his eyes on the pair of blood dragon eyes in Goyoshiro's eye sockets. He didn't know much about the blood dragon eyes. Because the plot of the blood dragon eyes happened after the Fourth Ninja World War, he only knew a little before crossing. But he was clear about one thing, that is, the girl of the Blood Pond clan named Chino in Goyoshiro's arms, in the original time and space, cast an illusion on Sasuke, who had both the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the Samsara Eye after the Fourth War and had half a foot in the Six Paths level, and successfully broke through Sasuke's illusion immunity and dragged him into the illusion of the Blood Dragon Eyes. There is no doubt about it. The Sharingan itself has a certain resistance to illusions, and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is immune to most basic illusions, so it is not an easy task to break through the illusion immunity of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In the original time and space, Chino broke through Sasuke's immunity to illusions, and now Goijo has broken through Shinji's immunity to illusions. For this reason alone, the illusion ability of the Blood Dragon Eye is enough to be praised. Seeing that Shinji was still silent, Goijo made up his mind and rushed directly to the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato standing beside Shinji, trying to capture a hostage to negotiate with Shinji. But as soon as he moved, Yukato also moved. Clang clang. Amid the sound of metal collision, two figures crossed each other. Then Goijo looked at the wound on his right arm, and his face became even gloomier, because he found that the opponent's attendant was not weak either. Yukato, who was controlled by Shinji's illusion, had no emotions. When she determined that Goijo was an enemy, she directly burst out the tailed beast chakra, and in just a moment, she was covered with a layer of tailed beast outerwear. Feeling the violent chakra of the tailed beast on the wooden man, Yuyashiro's face changed drastically. This is not weak, it is simply outrageous. He had fought repeatedly before, and the chakra in his body had been consumed. In addition, he was holding Chino in his arms, so he had no chance of winning at all. Just when Yuyashiro thought he was doomed, Shinji raised his hand, signaled Yuyashiro to retreat, and then stepped aside to make way. Yuyashiro asked vigilantly, "What do you mean?" Shinji said slowly, "I can let you kiss me, but you have to work for me." "Work?" Yuyashiro frowned. "Live to work for me." Paused, Shinji's eyes passed Yuyashiro and looked at the dead Blood Pond people behind him, "Or die here like them." The expression on Yuyashiro's face changed again and again. After a long time, he knelt on one knee and said bitterly, "I, Yuyashin Yan, am willing to serve you." Shinji said lightly, "Okay, you can leave." "Leave?" Yuyashin thought he had heard wrongly. "You can do what you want, I won't interfere with you, but when I need you, you must be available at any time." With a smile, Shinji continued, "Of course, you can also hide your identity from now on, as long as you don't let me find you." Falling under Shinji's momentum, Yuyashin's expression became solemn, and then he changed his tone, "My lord, I will be active near the country of Soup. If you have any dispatch, you can notify me at any time." Shinji then waved his hand. Yuyashin saw that Shinji neither took off the mask to let him recognize his appearance, nor told his name or title, and contact information, and he was a little confused. In his opinion, the other party's behavior either meant that the other party was deceiving him, or that the other party had great confidence and was not worried that he would run away. Now the other party has an absolute advantage, and there is obviously no need to deceive himself, so the latter possibility is the only one. So, without further ado, Yuyashiro immediately hugged Chino and disappeared into the Hell Valley. Looking at Yuyashiro's departing back, Shinji raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. In fact, he did not expect Yuyashiro to serve him honestly. The reason why he said so was purely to find an excuse to let him go. After all, the Blood Pond clan had been pitted badly by the Uchiha, and there was no need for him, an Uchiha, to exterminate the Blood Pond clan. But even he himself did not expect that his casualness, in Yuyashiro's eyes, turned into a manifestation of strong self-confidence, so Yuyashiro's agreement to serve was not just a casual remark, Uchiha was really ready to serve Shinji. After instructing the wooden man to guard the surroundings, Shinji took out the surgical instruments and began to collect the blood dragon eyes from the bodies of the Blood Pond clan. At this moment, dozens of corpses of Blood Pond clan members were lying in the Hell Valley. However, like the Sharingan, blood dragon eyes also need to be awakened. It doesn't mean that if you are a member of the Blood Pond clan, you must have blood dragon eyes. So apart from the old and weak who were affected by the internal strife, there are only 8 or 9 members of the Blood Pond clan who have truly awakened blood dragon eyes. Among them, several people injured their eyes in the battle. So after a lot of hard work, Shinji got a total of 8 pairs of complete blood dragon eyes. Here is the first update. Students who still have recommendation tickets today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 259 Domineering Fusion. Looking at the 8 small nutrition tanks lined up in front of him, Shinji showed a happy expression. Although he was confident that he could get blood dragon eyes this time, he never thought that he could get so many pairs of blood dragon eyes at once. 8 pairs of blood dragon eyes are enough to support him to conduct various experiments. So, he gave up the idea of returning to the village immediately, and wanted to experience the power of the blood dragon eye in person by using the blood pool in the Hell Valley. After observing the surroundings with his Byakugan, and cooperating with the Yukito who was patrolling outside the valley, Shinji activated the Susanoo after confirming safety. Then, he immediately activated the Susanoo Tyo-Yu-chan, removed the enhanced red eyes in the third pair of eye sockets of his Susanoo, and replaced them with a pair of newly acquired blood dragon eyes. Instantly. At the moment when the blood dragon eyes were replaced, a blood red and strange red light shone in the third pair of eye sockets of his Susanoo. This feeling. Shinji's face was stern. The coldness of the blood dragon eye is even more than that of the Sharingan. To a certain extent, the pupil power of the blood dragon eye is more evil than that of the Sharingan. However, with Shinji's current research on Yintun Chakra, he naturally would not superficially dislike the blood dragon eye. Chakra gives people a very evil feeling, generally in 2 situations. One is like a monster, the chakra is full of malice and murderous intent, so it gives people an extremely evil feeling. The other situation is that the nature of Yintun Chakra is extreme, which makes people feel threatened, such as Sharingan and blood dragon eye. Of course, 2 extreme Yintun Chakra will inevitably involve the host's murderous intent and malice. The pair of blood dragon eyes that Shinji just changed into belong to this situation. Its Yintun Chakra still retains the crazy murderous intent of the original owner. Fortunately, compared with Shinji's Yintun Chakra, the Yintun Chakra on a pair of blood dragon eyes is not enough, so it has no effect on Shinji's mind. Getting up and coming to the blood pool, Shinji cut his palm and dripped his blood into the blood pool like the people of the blood pool. Drib. 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 After a while, with the sound of blood dripping, Shinji felt that the blood pool in front of him had a certain resonance with himself. He raised his hand slightly, and with a splash, the hot spring water rich in iron in the blood pool gushed out all at once. I didn't even make a seal. Shinji was a little surprised and curious. Then, he began to make a seal, water escape, water array wall. With the infusion of his chakra, the hot spring water in the blood pool seemed to come alive, and it suddenly surged up, forming a huge water curtain, which firmly protected Shinji. Shinji's eyes condensed. Is the effect so obvious? Water array wall is only a B-level ninjutsu, and Shinji didn't invest much chakra just now. I didn't expect the effect to be so good, and the power is almost equivalent to 2 to 3 times the normal water array wall. After clarifying this point, Shinji looked around, his eyes scanning the blood pools of different sizes scattered throughout the Hell Valley, and thought, if the Blood Pond clan fights here, the combat power should be doubled. Thinking of this, he understood why the Blood Pond clan had an internal conflict over the issue of staying or leaving. Although the climate in the Hell Valley is harsh and not suitable for living, it is the natural home of the Blood Dragon Eye in terms of environment alone. However, these blood pools may also be the Blood Pond clan who were exiled here, and they have been transformed little by little through years of transformation. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why the Uchiha clan exiled the Blood Pond clan to a place suitable for the Blood Pond clan to fight. After a simple experience of the Blood Dragon Eye, Shinji began to evaluate. The level of the Blood Dragon Eye's pupil power should be similar to that of the Megatama Sharingan. The pair he controlled with the Susanoo Sun Tyo-Yu lantern is slightly inferior to the 3 Megatama Sharingan in pupil power. However, this is probably just because the original owner of this pair of Blood Dragon Eyes did not develop them enough. Generally speaking, Blood Dragon Eyes, Red Eyes, and Megatama Sharingan are at the same level. In addition, after controlling the Blood Dragon Eyes, Shinji once again confirmed that his previous speculation was correct. The increase in pupil power obtained by controlling different eye techniques is completely different. The Blood Dragon Eyes are far inferior to the Manjiki Sharingan in pupil power, but the pupil power obtained by controlling it is higher than the Manjiki Sharingan. Soon, Shinji's eyes moved to other nutrient tanks. Because the number of Blood Dragon Eyes obtained this time is large, he wants to try immediately to see if he can use the Susanoo Tou to force the fusion of Blood Dragon Eyes. For this reason, Shinji took off the white eyes controlled in the second pair of eye sockets of his Susanoo Noho and controlled a pair of Blood Dragon Eyes again. Susanoo Tou. After concentrating his mind, Shinji immediately launched the pupil technique. As the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan bloomed, the second and third pairs of his Susanoo's eye sockets immediately began to overlap. However, it was not known whether it was because the two pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes were mixed with too much of the original owner's murderous intent and malice. At the beginning of the fusion, Shinji felt a huge resistance. Hey! He frowned and changed his face. You're still excited, right? Instantly, Shinji used all his eye power to activate his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The Blood Dragon Eye and the Megatama Sharingan belong to the same level, and are obviously inferior to the Manjiki Sharingan, let alone the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Therefore, when Shinji used all his eye power, although the resistance to fusion still existed, the fusion still began in an orderly manner. As the fusion progressed, tears of blood flowed from the second and third pairs of Susanoo's eye sockets. Not only that, Shinji seemed to hear cries and roars in his ears, as if there were ghosts lingering around him. Combined with the environment of Hell Valley at this time, it was simply a picture of hell. However, Shinji was unmoved. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, outlining a hint of disdain. This level of malice and murderous intent was simply child's play for him. Not to mention making him feel afraid, even if he wanted to shake him slightly, he couldn't do it. Now Shinji is no longer the same as before. His pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan is also much stronger than when they just merged. As his eyes focused, those crying ghosts were all torn to pieces, leaving no residue, and the two pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes that had been resisting fusion also merged into one in an instant. Swish! Shinji's Susanoo suddenly opened its eyes, and in its second pair of eye sockets, a pair of Blood Dragon Eyes appeared that were even more red and as sticky as blood. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 260 Blood Clone. Success. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. He relied on the domineering power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and forced the fusion with the Susanoo lantern, and finally merged the two pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes into one, forming a new pair of Blood Dragon Eyes. It just so happened that there was a pool of blood in his sight, so he stared at the blood pool and tried to activate the new pair of Blood Dragon Eyes. Hwa wah wah! In an instant, the blood pool boiled, as if the lava under the blood pool was erupting. Without using blood, can you make the blood pool agitated just by looking at it? He was a little surprised. Before, he was able to drive the blood pool because he dripped his own blood into it. Now, he just watched from a distance, and the blood pool became agitated, as if it had life and was catering to him. No, it should be said that it was catering to the brand new Blood Dragon Eyes he was driving. No doubt. After being fused with the Susanoo Sun Lantern, the Blood Dragon Eye's ability to control blood has reached a new level. Suddenly, Shinji had an idea, bit his finger lightly, then smeared the blood on his hands, and finally raised his hands to start making seals, shadow clone technique. Bang! In a puff of white smoke, another Shinji came out. The original Shinji walked in front of the shadow clone, picked up a kunao in his hand and swung it over, slashing the shadow clone's forehead without deviation. Hey! His pupil shrank, and a look of surprise and doubt appeared on his face. Under normal circumstances, a shadow clone will disappear immediately after being damaged, and the remaining chakra will wrap up the memories perceived by the shadow clone and quickly feed back to the original body. But after the shadow clone in front of him was damaged, not only did it not disappear, but the wound on the forehead was bleeding like a living person. Is this still a shadow clone? A thought flashed through his mind. In order to test the strength of this shadow clone, he used kunao to attack the shadow clone in various places one after another. After trying several times, he found that the shadow clone would only disappear when it was seriously injured. Otherwise, the shadow clone would be injured and bleed like a normal person. Blood Dragon Eye actually has this ability, it's simply. Shinji didn't know how to describe it for a while. He just had an idea and used the Blood Dragon Eye that can control blood with the shadow clone technique, and he didn't expect to create an enhanced version of the shadow clone. You should know that the shadow clone technique developed by the second generation can not only be indistinguishable from the real thing, but also perform various ninjutsu like the original. Even after disappearing, the memory of the shadow clone can be fed back to the original. Compared with other various clone techniques, it is undoubtedly the most convenient and practical. If you have to find a disadvantage, it is that the shadow clone is relatively fragile. The shadow clone of ordinary people will disappear after being hit, and the shadow clone technique requires the caster's chakra to be divided equally, so if you are not careful, you may waste chakra in vain. When Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan and fought against the third generation did not dare to use the shadow clone technique easily because of his old age and physical weakness. Even Naruto, who played the shadow clone technique to perfection in the original time and space, his shadow clone was only more resistant to blows than ordinary people, and did not get rid of the shadow clones shattering with one blow. And the shadow clone that Shinji created at this time is completely different. In terms of its ability to withstand blows, it is obviously one level higher than the general shadow clone. In addition, it can bleed like a living person, which is more difficult to distinguish and more confusing than the shadow clone. This is no longer a shadow clone, it should be called a blood clone. After thinking for a while, Shinji gave it a new name, and at the same time, it also meant that he created a new clone technique, the blood clone technique. But this clone technique is obviously not popular. Because to perform the blood clone technique, not only does the caster need to master the shadow clone technique, but also requires the caster to have a pair of enhanced blood dragon eyes. In other words, even the members of the Blood Pond clan may not be able to cast a blood clone with the same strength as Shinji. After concentrating his mind, Shinji evaluated the pupil power of this new pair of blood dragon eyes. With the experience of fusing red eyes before, he became more and more accurate in evaluating pupil power, and after a while he made a judgment on this new pair of blood dragon eyes. The pupil power of this new pair of blood dragon eyes is slightly higher than the new pair of red eyes that were fused before, and is at the same level above the Megatama Sharingan and below the Manjiki Sharingan. After reaching this conclusion, Shinji, who was sitting on the ground, stroked his chin. If I continue to fuse, can I push the blood dragon eyes to the level of the Manjiki Sharingan? To be honest, the pupil power is below the Manjiki Sharingan, and the help of the eye technique blood limit is very limited to Shinji. There were only 2 pairs of red eyes before, so after merging into one, there was no way to continue merging. Now there are a total of 8 pairs of blood dragon eyes. After fusion, in addition to the new pair of blood dragon eyes, there are still 6 pairs of ordinary blood dragon eyes, which are enough to support Shinji's next attempt. Looking at the pairs of blood dragon eyes in the small nutrient tank in front of him, he couldn't hold back. These blood dragon eyes obtained from the people of the Blood Pond were obviously not developed to the extreme. Even the new pair of blood dragon eyes that had just been fused, he felt that there was still room for improvement, so continuing to fuse with the Susanoo-no-chan was a feasible direction. So, he took out another pair of blood dragon eyes and activated the Susanoo-no-chan. Roar! With the roar of Susanoo-no-chan, the fusion began again. This time, the fusion went very smoothly. He just injected some pupil power, and the pair of blood dragon eyes that he had just taken out were fused into the enhanced blood dragon eyes. Hey! After the success, Shinji exhaled. This success was somewhat unexpected, which made him feel something was wrong, so he quickly sensed the fused blood dragon eyes. The result disappointed him greatly. After fusing the ordinary blood dragon eyes into the enhanced blood dragon eyes, the pupil power of the enhanced blood dragon eyes was only slightly improved. If it weren't for Shinji being an expert in this area, most people probably wouldn't be able to sense this subtle improvement. Afterwards, Shinji tried the ability of the enhanced blood dragon eye to control blood, and found that there was no obvious improvement. After fusing a lonely eye, Shinji couldn't help but doubt, is this the limit of the blood dragon eye? The upper limit of the blood dragon eye is definitely not as high as the Sharingan, there is no doubt about that. It's just that Shinji clearly felt that this pair of enhanced blood dragon eyes still had room for improvement, but he never expected that after fusing another pair of blood dragon eyes, the improvement would be so little. So he didn't know whether his method was wrong, or whether the blood dragon eye could only reach this level. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, Don't forget to vote. Chapter 261 Super Blood Dragon Eyes. Could it be that my method is wrong? Shinji lowered his head and thought. The fusion just now was too smooth. From this point of view, it shows that the strength of the two parties in the fusion is not equal. The ordinary Blood Dragon Eye was quickly swallowed by the enhanced Blood Dragon Eye. Then conversely, if both parties in the fusion are enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes, will the effect be better? Shinji's eyes fell on the row of Blood Dragon Eyes again. After 2 fusions, the number of Blood Dragon Eyes in his hand has dropped to 6 pairs, 1 pair of enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes and 5 pairs of ordinary ones. If he wants to try a new method, it means that he has to consume a pair of ordinary Blood Dragon Eyes first, fuse another pair of enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes, and then try to fuse the 2 pairs of enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes. If there is no effect, or the effect is very poor, then he will waste 2 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes. Now the Blood Pond clan is like the Uchiha clan, with only 1 or 2 unique seedlings left, and 1 pair of Blood Dragon Eyes is 1 less. After a moment, Shinji suddenly laughed out loud. What am I struggling with? If I can't use them, what's the point of keeping a bunch of Blood Dragon Eyes? He figured it out quickly. Only the eye technique blood limit that is helpful to oneself is worth cherishing. If the Blood Dragon Eyes are only at this level, it is meaningless even if he has 7 or 8 pairs. After all, there are only 3 pairs of eye sockets on his Susanoo. One of his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan has been occupied, and the remaining 2 pairs of eye sockets can only control the strongest eye technique blood limit. So even if he has 100 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes, there is no place to put them. Having made up his mind, Shinji did not hesitate. While taking out 2 pairs of ordinary Blood Dragon Eyes, he removed the enhanced version of Blood Dragon Eyes he was controlling. Then he activated the Susanoo lantern again and merged the 2 pairs of ordinary Blood Dragon Eyes. This time, the fusion, like the first fusion, felt a huge resistance. He snorted and burst out the pupil power of the Sharingan, suppressing the monstrous hatred left by the Blood Pond clan in the chakra of the 2 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes, and forcibly merged the 2 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes into one. Who? After completing the fusion again, Shinji gasped. While maintaining the state of Susanoo, he not only launched the Susanoo tomb continuously, but also burst out the pupil power twice to suppress the chakra of the Blood Dragon Eyes. Even he felt a little overwhelmed. So he didn't rush to merge the 2 pairs of enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes, but rested while carefully evaluating the newly fused enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes. Then he concluded that the pupil power of the newly fused enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes was roughly the same as the previous pair, with no obvious difference in strength. This also shows that his previous fusion of ordinary Blood Dragon Eyes into enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes did not have any effect. Now he only has 5 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes left. 2 pairs of enhanced versions and 3 pairs of ordinary versions. After resting for an hour or 2 and recovering some pupil power, Shinji activated the Susanoo and Susanoo Toucan again and controlled the 2 pairs of enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes. However, the pupil power increase obtained by controlling 2 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes at the same time was not much more than that of controlling 1 pair of Blood Dragon Eyes, which once again confirmed his speculation. It's time to start. After taking a deep breath, Shinji's expression was stern and he tried to fuse the 2 pairs of enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes. As the Susanoo Toucan was activated again, a huge resistance immediately spread, causing Shinji to frown. According to previous experience, it is better to have resistance during fusion than no resistance. However, this resistance was several times stronger than when he fused 2 pairs of ordinary Blood Dragon Eyes before, which made Shinji feel a little overwhelmed. It was just that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. No matter how hard it was, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. So after a moment of hesitation, his expression became firm, and the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan burst out. In an instant, the second and third pairs of eye sockets of the Susanoo began to overlap. Seeing that the fusion had finally begun, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief and roughly felt the upper limit of his Susanoo Toucan's fusion. Although the 2 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes in the fusion were both enhanced versions, they were still not up to the level of the Mangeki Sharingan in terms of eye power. And even with these 2 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes, they almost touched the upper limit of his Susanoo Toucan's forced fusion. In other words, with his current power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the Susanoo Toucan he activated could only forcefully fuse the eye techniques below the Mangeki Sharingan. When reaching the level of Mangeki Sharingan, or a stronger level of eye technique bloodline limit, his Susanoo Tou would be unable to ignore the bloodline and force the fusion. After a while, the fusion was finally completed. Accompanied by the roar of Susanoo, a strange and deep blood light immediately shone in its second pair of eye sockets. Shinji covered his eyes and panted violently. At this time, he felt the stinging sensation from his eyes for the first time in a long time. So many fusions in one day, it's still a bit crazy. After a light laugh and sighing, Shinji, who had recovered, immediately tasted he raised this pair of super blood dragon eyes that were formed by the fusion of two pairs of enhanced blood dragon eyes. As he expected, the pupil power of this pair of super blood dragon eyes has been significantly improved again. Not only that, even the appearance of the eyes has changed slightly. If the previous blood dragon eyes had a horizontal bar in the pupils of blood red, then this pair of super blood dragon eyes has a gem-like texture. Shinji stood up and looked at the blood pool in the distance. With just a glance, the hot spring water in the blood pool seemed to be activated and soared into the air. "Don't you even need to form a seal?" he whispered. This shows that in an environment like Hell Valley, he who controls the super blood dragon eyes can perform various blood pool ninjutsu without a seal. Then he felt the pupil power level of this pair of super blood dragon eyes. As he savored it carefully, the smile on his face gradually faded, and finally he shook his head and sighed. This pair of super blood dragon eyes is much stronger than the previous enhanced blood dragon eyes in terms of pupil power, but even so, it still has not reached the level of the Mangeki Sharingan. Is it possible that other eye techniques' bloodline limits can never reach the level of the Mangeki Sharingan? Shinji felt a little helpless. Red eyes or blood dragon eyes, he has made so many attempts, but he can't fuse eye techniques' bloodline limits that can reach the level of the Mangeki Sharingan. After a long time, Shinji, who had calmed down, installed the remaining blood dragon eyes, and then recontrolled the previous red eyes and prepared to return. But just after he controlled the red eyes, he suddenly had a feeling. Or, there was a feeling between the super blood dragon eyes he was controlling and the enhanced red eyes. "It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 262 Fit. Shinji was stunned for a moment, and the look of surprise and doubt on his face became heavier. Because he was not unfamiliar with this kind of induction. When he used the Susanoo Sun Lantern to control his grandmother's pair of Mangeki Sharingan, his own Mangeki had a similar induction with his grandmother's Mangeki. The emergence of this induction means a match. That's why he could use the Susanoo Sun Lantern to combine the two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan into one and fuse a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, even with his current pupil power, it would be difficult to use the Susanoo Sun Lantern to forcibly fuse the two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. And the match at the beginning was because the two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan connected by blood could indeed be combined into one and fuse into an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. But the match that appeared now made Shinji a little confused. Why is this happening? He frowned and fell into thought. One pair is red eyes, the other pair is blood dragon eyes. Even if there is a blood connection between the two, it is more than 10 generations, or even dozens of generations, at least more than 100 years ago. After so many generations of reproduction, the Red-Eyed Clan and the Blood Dragon Eye Clan are at most distant relatives, and their blood has long been disconnected. In addition, whether it is the Super Blood Dragon Eyes or the Enhanced Red Eyes, both were forcibly fused by Shinji using the Susanoo Sun Toucan with brute force, and the blood has long been mixed. So this kind of fit can never be a blood fit. The thought turned, Shinji narrowed his eyes. If it is not a blood fit, then there is only one possibility, that is, the fit of each other's chakra properties. That is to say, the chakra properties of the blood dragon eyes and the chakra properties of the red eyes can just achieve a certain degree of complementarity, so when the two are controlled by the Susanoo Sun Toucan at the same time, some subtle induction is produced, and this induction is captured by Shinji who has had similar experience. This situation is not impossible. Bloodline limit is the fusion of the properties of two types of chakra. So no matter whether the combination of blood dragon eyes and red eyes is the fusion of chakra properties or the enhancement of chakra properties, it shows that there is a certain complementarity between the two. After clarifying this point, the doubt on Shinji's face gradually turned into surprise. The fusion of two pairs of matching eye techniques bloodline limit is much better than forcibly fusion with the Susanoo Sun Lamp. Such fusion often produces qualitative changes. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is the fusion of his Mangekyo and his grandmother's Mangekyo, is the best example. At present, whether it is the Super Blood Dragon Eyes he just got or the Enhanced Red Eyes before, their pupil power has surpassed the level of the Megatama Sharingan. If they can complete a qualitative sublimation through this fusion, the fused eyes are likely to reach the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. No. It may even be stronger than the Mangekyo Sharingan. Because the fusion between the Mangeki Sharingan and the Mangeki Sharingan is obviously an enhancement of the chakra nature, which can be regarded as 1+1. And this time the fusion of the blood dragon eye and the red eye is most likely a fusion or completion of the chakra nature, which can be regarded as A and B. Although both are fusions, the concepts of the two are different. In comparison, the fusion or completion of the chakra nature is obviously more exciting than the simple enhancement of the chakra nature. After calming down his restless mood, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. He knew very well that with his current exhausted physical condition, it would be too difficult to launch another fusion. Besides, the difficulty of this fusion may be more than any previous one. The more times, the more serious it will be. If you are not careful, the super blood dragon eye and the enhanced red eye will be damaged at the same time. So, he forcibly suppressed the urge to fuse immediately. Although the fusion cannot be carried out immediately, some attempts can still be tried, so he activated the Susanoo Shintyo Yuchan again and replaced the pair of super blood dragon eyes with a pair of ordinary blood dragon eyes. Sure enough, as the controlled eyes became ordinary blood dragon eyes, the previous subtle induction disappeared instantly. Not all blood dragon eyes can be fused with red eyes. This result also confirmed his previous speculation. Only the extreme blood dragon eye and the extreme blood red can have the fusion or complementarity of chakra nature. Ordinary blood dragon eyes or red eyes cannot trigger this induction. This also makes Shinji have greater expectations for the product after the fusion of super blood dragon eye and enhanced red eye. After simply collecting the corpses of the Blood Pond clan in the Hell Valley, Shinji left the Two Tails Jinchuriki in the Land of Hot Water and returned to the village. After replacing his own shadow clone without anyone noticing, Shinji lived a normal life in the village again. Because he only had 3 pairs of ordinary blood dragon eyes left. So the pair of super blood dragon eyes and enhanced red eyes in his hands could be considered out of print. Therefore, he did not start to merge them immediately after recovering his pupil power, but secretly borrowed the equipment of the medical class to test the super blood dragon eyes and enhanced red eyes. The results of the test were similar to what he estimated. Although the chakras of the super blood dragon eyes and enhanced red eyes are both mainly yin attributes, they have slightly different emphases. In the super blood dragon eyes, in addition to the main attribute, he also measured some water attribute chakra. In the enhanced red eyes, he measured some earth attribute chakra. After discovering these, Shinji felt that he seemed to have knocked on a certain door. Then, he decided to adjust his state and officially start this challenging fusion in 3 days. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the fusion, he still needs to make some preparations. In Karen's apartment, after finishing the infusion of Yang-style chakra into the pair of damaged mangeki in her eye sockets, Karen rubbed her eyes. After these days of nourishment, the pair of damaged mangeki Sharingan has begun to show signs of recovery, although the progress of recovery is still very slow. Just then, a voice suddenly came to her ears, "In 3 days, your chakra will be needed, be prepared." Karen's expression was stern, and she nodded, yes. She was already familiar with the extraction of chakra. When the leader extracted a small amount, he didn't even say hello to her. And this time the leader explained to her solemnly, making her realize that the leader must have something important to do in 3 days. In Bai's apartment, Bai, who also received the message, replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, I will definitely adjust my condition in 3 days. Here is the first update. Students who have not voted today, remember to vote." Chapter 263 begins to merge. Almost at the same time, Ningji, who was in the Hyuga clan, also received the message from Shinji through the Niobe. When he heard Shinji's voice, he stood up with a happy look on his face. Since the last Anchor Point incident, Shinji has not contacted him as a member of the Akatsuki organization, which made him panic. Because he went to the moon with Shinji and learned about the Otsutsuki branch's plan to destroy the world from Otsutsuki Hamura. He knew very well that with his personal strength, he could not fight against the Otsutsuki branch on the moon. Even if the Hyuga clan, or even the entire village, is included, it is probably not the opponent of the Otsutsuki branch with the giant reincarnation eye. Therefore, he wants to join the Akatsuki organization. After promising Shinji that he would adjust his condition and contribute his chakra to the organization in 3 days, Niji seized the opportunity and asked, "Sir, can I officially become one of you?" Shinji smiled and said, "Why, do you really want to join us?" Ningji said in a deep voice, "Well, only you can prevent the destruction of the ninja world, so I want to join you and contribute my strength to fight against the Otsutsuki branch." It's not the time yet. Ningji asked hurriedly, why? Shinji said mercilessly, because you are too weak. Ningji is now under protective surveillance by the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan that can see through, so any operation Shinji performs on Niji may be discovered by the Hyuga clan. So Shinji doesn't want to drag Niji into the game at the moment. After listening to Shinji's words, Niji fell silent, and then he said, I will become stronger, please wait and see. The main house of the Kurama clan. Kurama Yakumo lay down on the bed early, waiting for the arrival of Yangtsuku Chakra. During this period, except for the days when he went to the Kingdom of Hot Springs, Shinji would activate the Hwajin at a specific time every night, extracting Keirin's Yangtsuku Chakra and infusing it into Yakumo's body. Therefore, Yakumo looked forward to this moment every day. The infusion of Yangtsuku Chakra could not cure Yakumo's congenital deficiency, it could only nourish Yakumo's body and temporarily restore her vitality. So as long as it was interrupted for 1 or 2 days, Yakumo's body would immediately return to its original form. And the days before Shinji went to the Kingdom of Hot Springs a few days ago, because the distance was too far, beyond the sensing range of Shibi, Yakumo did not get the nourishment of Yangtun Chakra, and her body, which had improved, immediately fell into weakness again. This feeling was terrible for her, so when Yangtun Chakra was infused again last night, she even cried for joy. Just as Yakumo was anxiously waiting for Yangtun Chakra, Shinji's voice rang in her ears. With a whoosh, Yakumo sat up from the bed and listened carefully to the message from Shinji through Shibi. Okay, I will be ready. Without any hesitation, she nodded and agreed. Having lost contact with the organization a few days ago, she fell into unprecedented fear, so when she heard Shinji's order now, she felt like she heard the sound of nature, even if the order was to extract her chakra, she did not hesitate at all. Shinji sighed. He slowly opened his eyes and released the link of Shibi. In order to ensure the smooth fusion in 3 days, he contacted Karin, Haku, Niji, and Yakumo through Naobori. All 4 of them were marked by him with Naobori, and they were in the village and had always been within the range of Naobori. And the reason for notifying them was to be prepared. The fit between the Super Blood Dragon Eye and the Enhanced Red Eye is different from the fit between his Mangeki and his grandmother's Mangeki. The fit of the latter is the fit of blood. In fusion, blood is like a softener, which can reduce the resistance of fusion, so the fusion of 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan connected by blood is very easy and there is basically no variable. The former is just that the chakra properties of both parties are complementary, and have the possibility of fusion and sublimation. In terms of blood, the Super Blood Dragon Eye has nothing to do with the Enhanced Red Eye. Without blood as a softener, the difficulty of their fusion can be imagined. You should know that Shinji would feel great resistance when forcibly fusing 2 pairs of ordinary blood dragon eyes with the Susanoo, so there is no doubt that the resistance to fusing the Super Blood Dragon Eyes with the enhanced version of the red eyes this time must be unprecedented. For this reason, Shinji notified Karin, Haku, Niji, and Yakumo. Although chakra is not equal to pupil power, full chakra can be converted into pupil power through the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. At the end of the 4th Ninja World War, in order to fight Naruto, Sasuke used the Samsara Eye to control the 8-tailed beasts, absorbed the huge chakra of these tailed beasts and converted it into pupil power, and launched a peak duel with Naruto. Shinji had the same idea. Karin, Haku, Niji, and Yakumo were all his power banks. Once the fusion was not smooth, he could extract a large amount of chakra from the 4 people and convert it into pupil power, and use the surging pupil power to force the Susanoo to complete the fusion. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. As night fell, Shinji's mood also became excited. At midnight, Shinji, who was ready, began to act. To fuse, he had to activate Susanoo, so it was obviously not possible to do it in his apartment, or even in the village. So he raised his hands and prepared to leave a blood clone in the apartment. But then he thought again, it was a waste to consume a lot of chakra at this critical moment just to cover up. After all, the next fusion required him to invest all the strength he could invest, and wasting half of the chakra on the blood clone was too stupid. So he bit his finger, formed a seal and performed summoning. Bang! Coal Ball walked out of the white smoke, looking confused. Shinji said, I have something important to do, so please stay in the apartment. Maikayu stretched out his claws, is there a subsidy? Yes. Shinji answered unhappily, then disappeared into the apartment. After sneaking out of the village, he did not stop and ran for dozens of miles. With the help of the enhanced Red Eye's perspective ability, he found a very hidden cave. After repeatedly confirming that there were no followers and no threats around, he sat down cross-legged, opened the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and activated the Susanoo. Then he activated the direct vision and established a connection with Karin, Haku, Niji, and Yakumo. After the connection of direct vision was completed, it meant that he could extract the chakra of Karin, Haku, Niji, and Yakumo at any time through Hwajin. Everything is ready, and the fusion begins. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 264 Fragments of Thought. Tick. Tick. The rhythmic sound of water drops echoed faintly in the cave. This sound was like Shinji's state of mind, and in the steady and orderly breathing, he gradually returned from impetuousness to calmness. It's time. After saying this secretly, he opened his eyes. The scarlet eternal Mangeki Sharingan in his eyes bloomed with a bewitching brilliance, and the Susanoo that enveloped him also burst into a low roar. Roar. In this roar, the fusion began. In an instant, a huge resistance was fed back from the Susanoo lantern. It reached Shinji's mind. He frowned slightly, his expression was a little solemn. Before starting the fusion, he had already expected that this fusion would definitely not be easy, and the difficulty might be greater than any previous one. But he was still a little surprised that such a great resistance was reflected at the beginning. However, it had come to this point, and it was impossible to retreat, so he did not hesitate. While urging the pupil power to force the fusion of the Susanoo Sun Lantern, he activated the Hwajin and began to extract the chakra of Karin, Haku, Niji, and Yakumo. The reason why he started to extract chakras so early was mainly because it took time to convert the chakra extracted by the Hwajin into pupil power. If he waited until his own chakra was exhausted and then used the Hwajin to extract the chakra of others, it might not be able to be converted into pupil power in time. Konoha Village. Karin silently endured the extraction of the Hwajin, as if nothing had happened. If her chakra was not being drawn out continuously, she would not be abnormal from the outside. Bai, who was also in his apartment, looked stern. Although he was rarely drawn by the leader, he did not show any abnormality. On the contrary, he knew that if the leader even needed his chakra, it meant that he must have encountered a difficult situation, so he stepped up to refine his chakra in preparation for the leader's drawing. Hyuga Clan Land. When being locked by the Hwajin, Niji's body trembled. Although he was told in advance, the feeling of chakra being drawn out by the void still made him feel uneasy, even terrified. Just out of trust in the leader, he suppressed his frivolous mood, calmed himself down, and silently endured the drawing of Hwajin. In the main house of the Kurama clan, Yakumo, who was locked by Hwajin, was terrified. What is this? Equally frightened was Ito, who was hiding in Yakumo's spiritual world. She shouted like a frightened beast, "Stop! Stop!" Ito's scream made Yakumo recover a little. Is this what the adults told you before? How did they do it? The Uchiha clan has such a terrifying eye technique? Ito shouted, "Yakumo, stop this quickly, otherwise we will all die." Compared to Yakumo's original body, Ito, an unconscious body that relies on chakra, is more sensitive to the loss of chakra. At this time, Yakumo only felt that the chakra was rapidly lost, but in Ito's feeling, she seemed to be rapidly disintegrating like the lost chakra. Yakumo wanted to obey Ito's shouting and resist Hwajin from extracting her chakra. But just as she had this thought, she thought of the leader's promise to her and her promise to the leader, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Ito, let's hold on a little longer." Ito yelled hysterically, "If this goes on, I'll die. Then go to death." After sighing, Yakumo slowly said, "Don't be afraid, I'll go with you." Ito was stunned, and then quieted down. At the moment when Shinji launched the Hwajin, Karin, Haku, Niji, and Yakumo in Konoha were locked by the Hwajin at the same time, and the chakra in their bodies also passed through this Hibi channel, across the void, and continuously flowed into Shinji's body. Soon, Shinji felt the chakra in his body filling up. Karin's Yangtun chakra is of extremely high quality. It is the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and the sage body of the Senju clan. In addition, the combination of the characteristics of the sacred tree makes her the closest person to the first generation in the ninja world. Bai's Ice Shield chakra, Niji's Byakugan chakra, and Yakumo's Yin Touch chakra are all high quality, very peaceful, and easy to transform chakras. This is why Shinji did not extract the chakra of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yukato. Because the tailed beast chakra is too violent, it doesn't matter if it is just to launch ninjutsu, but if it is to be transformed into the pupil power of the Sharingan, it will be too time-consuming and laborious. Before obtaining the Samsara Eye and mastering the power of the universe, it is not a good choice to use the tailed beast chakra to transform the pupil power of the Sharingan. After obtaining a large amount of chakra, Shinji has more confidence. He further exploded his pupil power, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets was enchanting, and with the surge in pupil power, the second and third pairs of eye sockets on the Susanoo showed a tendency to overlap. Woo-woo. Just when the two pairs of eye sockets were about to overlap, a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came to Shinji's ears. He activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the extreme, and already had some ability to spy on spirits, so he concentrated and scanned the surroundings, and found several illusory phantoms. Sure enough, they all jumped out. These illusory phantoms are the miscellaneous spirit fragments left in the chakra of the Super Blood Dragon Eye and the enhanced version of the Red Eye. Although the Blood Dragon Eye and the Red Eye are not known as spiritual portraits, as the eye technique blood limit that condenses yin release chakra, they are the best carriers of will or spirits. It's just that this pair of Super Blood Dragon Eyes and this pair of enhanced Red Eyes were forcibly fused by Shinji with the Susanoo tomb, and their original owners were at most the strength of a senior ninja, and they did not have the ability to maintain a spirit for a long time. So it is more appropriate to say that what is contained in them is not so much a broken spirit, but some incomplete thoughts. That is, it was Shinji. If it was any other ninja with weaker perception and insight, even if they had transplanted these eyes, they probably wouldn't have noticed anything. Ouch! The ghosts made creepy screams and lingered around Shinji. Because their chakra source came from the Super Blood Dragon Eye and the enhanced Red Eye controlled by Susanoo, Susanoo couldn't stop them. When it was closest, the sharp teeth and claws of these ghosts were even close to the tip of Shinji's nose, just a few centimeters away from him. However, Shinji just looked at them indifferently, without any emotional fluctuations. Here is the first update. Students who still have recommendation votes, don't forget to vote. Chapter 265 Successful Fusion. These ghosts with fangs and claws, although seemingly creepy, actually pose no threat to Shinji. On the contrary, if Shinji can take advantage of this opportunity to clear all the fragments of thoughts remaining in the Blood Dragon Eyes and Red Eyes chakra, the fused eyes will be purer and more powerful. Therefore, Shinji, who was watching these ghosts indifferently, maintained the Susanoo Shin to keep the progress of the fusion, and activated Hwajin again. This time, he did not extract the chakra of Karin and others. Instead, he carefully identified the chakra of the Blood Dragon Eyes and Red Eyes, and carefully extracted the chakra containing these fragments of thoughts with Hwajin. Whether it is a wisp of will or a spirit, chakra is needed as a carrier. In order to see Naruto when he grew up, the fourth generation Hokage and his wife sealed a wisp of their will in the form of chakra in Naruto's body through the sealing technique. So as long as Shinji has the ability to identify and extract these chakras carrying various fragments of thoughts, he can remove these fragments of thoughts like completing a resection operation. Coincidentally, the Susanoo Shin gave him the ability to fuse chakra, so he could also use the ability of the Susanoo Shin to identify chakra. And the Hwajin gave him the ability to transmit chakra, allowing him to transfer unnecessary chakra. In the main house of the Kurama clan, Yakumo, who was somewhat exhausted, fell on the bed, breathing heavily. Because of her congenital weakness, her body could not withstand consumption. Now that a large amount of chakra had been extracted, her body, which had begun to improve these days, was instantly beaten back to its original form, and even weaker. Equally weak was Ito in Yakumo's spiritual world. At this time, she also collapsed on the ground, her consciousness a little blurred. Wow! At this moment, suddenly a stream of chakra came from the sky and merged into Yakumo's body. Yakumo was surprised. Because this chakra was not the kind of yang escape chakra she was familiar with, but a yin escape chakra of a level even higher than hers. Just when she was in doubt and was about to ask Ito, she found that Ito in her spiritual world had already feasted on this chakra. There is no doubt. These chakras carrying broken thoughts are useless and harmful waste to Shinji, who is fusing the Blood Dragon Eyes and Red Eyes. But for Ito, who is a spirit, they are real tonics and food that can be plundered and digested by her, so Shinji directly threw all these chakras to Yakumo through Hwajin. With Shinji's precise cutting like surgery, those mixed chakras carrying broken thoughts were extracted and sent away bit by bit. The ghosts who cried and howled disappeared with the smoke, as if they had never appeared. After purifying the Super Blood Dragon Eyes and the enhanced Red Eyes, and confirming them again and again, Shinji released Niobe and Hwajin and focused all his attention on the Susanoo Sun Tioyu. At this moment, the fusion has reached the most critical stage. Success or failure depends on this. So Shinji abandoned all distractions, put aside all calculations, and focused on activating the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Time passed. Under the urging of Shinji's eyes, the second and third pairs of eye sockets of his Susanoo finally overlapped. Although the overlap was successful, the final fusion could not be completed. Is it really impossible to force the cross-bloodline eye technique to merge? Shinji's heart sank. Before this step, the fusion was basically completed instantly, and it was not like now, where the overlap was completed but the fusion could not be completed. At this point, Shinji had no way out. Because with the overlap of the two pairs of eye sockets of Susanoo, the Super Blood Dragon Eye and the Enhanced Red Eye were actually fused together at the physical level. At this time, even if he gave up the fusion, he could not restore two pairs of eyes. At most, he could only get a pair of deformed eyes. Tisk. After spitting lightly, Shinji gathered his mind and continued to infuse pupil power into the Susanoo Lantern. Even if the Susanoo Lantern could not fuse the two cross-bloodline pupil techniques, he would try it with his own pupil power. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not vegetarian. Roar. Instantly, under the seemingly endless pouring of pupil power, his Susanoo roared again. This roar echoed continuously in the cave, shaking the rock wall humming. The fusion that had originally stopped, slowly began again at this moment. Continue. Shinji's face was solemn, and he continued to activate his pupil power. The chakra of Karin and others that he had extracted through Hwajin had long been exhausted, and his own chakra was almost exhausted. The stinging sensation from his eyes became stronger and stronger. But even so, Shinji had no intention of stopping, and still desperately activated the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Slowly, 2 lines of blood and tears appeared on Shinji's face. This was the first time he shed blood and tears after obtaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which meant that his eternal Mangeki Sharingan was about to reach its limit. But Shinji still did not waver and continued to maintain the Susanoo tomb. At this moment, he showed a determination he had never had before. A few minutes later, the fusion was finally completed. The 2 pairs of eye sockets of Susanoo slowly separated, the third pair of eye sockets became empty, and a pair of red pupils with magnificent brilliance appeared in the second pair of eye sockets. Hey! Shinji took a long breath and gasped. Although the last fusion just now only took a few minutes, it was extremely long for him. Fortunately, his persistence was not in vain. After resting for a long time, he recovered some spirit and felt this pair of new red pupils. Then his face condensed. This pair of new red pupils actually surpassed the level of the Mangeki Sharingan in terms of pupil power. Although it is not as good as his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it is already the strongest pair of eyes in his hand except for his own eyes. Because it is not a Sharingan, when he used the Susanoo no-chan to control the red eyes increased his pupil power so much that he couldn't help but be amazed, which was also the main reason why he could recover so quickly. So strong. After sighing, Shinji was very excited and tried to study this new pair of red eyes. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 266 Red Dragon Eye. Shinji's most intuitive feeling is that this pair of red eyes has a very strong ability to see through, and its effect is not inferior to the pair of white eyes from the Otsutsuki branch. You know, not all eye techniques have the ability to see through. So the ability to see through this pair of red eyes should be inherited from the enhanced version of the red eyes, and it is better than the blue. In addition, this pair of red eyes seems to have a special insight into blood. Shinji switched to the red pupil vision and looked down at his body, and found that the blood vessels in his body were clearly visible. Has it perfectly inherited the basic abilities of the blood dragon eyes and red eyes? After whispering, Shinji came to a pool of water in the cave and carefully observed the appearance of the red pupils through the reflection of the water surface. The red pupils have a gem-like texture. In the center of the pupils, there is no iconic horizontal line of the blood dragon eyes, but a black diamond pattern. At first glance, this red-bottomed black pupil has an indescribable sense of weirdness. Looking at this pair of red pupils full of pupil power, Shinji felt infinite emotion in his heart. I actually created a new pupil technique, blood limit. After a long while, he calmed down. Then, he slowly urged the pupil power and explored the pupil techniques that might be contained in the red pupils. In his opinion, the probability of eyes with pupil power reaching this level containing special pupil techniques is very high. However, after several attempts, he got nothing. No, it can't be said that he gained nothing. At least he was sure that this pair of red pupils did contain a kind of pupil technique, but he couldn't use it for the time being. The reason is very simple. Although this pair of red pupils was created by Shinji, he was neither from the Red Eye clan nor the Blood Pond clan. In terms of bloodline, he had nothing to do with this pair of red pupils. And Shinji himself did not have high-quality yang release chakra, and had never nourished or revived this pair of eyes. So in terms of affinity, this pair of red pupils was not close to Shinji. And this pair of red pupils was originally forcibly fused by Shinji using the Susanoo Sun Tou lantern, so it didn't matter whether there was affinity or not. But the bad thing was that the level of this pair of red pupils was much higher than Shinji expected at the beginning. This led to the fact that although the power of the red eyes was not as good as his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it was not completely defenseless against the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. So while Shinji used the Susanoo no Temperor to control it, it was also using its own power to resist Shinji. After figuring this out, Shinji stopped exploring. He thought of two ways to solve this problem. The first was to transplant the red eyes, and through years of nourishment and closeness, slowly develop and tap the potential of the red eyes. It was through decades of consistent development that Nagato went from being unable to use the Rinnegan to being able to master the various abilities of the Rinnegan. It can be said that except for the time-space eye technique Rinnegan, which was unique to the Rinnegan, which Nagato had not mastered before his death, he had explored all the other eye techniques one by one through his own efforts. The second was to further enhance the eye power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, so that the eternal Mangeki Sharingan could completely suppress the red eyes. The power of the pupil, and then use the Susanoo Sun Lantern to forcibly master the pupil technique contained in the pair of red pupils. As long as Shinji's own eternal Mangeki Sharingan is strong enough, he can use the Susanoo Sun Lantern to squeeze out the power of the pair of red pupils without leaving a drop. One is the kingly way, the other is the domineering way. Both methods are feasible, but both methods take time and cannot be achieved overnight. After struggling for a while, Shinji chuckled. His original intention was just to fuse a pair of pupil technique bloodline limits that are different from the Sharingan and Byakugan systems, and then enhance his own pupil power through the control of the Susanoo Sun Lantern. Now that the goal has been exceeded, what else is there to worry about? As for the pupil technique contained in this pair of red pupils, it is actually not indispensable to Shinji. After all, his pupil technique slots are limited. Only when the pupil technique contained in this pair of red pupils exceeds the powerful Mangekyo pupil techniques such as Amaterasu, Izanagi no Mikoto, Susanoo, etc., will there be a chance to play. Otherwise, he can only stay on the bench honestly. As for whether the pupil technique contained in this pair of red pupils is stronger than the Mangekyo pupil techniques such as Amaterasu, Izanagi no Mikoto, Shinji can't say for sure. After collecting his thoughts, Shinji smiled and said, "You were created by me, but you are still so unruly. In this case, I will call you Red Dragon." Although it has not been long since he has controlled this pair of red pupils, Shinji has already experienced the personality of this pair of red pupils. If he has to use a word to describe it, it is unruly, unruly and unyielding to his creator. So Shinji thought about it and gave it the name Red Dragon. From this moment on, the ninja world has a new eye technique called Red Dragon Eye. Shinji did not stay outside for long. After recovering his condition, he immediately set off to return to the village. Until he successfully returned to the apartment and sent away the coal balls, he lay down on the bed and relaxed. This relaxation, fatigue surged from all directions like waves, making it difficult for him to even open his eyelids. At this time, he deeply realized how much eye power he had consumed by forcibly fusing the Red Dragon Eye just now. After a deep sleep, Shinji recovered his energy the next day. Even after a night of rest, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan still felt a faint tingling sensation from time to time. It seems that if I want to recover completely, I need to rest for at least a few days. Shaking his head, Shinji came to school. As usual, he found Shin as soon as he arrived at school and supervised her morning exercises. After morning exercises, Shin came up to Shinji, looked him up and down, and asked, "Shinji, what did you do last night?" Shinji glanced at Shin and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Shin wondered, "Why do you look so tired?" Shinji was secretly startled and said secretly, "As he gets older, Shin's chakra quality has improved significantly." Before going out, he checked in the dressing mirror. From the outside, there was no sign of fatigue on his face. His fatigue was actually from the spirit body and the loss of pupil power, which ordinary people could not see. Shin could detect it, which only meant one thing, that is, Shin's chakra quality has improved again. As they chatted, the two talked about Naruto again. Shin looked around the playground and said angrily, "Where has Naruto gone these days? I'm still worried about him, afraid that he will be abandoned by Sasuke. He doesn't even come to school." The first update is here, students, don't forget to vote. Chapter 267 Surgery Arrangement. Shinji actually noticed Naruto's disappearance. However, seeing that the village was so peaceful and the high-level officials did not make any noise, he knew that it must be the village's fault and was not worried. Because Jiraiya returned to the village early, he suspected that Naruto's disappearance might be related to Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya had personally trained Naruto in the original time and space. After sending Shin, who was getting more and more excited, to training, Shinji observed the students doing morning exercises on the playground without leaving any trace. In order to make herself appear less eccentric, Karin also started morning exercises. She and Shiro were practicing in an inconspicuous corner. From a distance, her behavior was natural and she did not look like a blind person who had lost her sight at all. As usual, Niji practiced his soft fist in front of the wooden man, with a slightly depressed look on his face. Yakumo was much more cheerful, talking and laughing with Sakura and Ino. After his eyes paused for a moment on Yakumo, Shinji quickly looked away. It was unknown whether Tsunade had cleared her doubts or her attention was distracted by something else. In short, her attention to Yakumo had obviously weakened. Since Shinji went to the medical team every day, he got the news at the first time. From today on, Yakumo didn't need to go to the medical team every day for a physical examination. This meant that Shinji could try to perform a cell transplant on Yakumo to eradicate her congenital weakness. However, before transplanting the white Zetsu cells into Yakumo, he also needed to transplant a pair of pupil blood that could balance the white Zetsu cells into Yakumo. Continue the limit. Otherwise, once the white Zetsu cells go out of control, with Yakumo's weak body, he might die on the spot. And to balance the yang release chakra in the white Zetsu cells, at least the yin release chakra of the Manjiki Sharingan level is needed to be safe. Shinji has 3 pairs of eyes that meet the requirements. One pair is Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Manjiki, one pair contains the pair of Susanoo eye technique, and the last pair is the red dragon eye that has just been fused. He thought about it for a while. Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Manjiki is his backup plan for the reincarnation eye plan, which is reserved for Sasuke to fuse the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. And this pair of Manjiki also contains Amaterasu, a eye technique that can kill demons with one blow, so Shinji cannot use it easily. As for the pair of Manjiki containing Susanoo, they are also part of his Samsara eye plan and are reserved for Karin to attack the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. So the only ones that can be transplanted to Yakumo are the newly born red dragon eyes that are not involved in any plan for the time being. At the same time, transplanting the red dragon eyes to Yakumo also has advantages that the transplanted Manjiki Sharingan does not have. Firstly, the red dragon eyes were forcibly fused by Shinji through the Susanoo tomb and there is no record of them in the ninja world. Therefore, even if Yakumo's red dragon eyes are accidentally exposed, the village will only think that Yakumo has accidentally awakened some kind of eye technique bloodline limit. If the transplanted Manjiki Sharingan is exposed, Yakumo will be immediately imprisoned by the village and the transplanted Manjiki Sharingan will be taken away immediately. Secondly, this pair of new red dragon eyes is very worth exploring. But Shinji doesn't have much energy to devote to this at the moment, so transplanting the red dragon eye to Yakumo can also help Yakumo develop the red dragon eye. In addition, the purpose of transplanting the red dragon eye to Yakumo is to help her balance the white Zetsu cells. Balancing the white Zetsu cells is the process of accepting the nourishment of the yang release chakra in the white Zetsu cells, which is an initial stage of the unity of yin and yang, or producing a little power of the universe. This is a tonic for Yakumo's body and a tonic for the red dragon eye. Based on these two considerations, Shinji quickly made a decision. At night, outside the main house of the Kurama clan, Shinji, dressed in a red cloud suit, opened the red dragon eye and looked around. After confirming that the Anbu who was monitoring Yakumo had been transferred away, he flashed and sneaked into the house. "My lord." Seeing the leader coming, Yakumo hurriedly greeted him and saluted in a proper manner. Shinji nodded and asked casually, "Are you okay yesterday?" Yakumo briefly reported yesterday's situation, and then asked, "Sir, was my performance yesterday okay?" Did I not delay your business? Shinji did not answer, but used the red dragon eye to observe Yakumo's body. And with the opening of the red dragon eye, instantly, Yakumo's body became clear in Shinji's eyes, without any secrets. The beating heart, the circulating blood, and even Ito hidden in Yakumo's spiritual world, all appeared clearly in Shinji's vision. Even as a pupil jutsu bloodline ninja, such clear insight still made Shinji a little uncomfortable. Yakumo, who was observed by Shinji, also felt uncomfortable. She looked at Shinji with a look of trepidation. After a moment, Shinji shook his head slightly. When he used the Byakugan to observe before, although he could see through, the Byakugan focused on the chakra in the meridians, and his insight into the flesh and blood was not as good as the red dragon eye, so he could not see the crux of Yakumo's body. After carefully observing with the red dragon eye, he quickly found several places that caused Yakumo's physical weakness, and also had a more thorough understanding of Yakumo's body. Seeing Shinji suddenly shook his head, Yakumo became more nervous. "My lord, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with my body?" Shinji replied, "I already understand the crux of your body. There is no other way except transplant surgery." Through the red dragon eye, he has confirmed that Yakumo's problems are all important organs such as the heart and liver, which cannot be solved by ordinary medical ninjutsu. I am afraid this is also the reason why even Tsunade is helpless with her body. Yakumo asked hurriedly, "When can the operation begin?" "Even if there are no eyes of the Mangeki Sharingan level, I am not afraid." Shinji said lightly, "Eyes, I have prepared them for you." "What?" Yakumo was stunned. She never thought that the leader actually prepared a pair of Mangeki Sharingan level pupil technique blood limit for her. "Konoha has lifted the surveillance on you. I will help you as soon as possible." Shinji said slowly, "After you adapt to the transplanted eyes, I will arrange the next cell transplantation operation according to the situation." Yakumo stared at Shinji blankly. Shinji's bland tone made her feel vaguely as if he was just talking about some trivial daily matters. But after she came to her senses, she knew that these were major events related to her life, and were major events that would attract the attention of the 5 major ninja villages. The second update is here. It's almost a new week, and I beg for your support with recommendation votes and monthly tickets. It's just a small favor, please. Chapter 268 Crazy Training. In the next few days, Shinji did not immediately perform a transplant operation on Yakumo, but extracted Yakumo's cell tissue and tested its fusion with white Zetsu's cells, while keeping an eye on the village's surveillance of Yakumo. After several rounds of tests, he found that Yakumo was more suitable for transplanting white Zetsu cells. The essence of white Zetsu cells is diluted primary cells. Despite the diluted concentration, the yang release chakra contained in white Zetsu cells is still extremely overbearing, and ordinary people will basically die if they touch it. To fuse white Zetsu cells, the host must either have yang release chakra of similar strength, like Karin, to resist the erosion of white Zetsu cells, or have yin release chakra of considerable strength, like Obito, through the balance of yin and yang, to neutralize the erosion of white Zetsu cells. Therefore, the Kurama clan, who are good at illusions and mainly use yin release chakra as their attribute, may be slightly worse than the Uchiha clan, but they are definitely more suitable for transplanting white Zetsu cells than ordinary people. But even so, the risk is still huge. In other words, the risk of transplanting white Zetsu cells cannot be completely eliminated, even for Shinji who has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This is also the reason why he has not transplanted white Zetsu cells for himself. As for the village's surveillance of Yakumo, after Shinji's observation for a few days, it was indeed lifted. For a few days, there was no trace of any Anbu around Yakumo, although Shinji did not understand why this happened. After confirming that Yakumo had the possibility of fusing white Zetsu cells and that the village had lifted the surveillance on Yakumo, Shinji thought about it and decided to perform a red dragon eye transplant on Yakumo first. In a remote and hidden training ground in Konoha, dozens of Naruto, divided into more than a dozen groups of 3, practiced the Raise Nan taught to him by Jiraiya in the huge training ground. There is no doubt. This is Naruto using the multiple shadow clone technique to speed up the practice of Raise Nan. Practicing A-level unprinted ninjutsu is extremely difficult for many senior ninjas, not to mention Naruto, who is only 8 years old and still studying in the ninja school. It's just that Sasuke's desire to change teammates gave him too much stimulation, so he has been holding his breath and wants to prove himself to Sasuke. In the distance, looking at dozens of Narutos sweating profusely on the training ground, trying the Raise Nan again and again, Tsunade's eyes twitched slightly. This is too much. If I remember correctly, this kid is just 8 years old. Jiraiya said calmly, at his age, Minato can already defeat several Kirigakure spies and rescue the kidnapped Kushina alone. Hearing Jiraiya compare Naruto with Minato, Tsunade immediately realized how high Jiraiya's expectations of Naruto were, so she asked, can he do it? Ah! Jiraiya sighed and said, the Akatsuki organization is targeting the tailed beasts, and they are coming with great momentum. He can only rely on himself. Ah! Just then, Naruto on the training ground suddenly screamed. Bang bang bang! Then, his shadow clones all over the field turned into white smoke one after another in a low muffled sound and disappeared. Naruto, the only one left in the field, covered his head and groaned. At the same time, the orange red-tailed beast chakra began to emanate from his body. Not good. Jiraiya and Tsunade were startled, and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh sound. Instantly, Jiraiya appeared behind Naruto and knocked him out with a knife, while Tsunade appeared in front of Naruto, supported the knocked-out Naruto, and checked his body. After a while, Tsunade said with a serious expression, fortunately, it's just that the spirit is too tired, so the nine-tailed fox took advantage of it. There is nothing wrong with the seal itself. As she said that, her eyes softened when she looked at Naruto. When she just returned to the village, she heard a lot about Naruto's mischief and pranks, and her impression of Naruto remained at the stage of a kid who lacked love, so he used various extraordinary means to gain attention. Now that I see that Naruto, who is only 8 years old, has such tenacity for training, my impression of Naruto has changed greatly. Hey! Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. If Naruto goes berserk in the village, it's no joke. Even he will have a hard time suppressing him. Tsunade said in a deep voice, it's still too much. It can't go on like this, otherwise, his spirit will collapse. Jiraiya stared at the unconscious Naruto and said, I believe him. Just when Tsunade was about to say something else, Naruto, who was in her arms, woke up slowly and muttered, what is this, so soft? Jiraiya blushed and showed an envious expression. Tsunade's face darkened, she raised her hand and punched Jiraiya, then said to Naruto, how do you feel? By the way, I'm practicing the Raise Nan. Naruto stood up with all his strength, raised his hand to seal, and prepared to continue to perform the multiple shadow clone technique, using the shadow clones to speed up the practice of the Raise Nan. Tsunade quickly pressed down Naruto's hands that were trying to seal, no, you need to rest now. Although as long as the chakra is sufficient, performing the multiple shadow clone technique will not cause direct harm to the caster's body. But if you use the multiple shadow clone technique to practice, the caster must accept a large amount of memory fed back by the shadow clones. If it's just 1 or 2 shadow clones, it's okay. But Naruto often casts dozens of shadow clones at a time, so every time the shadow clones feed back to the memory, it will cause a large amount of information to rush in a short period of time, impacting his spirit, and one without caution, it may even lead to his mental breakdown. Feeling Tsunade's concerned eyes, Naruto shook his head, I think I'm about to master the Raise Nan, I'll rest after I succeed. Watching Naruto ignore the obstruction and perform the multiple shadow clone technique again to start practicing, Tsunade shook her head helplessly. Jiraiya came to Tsunade at this time, how is he? He is looking for death. After saying this coldly, Tsunade continued, I will keep a close eye on him these days. Jiraiya grinned and smiled. He knows Tsunade. Since her brother and lover passed away one after another, Tsunade has not been so concerned about a person for a long time. With the assistance of Tsunade, the master of medical ninjutsu, he is confident that he can improve Naruto's strength to an unexpected height in a short time. After all, the potential of the Jinchuriki is there. And Naruto is not an ordinary Jinchuriki, he is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki with the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The first update is here. Friends who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 269 Transplanting Red Dragon Eye. If he could see the scene in the training ground, Shinji would know that Tsunade's reason for relaxing her attention on Yakumo was because she had focused all her attention on Naruto. After all, Naruto was the Jinchuriki who could determine the fate of the village. At night, Shinji first used the transformation technique to cover his figure and appearance, then changed into the red cloud suit, put on a mask, and quietly went to the main house of the Kurama clan. Without the surveillance of the Anbu, the Kurama clan, a once glorious clan, was like an open door for Shinji, allowing him to come and go. Without wasting any effort, he sneaked into the main house and entered Yakumo's bedroom. Yakumo, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately greeted Shinji after seeing him and saluted respectfully, "My lord. Are you ready?" Shinji asked casually. Yakumo nodded excitedly, "Well, I'm ready, you can start the operation at any time." While taking out the surgical instruments, Shinji explained the surgical process, precautions, and possible risks of the operation. Watching Shinji take out one surgical instrument after another with a faint glow, Yakumo swallowed his saliva, and in his excitement, he became more nervous. "I understand everything." Shinji stopped talking nonsense and said lightly, "Lie down, the operation is about to begin." Yakumo quickly lay down on the bed, waiting for the operation to begin with a look of trepidation. Shinji came to the bedside and took out a small nutrient tank containing red dragon eyes. Eye transplant surgery is not difficult for Shinji at the moment. As long as he wants, he can even shorten the operation time to less than 3 minutes. It's just that the pupil power of this pair of red dragon eyes is still higher than that of the Mangeki Sharingan. Kakashi, who has transplanted a Mangeki Sharingan, feels a little reluctant to bear the burden of the Mangeki Sharingan, let alone Yakumo, who is already weak. So just in case, before starting the operation, Shinji activated the Huojin again, transferring some of Keirin's Yang release chakra to Yakumo, so that Yakumo's body could remain in a state of full vitality. After the restless Yang release chakra in Yakumo's body gradually calmed down and the organs that were nourished were in a stable state, Shinji immediately started the eye replacement operation. Shua Shua. Shinji removed Yakumo's eyes with 2 casual moves and put them into an empty small nutrient tank that had been prepared long ago. Then he took out the red dragon eye and started the transplant. Just like removing the eye, in a few breaths, Shinji completed the transplant of the red dragon eye and successfully placed the red dragon eye into Yakumo's eye socket. Shinji packed up the surgical instruments. "Open your eyes." Yakumo, who had been highly nervous, was stunned. She felt her eyes being removed and she also felt new eyes filling in, but she couldn't believe that such a big thing as transplanting a Mangeki Sharingan level eye was done so quickly. After a while, she tried to open her eyes, and her vision gradually became clear from blurry. Just as she began to adapt to this unusually clear vision, her vision suddenly changed again. Everything became clear, and the surroundings gradually became transparent. Although she was in her bedroom, she could see her parents who lived in the yard next door without any effort. This. After just a quick glance, she covered her mouth in horror. Because she not only saw her parents across several walls, but also saw the blood flowing in her parents' bodies, and the rhythmic, beating hearts. At this time, Shinji on the side asked, "How do you feel?" Yakumo turned his head to look at Shinji, and then instinctively took 2 steps back. Shinji smiled with interest, "What's wrong?" Yakumo shook his head first, then nodded, and said after a while, "The Yin-Tun chakra in your body is too strong. I was a little scared just now." No doubt. In Yakumo Red Dragon Eyes' view, Shinji is different from ordinary people. Although Shinji used the transformation technique and wore a mask, his extremely condensed Yin-Tun chakra could not be concealed. So Yakumo Yun was shocked by Shinji's Yinsuku chakra. She had never seen such a powerful Yinsuku chakra. Compared with Shinji, the Yinsuku chakra of her parents was not worth mentioning. Shinji frowned slightly. The perspective ability of the red dragon eye is stronger than the white eye. He knew it very well, but he didn't expect Yakumo to be able to open the red dragon eye right after transplanting it, which surprised him a little. This also brought a problem. When he contacted Yakumo as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he naturally didn't have to worry about anything, but if he met Yakumo in school as himself, he might be discovered by Yakumo. There are only 2 ways to solve this situation, either seal Yakumo's red dragon eye or seal his own chakra at ordinary times. But Shinji transplanted the red dragon eye for Yakumo, and he had the intention of letting Yakumo develop the red dragon eye. If it was sealed, it would be nonsense to let Yakumo develop the red dragon eye, so after thinking about it, he decided to seal himself to some extent after returning to cover up his true identity. After the initial panic, Yakumo gradually began to adapt to the red dragon eye. While curiously exploring the various abilities of the red dragon eye, she asked, "Sir, is this the Mangeki Sharingan?" "No." Shinji shook his head. Yakumo hurriedly asked, "What kind of eyes are these?" In her opinion, the Mangeki Sharingan should be the most powerful eye technique bloodline limit in the ninja world, so after learning that this pair of eyes is not the Mangeki Sharingan, she is full of curiosity about this pair of mysterious eyes whose pupil power has reached the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. Shinji introduced it. It's called the Red Dragon Eye. It has the ability to see through, spy on spirits, and control blood. Red Dragon Eye. Yakumo was stunned for a moment, because she had never heard of this eye technique bloodline limit. Seeing Yakumo's doubts, Shinji did not explain the origin of the Red Dragon Eye, but just ordered, "My understanding of it is also very limited, so you need to dig into these eyes and understand it yourself." At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from Yakumo's body. "Yakumo, what a strong eye power!" Shinji and Yakumo were both stunned. Because this voice did not come from Yakumo. In a flash, Yakumo reacted, "Ito. How can you speak?" Suddenly, with a flash of red light in Yakumo's eyes, Ito walked out of Yakumo's spiritual world and appeared in front of Shinji in the form of a spirit. Shinji's eyes were stern. At this moment, Ito's spirit was different from the previous state of nothingness, but was very solid and clearly visible to the naked eye, as if she had used the spiritualization technique. This means that she can directly launch a spiritual attack on the enemy, just like Kato Dan who used the spiritualization technique back then. "It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 272 Powerful. Looking at Ito, whose body seemed to be substantial, Shinji's face was slightly condensed, and he thought to himself, an alternative spiritualization technique. He was very clear about the power of the spiritualization technique. Kato Dan, an elite jonin who aspires to become a Hokage, shined in all the wars with the spiritualization technique. The spiritualization technique can free his soul from the constraints of his body and shuttle freely on the battlefield in the form of a spirit, or directly kill the enemy with his spirit, or invade the enemy's spiritual world, control the opponent's body, and destroy the opponent's spirit. In short, he who has become a spirit has the ability to harvest the enemy's life at will on the battlefield. And like the terrifying power of the spiritualization technique, its training difficulty is also very terrifying. In the difficulty rating, it was rated as S level. In other words, it is a ninjutsu that even a strong man at the level of Kage may not be able to practice successfully. At the same time, because the soul needs to leave the body, the spiritualization technique is also a taboo technique. While the body binds the soul, it also protects the soul all the time, so for any ninja who has not reached the 6 paths level, the spirit is relatively fragile. Therefore, for the caster of the spiritual illusion technique, once the spirit is out of the protection of the body, it may encounter an accident at any time. In addition, there is a huge flaw in the spiritualization technique. That is, once the caster casts the spiritualization technique, after the spirit is out of the body, his body loses the ability to move and is in a completely defenseless state. Shinji remembered that Kato Dan died because his body was severely damaged. Although he did not know the specific process, according to the characteristics of the spiritualization technique, Kato Dan's body should be far away from the battlefield. The fact that his body was severely damaged means that the enemy targeted him and sent a team with perception ninjutsu to sneak attack his defenseless body. But for the duo of Yakumo and Ito, the fatal flaw of the spiritual transformation technique is not a problem at all. Because what left Yakumo's body was only Ito bred in her spiritual world. When Ito used her spirit to travel to kill people, Yakumo herself would not be affected at all, and she could still control her body to fight. That is to say, with the Red Dragon Eye, Yakumo gained a spirit clone. The Red Dragon Eye is stable and can enhance the ability of the spirit. It is so much stronger than the previous enhanced Red Eyes. It's simply... Shinji was secretly shocked. For a moment, he felt that he had cultivated a monster. At this time, Ito had already adapted to the new spiritual state. She didn't even say hello, and she went through the mansion with a whoosh and disappeared. Yakumo was surprised and looked up, and found that in just 1 or 2 breaths, Ito had flown to a height of several hundred meters. Shinji frowned. "Call her back." "Yes." Yakumo responded and hurriedly tried to communicate with Ito. Then she found that although she and Ito were separated by several hundred meters, their telepathy still existed. Her call in her heart immediately echoed in Ito's ears. "Yakumo, you're such a bummer." Ito, who was looking down at Konoha from high in the sky, was full of confidence. "I feel like I can do anything now." Yakumo urged, "Come back quickly, this is the order of the adults." Ito's heart tightened at first, but then, she thought of how powerful she was now and was not afraid of anyone at all, so she said, "Help me out for a while, I'll go back after playing for a while." Before Yakumo could reply, Shinji's voice rang in Ito's ears, Mingkyufukawa jia kiea jun. My lord. Ito was shocked. Then, she felt that the red dragon eye power that maintained her spirit body was quickly drawn away by an inexplicable force. And with the rapid loss of the red dragon eye power, her previously stable spirit body, which was as solid as a substance, quickly became transparent and virtual, like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Ah! She was horrified and did not dare to hesitate. She turned around and returned to the main house of the Kurama clan and returned to Yakumo. In the house, Yakumo knelt on the ground, trembling, "Please forgive me, sir." She knew that everything she had now was given by the leader, so when she saw that Ito had disobeyed the leader, she immediately knelt on the ground and devoutly begged for forgiveness from the leader. Ito, who had returned, also knelt on the ground, "Sir, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Shinji silently looked at Yakumo and Ito who were kneeling in front of him. At this moment, he was also a little entangled. It was not because of anything else, but because the red dragon eyes were too strong. This kind of eye that combines the characteristics of blood dragon eyes and red eyes, can see through, control blood, and amplify the ability of spirits is really too promising. In addition, this pair of red dragon eyes may contain a pupil technique that even he does not understand, which greatly increases the risk of losing control. He was relatively relieved about Yakumo. But he was not so relieved about Ito, who was Yakumo's inner demon. In his contact with Ito these days, Ito was too wild and difficult to tame, and almost non-loyal. Luckily, he could still suppress Ito by connecting the spirit body with Shibi and extracting chakra with Hwajin. If it weren't for this suppression method, he would have taken out the red dragon eye from Yakumo's eye socket when Ito flew away without his permission. Shinji's silence made Yakumo and Ito more uneasy. Yakumo was so anxious that he kowtowed and begged, "Sir, please let Ito go. I will definitely restrain her well in the future." Ito was still trembling. At this moment, she realized that the red dragon eye that made her powerful was given by the leader. Since the leader could give it, he could take it back, or even kill her. Shinji looked at Yakumo and Ito, still weighing the pros and cons. When he was controlling the red dragon eye, he did not find that the red dragon eye had such a strong ability to amplify the spirit. As soon as it was transplanted to Yakumo, Yakumo could use the red dragon eye, and Ito could even directly use the red dragon eye's pupil power to complete the spirit's out-of-body experience. This undoubtedly shows that Yakumo is more compatible with the red dragon eye than he is. Therefore, giving the red dragon eye to Yakumo for development is undoubtedly more efficient than letting him keep it in his own hands and slowly explore it. After a while, just when Yakumo and Ito's hearts were in their throats, Shinji spoke, "There will be no next time." "Thank you, sir." Yakumo heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Ito didn't dare to say anything and lowered her head. Shinji said calmly, "Yakumo, from now on, Ito can't leave your body without my permission." Yakumo promised, "Please rest assured, I will take good care of her." The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 271 Great Ninja. Shinji didn't emphasize this issue to Yakumo repeatedly. He has already given a warning that if Yakumo doesn't want to, or can't restrain Ito, then he will not show mercy and will get rid of Ito and take back the red dragon eye as soon as possible. What he needs is a capable subordinate, not a hidden danger. You should get used to the red dragon eye first. As for the subsequent surgery, I will arrange it according to your physical condition. After the explanation, Shinji's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Watching the leader leave, Yakumo slowly got up from the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and asked Ito, "Why don't you listen?" Ito was speechless. She actually had no intention of resisting the leader, but she had just gained great power, and her mentality was unstable for a while, and she was a little floating. At this moment, she was actually very scared. Because she was not with Yakumo at the same time, she is a spirit, she can feel the killing intent better than Yakumo, she knows that just now, the leader has had the killing intention to her. That's why she has been trembling. Yakumo continued, "These eyes are given by the leader, and our future is also given by the leader. If you don't do that, then I can only..." "Stop talking." Ito interrupted Yakumo, and said embarrassedly, "I'm not that stupid to go against such a monster." As he said, Ito returned to Yakumo's spiritual world. Ah! Yakumo sighed. She secretly made up her mind to find a way to control Ito, and she couldn't let Ito be so lawless. Outside the clan territory of the Kurama clan, Shinji jumped onto a big tree and looked back at the main house of the Kurama clan. Ito's wildness made him hesitate, wondering whether he should continue the subsequent white Zetsu cell transplantation surgery for Yakumo. Yakumo was limited by her congenital weakness at this time. Even if she was transplanted with Red Dragon Eye, as long as Shinji cut off the supply of yang-release chakra, her body would quickly collapse due to the excessive burden. But once the white Zetsu cells were transplanted for her, the power of the yin and yang combined with the power of the universe can not only restore her body to vitality, but also make her chakra surge like Karin. By then, it will not be so easy for Shinji to suppress Yakumo, whose strength has surged. Because the extraction of chakra by Huojin is not impossible to resist. If the chakra of the person being extracted is strong enough, it can resist the extraction of chakra by Huojin to a certain extent. Just like Karin now, as long as she resists Huojin with all her strength, it is not easy for Shinji to extract her chakra. It's just that Karin has never resisted Shinji's Huojin, so Shinji can easily extract Karin's high-quality yang-style chakra every time with Huojin. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. Shinji shook his head. Opportunities and risks always exist at the same time. Nothing is foolproof. If you want to gain a capable subordinate and use others to develop the Red Dragon Eye, you must take risks. After deliberately taking a long detour and exceeding the perspective distance of the Red Dragon Eye, he changed his red cloud suit in a secluded place. Then he performed a sealing technique called meridian sealing on himself that he learned from the medical class. This sealing technique is just a sea-level elementary sealing technique, and almost every ninja in the medical class can do it. And its function is also very simple, that is, to seal the patient's meridians to prevent interference from the patient's chakra during surgery. Although the sealing effect is average, it is very useful to disguise oneself and confuse ninjas with high perspective ability and blood limit. Because as long as Shinji doesn't open the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in front of Yakumo or Niji, the chakra fluctuations in his body will not be too intense. With the help of the meridian seal, even Yakumo, who has the Red Dragon Eye, can't easily see through Shinji's identity. After completing the seal, Shinji pondered for a while and said to himself, "Next time I see Yakumo, I may have to disguise my blood circulation system." The Red Dragon Eye can not only see through, but also has a unique insight into blood. Yakumo just transplanted the Red Dragon Eye tonight and is not familiar with this ability, but after she is familiar with it, if Shinji only disguises his appearance and chakra, he may not be able to hide it from Yakumo. Fortunately, Shinji has a lot of experience in medical ninjutsu, and it is no problem to confuse Yakumo if he deliberately targets him. In a training ground in Konoha, dozens of sweaty Naruto collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. However, they did not rest on the ground, but all stared at the center of the practice field, at the three Narutos who were still standing. Among the three Narutos, Naruto's original body stretched out his right hand, concentrating on maintaining the chakra ball in his palm that was shining with a light blue halo. On both sides of him, his two shadow clones were also concentrating on controlling the chakra, urging the chakra ball in his palm to rotate. Watching the chakra ball in the palm gradually rotate, bringing a whirlwind, Jiraiya and Tsunade in the distance were unconsciously attracted to it. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Tsunade was shocked. How is it possible? With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Naruto had already entered the room and mastered the essentials of the Raise Nan. Even if he failed this time, Naruto was not far from success. And Naruto was only 8 years old, and he had only practiced the Raise Nan for a week. The shadow clones in the field also saw that success was imminent, so they all shouted, "Come on! Come on!" Amid the shouts of his own shadow clones, Naruto's trembling hands gradually stabilized and he shouted, "Spin for me!" Swish! Instantly, accompanied by a cyclone sound, the chakra ball in his palm finally completed the qualitative change and became a Raise Nan. Looking at the Raise Nan that could maintain its state without the help of the shadow clones, Naruto said in a daze, I succeeded. Bang bang bang. At this time, all his shadow clones exploded and disappeared. And he himself could no longer hold on because of excessive fatigue. His eyes turned black and he fell to the ground. The Raise Nan in his hand also hit the ground instantly, creating a big pit. Jiraiya and Tsunade hurried over. Looking at Ming fainted from exhaustion, but Naruto, who still had a smile on his face, seemed to touch Tsunade's heart. At this moment, she saw the shadow of her brother in Naruto. Jiraiya asked with concern, "Is this kid okay?" Tsunade shook her head, it's okay, he's just too tired, just take a day off. Don't forget, he is Kushina's son. Jiraiya smiled. Tsunade suddenly said, maybe you are right. This kid may grow up to be a great ninja who is not inferior to his father in the future. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please. Chapter 272 Observation. The next day. After completing the morning ninja school courses, Shinji went to Konoha Hospital at noon. He planned to take advantage of the lunch break to go to the laboratory of the medical class to continue some cell fusion experiments that had not been completed before. There are experiments on the fusion of Yakumo and White Zetsu's cells, and experiments on the fusion of Niji and Kaimimura's cells. Whether two cells can fuse is actually affected by many factors. The fusion technology, the preparation of the fusion fluid, even the timing of fusion, the state of the cells, etc., will affect the fusion results. Therefore, there is no shortcut in this matter, and we can only conduct experiments again and again. Fortunately, the medical team has high hopes for Shinji. The village's senior officials also seem to hope that Shinji, the remnant of Uchiha, can develop in the direction of medical ninjutsu, so they have given some support to some of the materials he applied for. However, such support can only allow Shinji to conduct primary cell fusion experiments. If he wants to conduct more in-depth research and obtain materials with higher authority, such as the original cell samples of the first generation, the village will obviously not approve it. Therefore, Shinji has begun to plan to build a laboratory that belongs to him alone. Of course, due to his own technology and financial resources, the matter of building a laboratory that belongs to him alone is still in the conceptual stage of Shinji. After the lunch break, Shinji packed up everything and left the laboratory. I've rested well and can go back to the ninja school. Just as Shinji was about to leave Konoha Hospital and rush to the ninja school, a shout attracted his attention. He looked in the direction of the sound and found that Naruto was shouting loudly at the door of a ward beside the corridor. And the one who stopped Naruto was not someone else, but Tsunade. Tsunade pressed Naruto's head and pushed him into the ward. Don't talk nonsense, lie down on the bed honestly. Grandma Tsunade, I'm really recovered. Naruto struggled to go out. Since he learned Tsunade's real age from Jiraiya, he changed her name. When Shinji heard it, his heart tightened. Bang! Sure enough, after hearing Naruto's name for himself, Tsunade punched Naruto on the head and knocked him unconscious. Shizuan, who was standing by, sighed and moved the unconscious Naruto to the bed. At this time, Shinji noticed that Naruto had a thick bandage on his hand, and his palm seemed to be seriously injured. He thought to himself, Naruto has not been to the ninja school these days. Has he been staying with Jiraiya and Tsunade? The injury on his hand, could it be caused by practicing the Raise Nan? At this time, Tsunade walked past Shinji and saw Shinji looking at Naruto's room. She stopped and said, Uchiha Shinji. Shinji nodded, Tsunade-sama. I have seen your surgical video. You are very talented in medical ninjutsu. Keep working hard and don't let this talent down. After a few words of encouragement, Tsunade left directly. Shinji felt a little regretful. In fact, his performance in the medical class also had the intention of attracting Tsunade's attention and letting Tsunade recruit him as a disciple. Because he really envied Tsunade's yin seal. But as it seems now, even if Tsunade recognizes his talent, there is no intention to teach him medical ninjutsu. He was not surprised by this. The relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan was originally very delicate. It can be said that except for the first generation, other Senju clan members have an innate aversion and fear of the Uchiha clan. In addition, there are several members with the Manjiki Sharingan in the Akatsuki organization that is currently rampant in the ninja world and threatens the 5 major ninja villages. Under such circumstances, the fear of the Hokage clan towards the Uchiha clan has not only not subsided because of the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, but has intensified. So the probability of Tsunade accepting him as a disciple is actually very low. Even Tsunade is willing to encourage him now because he chose medical ninjutsu. Soon, Shinji returned to the ninja school. The afternoon course was confrontation training. Each class was taken to the playground by the teacher for a one-on-one physical confrontation. While Shinji was in class, he secretly observed several of his experimental subjects. Wearing goggles, Karin seemed to have adapted to the state of blindness. She practiced with Bai in a low-key manner in the corner. It was completely invisible that what was in her eye sockets was a pair of completely damaged Manjiki Sharingan that could not sense light. I didn't expect that restoring her eyes would improve her proficiency in the Kagura Heart's Eye. Shinji felt a little speechless. At this rate, he was a little worried about the disguise of Chakra will be seen through by Kairin's Kagura Heart one day. After sighing, he swept his eyes to the distance, to Yakumo, who was in Sasuke and Naruto's class at the other end of the playground. Yakumo, who had just changed into Red Dragon Eye, looked a little worried at the moment. She seemed to be curious about everything, and her eyes would unconsciously stay on any object for 1 or 2 seconds. In fact, Red Dragon Eye, like Sharingan, is a kind of eye technique blood limit that changes the pupil shape after opening. When not opened, its pupil is ordinary brown. It is precisely because its pupil color is somewhat similar to Yakumo's own eyes that Shinji did not let Yakumo wear any accessories to cover his eyes. And Red Dragon Eye, when not opened, does not have the ability of perspective. So Shinji was speechless again. Yakumo looked curious about everything, as if she could see through everything. In fact, she was not really able to see through everything, but was just shocked by the powerful insight of the Red Dragon Eye in the unopened state. Yes. Even in the unopened state, the insight of the Red Dragon Eye far exceeded Yakumo's own eyes. Bang! Just then, with a muffled sound, a student was kicked out by Sasuke. Sasuke stood on the field with his hands on his chest. Teacher Irika, one-on-one sparring is too boring. Irika held his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, Sasuke, this is a class. Sasuke spread his hands and looked around at all the students in the class. Teacher Irika, why not let them come together? I want to test my recent training results. Is Sasuke crazy? He wants to challenge all of us alone. Will it include Kimimaro? Did he learn some new ninjutsu? Instantly, discussions rang out all around. Irika had no idea what to do when he saw this troublesome student. He had applied to the higher UPS to let Sasuke graduate from the ninja school early, just like the geniuses of the Uchiha clan before. But for some reason, the application fell into oblivion after it was submitted, and there was no news at all. It seemed that the higher UPS in the village did not want Sasuke to leave the ninja school so early. Here is the first update. Students who still have votes in their hands, don't forget to vote. Chapter 273 Confrontation. Bang! 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 With every muffled sound, a figure would fall out of the battle circle. As the muffled sound continued, there were fewer and fewer people in the battle circle, and the battle became more and more intense. Sasuke, who was in the center of the battle circle, was full of pride and excitement at the moment. The Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan swayed left and right in his eye sockets, observing the movements of all the opponents around him, and his body quickly responded to the movements of his opponents. Shino, cover me! Ye shouted and attacked from one side. Shino did not dare to hesitate, and immediately urged his parasitic bug to pounce on Sasuke from all directions, trying to interfere with Sasuke's judgment. Shikamaru saw this and knew that this was an opportunity, so he gave a look to Koji beside him, and then made a seal with both hands, shadow imitation technique. Instantly, a black shadow emerged from under his feet and quickly spread towards Sasuke. And Koji also launched the multiplication technique. His body suddenly expanded several times, and rushed towards Sasuke with slow steps. Outer circle. Ino completed the seal, made the heart turn technique gesture, and aimed at Sasuke from a distance. Among the other girls around her, Sakura looked tangled, Hinata hesitated, Shin looked confused, Yakumo was eager to try, but also looked full of worries. Facing the siege of his classmates, Sasuke in the circle raised the corners of his mouth. He dodged Kaiba's attack with a quick move, and kicked Kaiba onto the shadow controlled by Shikamaru, allowing Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique to lock onto Kaiba. Then he ducked his body to avoid a punch from Koji in his multiplied state, and tripped Koji with a hook of his foot. With the help of Koji's huge body, he pressed all of Shino's parasites to the ground. Swoosh! Then, he appeared behind Shikamaru with a flash body technique, and before Shikamaru could react, he knocked Shikamaru unconscious with a knife. At this time, Ino, who had already been confused, could no longer hold back and performed the heart turn technique in the direction of Sasuke. However, Sasuke's Sharingan had long seen through Ino's movements. He attacked Shikamaru just to lure Ino to attack, so when Ino attacked, he dodged sideways, allowing Ino's heart turn technique to hit Kaiba, who had just escaped from the shadow imitation technique behind him. When Ino's secret technique missed and her body lost control, he rushed to Ino and knocked her down with one move. Then his scarlet eyes drifted to the other classmates on both sides of Ino. Bang, bang, bang. Sakura didn't block any of her moves, Shin barely blocked 2 moves, Hinata countered with soft fists, and her defense circle was broken after 3 moves. With 6 moves in total, Sasuke knocked down Sakura, Shin, and Hinata in 1 or 2 breaths. This unique competition between Sasuke's class attracted the attention of everyone on the playground. Ningji looked over there with a solemn face. Bai opened his mouth slightly, a little surprised at Sasuke's growth rate. Tenten and Xiao Li were completely stunned. Shinji also looked over there, his face was a little wrong, but the performance was not surprising, but he was worried about Yakumo. To some extent, Yakumo and Sasuke are actually very similar. Both of them came from wealthy families, and their families declined for various reasons, so they were extremely eager for power and eager to revive their families. So when seeing Sasuke shine, Yakumo probably wanted to be like Sasuke and make a name for the Kurama clan. What Shinji was worried about was that Yakumo would fight Sasuke with all her strength and expose the newly transplanted Red Dragon Eye. Although the Red Dragon Eye had never appeared in the ninja world before, even if Yakumo was accidentally exposed and known to the village would not associate her with the Uchiha or Akatsuki organizations. But it would inevitably lead to various troubles. In a flash, Sasuke knocked down most of his classmates. The only ones who had not been knocked down on the field were Kimimaro, who had not taken action, and Yakumo, who had retreated in advance when Sasuke attacked Ino, Shin, and others. Sasuke panted lightly, glanced at Kimimaro, and his eyes were stern. He had been keeping an eye on Kimimaro, and from the beginning to now, Kimimaro's expression had not changed at all. That guy is a bit tricky, let's fight him at the end. After secretly making up his mind, Sasuke shifted his gaze and looked at Yakumo. In fact, he was a little surprised, because according to his original plan, he should have been able to knock down Yakumo when he attacked Shin and Hinata. He didn't know what went wrong, and when he was about to pounce on Yakumo, Yakumo was no longer in his original position. She is weak and sickly. It would be too boring if I beat her with physical skills. Kurama clan. Humph, I will use illusion to deal with her. With a thought, Sasuke immediately activated the flash body technique and disappeared on the spot. Hey! Where is he? Where did he go? The knocked-down classmates looked around, looking for Sasuke's figure. Yakumo didn't hesitate. The moment Sasuke disappeared, she turned around. Swish! Sasuke, who appeared behind Yakumo using the instant body technique, was expecting to see Yakumo's horrified expression after discovering him. As soon as he appeared, he saw Yakumo had turned around and stared at him. This. He didn't scare Yakumo, but was frightened by him. Just when he was a little angry and wanted to win back his face in the illusion, he found out of the corner of his eye that Yakumo not only noticed that he turned around in advance, but also had already formed a seal. Without caring about being surprised, he quickly activated the Sharingan and launched an illusion on Yakumo. So, Yakumo and Sasuke launched an illusion at the same time. For a moment, Yakumo felt dazed. Just when she was fuming and about to faint, her blood circulation suddenly accelerated, and her blood pressure rose instantly, making her consciousness sober up all of a sudden. Sasuke saw Yakumo in front of him suddenly wrapped up by a big tree, and then Yakumo's figure disappeared on the big tree, and countless vines stretched out from the big tree, waving at Sasuke like whips. What's going on? Sasuke was shocked and quickly stepped back and rolled to avoid the vines whipping. At this time, the originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet. In everyone's eyes, Yakumo and Sasuke were just a confrontation of eyes. In an instant, Yakumo sat on the ground and gasped for breath, as if he had experienced some intense exercise. And Sasuke rolled and moved seriously, as if he was dodging an attack that did not exist at all. Everyone's expression gradually became strange. After a while, someone asked weakly, "Hey, Sasuke is not under an illusion, right? It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 274, Belated Realization. Seeing the vines whipping around in a wider and wider range and faster speed, Sasuke, who was dodging constantly, couldn't help but shout out, "Yakumo, are you crazy? Performing this level of ninjutsu in school, aren't you afraid of hurting others?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. He then looked around and found that there was no one around. He was the only one on the entire playground. Genjutsu. Sasuke, realizing that he was under an illusion, was shocked and angry, and his face flushed red. He had never thought that he would be under an illusion after awakening the three Magadama Sharingan, and it was during the confrontation practice with his classmates in the ninja school. He then bit his lip and, with the stimulation of severe pain, broke free from Yakumo's illusion. As the illusion faded, everything around him returned to normal. The lively playground, the classmates watching, and Yakumo sitting on the ground not far away, panting, all appeared in his field of vision. Damn it! Sasuke was a little angry. He would not be so angry if he was defeated by ninjutsu or taijutsu, but he was defeated by the illusion that the Uchiha clan was best at, which really made him feel embarrassed. Not far away. As expected of Sasuke. Kakashi nodded slightly. Asuma smiled and agreed, he is indeed a very sharp kid. Since Naruto was taken away by Jiraiya and Tsunade for special training, they don't need to distract Naruto now, they just need to monitor Sasuke. Therefore, the scene was seen by both of them. Although they were a little surprised that Sasuke was caught by Yakumo's illusion. But on second thought, the Kurama clan was also a giant in illusion, and they also vaguely knew that Yakumo was extremely talented, and there was even a monster accidentally bred in his spiritual world, so it was normal for Sasuke to be caught by an illusion. And the fact that Sasuke could quickly find the problem and break free from Yakumo's illusion was recognized by the two senior ninjas. Kakashi's eyes moved to Yakumo opposite Sasuke at this time. The students of this year's ninja school are really not simple. Asuma followed with emotion and said, yes. With Sasuke's strength, it would be no problem to sweep the ninja school under normal circumstances. But now Sasuke has repeatedly hit a wall in various assessments of the ninja school. The reason is not that Sasuke is not strong enough. But there are so many talents among the students of the same class. Shinji, Niji, and Kimimaro are not to be mentioned. Now there is another Kurama Yakumo. On the playground. Shinji, who was also paying attention to the battle, stared at Yakumo. He didn't care about the result of this test. He just wanted to take this opportunity to see if Yakumo could control his impulse, control the Red Dragon Eye, and control Ito. If Yakumo could pass this test, he would arrange the next step of the White Zetsu cell fusion surgery for Yakumo. But if Yakumo took the initiative to expose the Red Dragon Eye during the test, or failed to restrain Ito and let Ito jump out, then he could only decisively give up Yakumo and take back the Red Dragon Eye. Shinji's eyes were bright, and he said silently in his heart, "Can I trust you, Yakumo?" As the focus of everyone's attention, Yakumo's heart was beating violently at this moment. She was a little confused at the moment. I was clearly under Sasuke's illusion, but for some reason, I inexplicably broke free from the illusion and regained consciousness. Is it the Red Dragon Eye? It just controlled my blood, stimulated my body, and made me break free from Sasuke's illusion. After all, she was born in a great illusion family, and it didn't take long for Yakumo to react, and she was amazed in her heart. Just then, Ito in her spiritual world shouted, "Yakumo, why are you still standing there? Quickly activate the Red Dragon Eye. As long as you use the power of the Red Dragon Eye, defeating Uchiha Sasuke is not a problem at all." Yakumo immediately responded in his heart, "Don't mess around. The adults have told us not to expose the Red Dragon Eye at will." When he heard the word adult, a trace of awe flashed in Ito's eyes, and he stopped talking. "Yakumo, come on. Good job, Yakumo. Defeat Sasuke." On the playground, after a brief silence, the students who reacted immediately cheered. They were crushed by Sasuke, and now they all hoped that Yakumo could save some face for them. After all, the whole class surrounded Sasuke alone. If they all lost, it would be too embarrassing. Sasuke approached Yakumo at this time. "Yakumo, I admit that I underestimated you and was careless just now, and I fell into your illusion. But there will be no next time." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. "Behind, behind!" Ito shouted in Yakumo's spiritual world. Yakumo, who also saw through it, did not need Ito's reminder at all. At the moment when Sasuke disappeared, he had already turned around to defend. It's just that Yakumo's physical skills are too different from Sasuke. Even if Red Dragon Eye saw through Sasuke's movement trajectory, she couldn't keep up with Sasuke's movements. Just after turning around and before completing the defensive action, she was kicked away by Sasuke. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth. "I said, it was just an accident just now." Yakumo struggled to get up from the ground. Ito shouted in Yakumo's spiritual world, "Use Red Dragon Eye. Or let me do it, I will definitely defeat him." Yakumo ignored Ito and forced himself to get up from the ground. Ito roared, "You are not his opponent at all without Red Dragon Eye and me. What are you still hesitating about? Do you want to see the dignity of the Kurama clan being trampled on? Shut up!" Yakumo scolded Ito. Ito, who fell into madness, said, "If you dare not, then let me do it. I want to let that Uchiha Sasuke know the true power of the Kurama clan. You can't go anywhere." Yakumo used his mind to seal Ito directly in the spiritual world. Ito immediately found that she not only lost the ability to communicate with Red Dragon Eye, but also could not freely enter and exit Yakumo's spiritual world. After being nourished by Yangtun Chakra and transplanted with Red Dragon Eye, she always thought that she had become strong enough to ignore Yakumo's wishes. But it was not until this time that she realized it. Yakumo, who temporarily made up for his physical defects and obtained the Red Dragon Eye, gained more power than her. No. To be more precise, the power she gained was just leaked from Yakumo's fingers. As the original Yakumo, he was the one who benefited the most and gained the most power under Shinji's series of actions. Now, Yakumo has begun to adapt and learn how to use these powers. Once Yakumo gets serious, Ito finds that he can't compete with Yakumo at all. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't waste it. Chapter 275 Non-Existent Taijutsu Secret Technique. Bang! Another muffled sound. Yakumo was knocked out by Sasuke again. Go! Sasuke frowned slightly. "You are not my opponent, give up." Yakumo struggled to get up from the ground again. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "You want me to give up? That's impossible. Are you going to gamble the reputation of the clan?" Shaking his head, Sasuke slowly said, "Unfortunately, your body is too weak." Swoosh! Sasuke launched the instant body technique again and pounced on Yakumo. While attacking fiercely, he said, "I recognize your persistence, but it is not only the clan that gambles the reputation of the clan that will not lose." Sasuke continued to attack fiercely, and Yakumo could not resist at all. Just like the contest between Sasuke and Xiao Li in the original Time and Space Ninja exam, it was not that the eyes could not see the opponent's movements, but simply that the body could not keep up. It was just beyond everyone's expectation that under Sasuke's continuous fierce attack, Yakumo, who had always been weak and sick, could still hold on, and was not knocked out instantly like other classmates. The students on the sidelines were all stunned. They were infected by Yakumo's persistence and impressed by Sasuke's fierce physical skills. They all forgot to speak, and the playground fell silent again. In the distance. "Hey!" Kakashi's eyes were stern. The classmates only saw Yakumo's persistence, but Kakashi, who had taken off the blindfold, found that the reason why Yakumo, who had always been weak and sick, could persist for so long, in addition to his amazing willpower, was that Yakumo could cleverly avoid Sasuke's fatal attacks every time. Although Yakumo was far inferior to Sasuke in physical skills, she could always avoid Sasuke's attacks aimed at her vitals by slightly shifting her body. So although she was always in a passive state of being beaten, she was not easily solved by Sasuke in a few moves like other classmates. Not only that, Kakashi also found that under Sasuke's violent attack, Yakumo's body not only did not become more and more dull, but became much more sensitive. Something is wrong. Asuma also frowned and muttered, "Didn't they say that the eldest daughter of the Kurama family is weak and sickly?" On the playground, Ninkai, who opened his Byakugan, frowned. "Strange, how can the blood in Yakumo's body flow so fast?" Tenten asked on the side, "Ninkai, did you see anything?" Ninkai said in a deep voice, "Yakumo seems to be using some kind of physical technique to speed up the blood flow and enhance the vitality of the body." Xiao Li was a little envious. "Is there such a physical technique? I haven't heard of it either. It may be a secret technique of the Kurama family." Shaking his head, Nisi's expression became more solemn. "Not good, her blood flow rate is still accelerating. If it continues like this, her body will not be able to bear it." On the other side, although Karin lost her eyesight, it did not prevent her from using the Kagura heart to see through the contest between Sasuke and Yakumo. As the battle continued, she gradually felt something was wrong. Yakumo's chakra is so weird. Bai asked, "What's wrong?" Karin shook her head, "I can't tell, but I felt a Yintun chakra on her that I have never felt before." "And?" Bai asked, "And what?" "And the intensity is very high." Karin lowered her voice and said in a subtle voice that only Bai could hear, almost comparable to adults. "This is impossible." Bai shook his head hurriedly. He believed that Yakumo, as a child of a wealthy family, was very talented, but he didn't believe that Yakumo's chakra could be compared with the leader. The battle on the field continued. Using the corner of his eye, Sasuke felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw the amazed expressions of the people around him. He didn't know why Yakumo was so difficult. Obviously, she was far inferior to him in physical skills, but she could entangle him and prevent him from quickly resolving the battle. As the person involved, he knew better than anyone that Yakumo was improving very fast, both in speed and strength, and was improving at an incredible speed. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? Why can he see through my moves? Why is he so durable? A sense of crisis rose in Sasuke's heart. He felt that if he couldn't deal with Yakumo as soon as possible, he might really lose. So, he activated the Sharingan regardless of everything, quickly formed seals with both hands, and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball!" Swish! Just when Sasuke was about to launch fire style, a figure appeared between Sasuke and Yakumo. The figure held down Sasuke's hands with one hand, interrupting the ninjutsu that Sasuke was about to perform, and strangled Yakumo's neck with one hand, gently strangling him to faint. You! Sasuke looked up and found that the figure was not someone else, but Shinji. Shinji said, "Let's stop here." Humph! Seeing that Yakumo had been subdued by Shinji, Sasuke could only snort, and then turned away with a depressed look on his face. Shinji gently put Yakumo on the ground and treated her with medical ninjutsu. At this time, everyone gathered around and asked, "Shinji, is Yakumo okay?" Shinji waved his hand, "It's okay, just a little skin injury." Everyone knew that Shinji knew medical ninjutsu, and they were relieved to hear him say that. Shinji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yakumo this time, Yoon had withstood the test, even though he didn't actively open the red dragon eye until the end, and he didn't let Ito lose control. It's just that the red dragon eye is very powerful, even if it's not in the open state, it can still affect Yakumo's body. Others don't know the existence of the red dragon eye, so they mistakenly think that Yakumo has activated some physical secrets. But Shinji knows the inside story and knows that Yakumo didn't activate any secrets. Her increase in speed and strength is purely the red dragon eye mobilizing her body's blood and stimulating her body's potential. If it were an ordinary person, as long as the speed is mastered, the ability of the red dragon eye is actually not inferior to any physical secrets. But Yakumo Tien is weak and his body can't withstand the high-intensity circulation of blood. So Sasuke's judgment just now was wrong. If the battle continues, Yakumo will definitely lose, because Yakumo's body is on the verge of collapse. This is also the reason why Shinji has no choice but to take the initiative to end this competition. Because the students and teachers present were not aware of Yakumo's dangerous state at the moment, they would not intervene easily. By the time Yakumo really had a problem, it was likely that his heart was broken and he could not be saved. Just as Shinji was about to find an excuse for his intervention, Shin jumped out. "Shinji, you are still graceful, unlike Sasuke, who only knows how to show off." Tenten nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sasuke is really something, knowing that Yakumo is in poor health, he is still so serious. Shinji is worthy of being a rich kid. There are still gentle guys like Shinji in Uchiha. Everyone started talking. Shinji opened his mouth and wanted to explain a few words, but finally chose to acquiesce. "It's just a small effort, please everyone." Chapter 276 Awakening. After a long time, Yakumo woke up in the ward of Konoha Hospital. Slowly opening her eyes, she found a large group of people surrounding her. "Where am I?" Tsunade came to Yakumo's bedside. "How do you feel?" "Tsunade-sama." Seeing that it was Tsunade, Yakumo hurriedly wanted to stand up and salute, but before she could stand up, she collapsed back. Tsunade held Yakumo down. "Don't move." Yakumo was shocked. "Tsunade-sama, what's going on? Why do I feel pain all over my body and can't use any strength at all?" "Your body is very exhausted, don't move around." Then Tsunade frowned, looked at Yakumo's physical examination report that had just been released, and muttered in confusion, "It's really strange." Shin, who was standing by, asked, "Tsunade-sama, is Yakumo okay?" Other students also looked at Tsunade, with a hint of worry in their eyes. Shinji, who was mixed in, also had some worry in his eyes, but he was not worried about Yakumo's body, but whether the pair of red dragon eyes in Yakumo's eye sockets would be exposed. After all, he knew Yakumo's current physical condition very well. As long as he delivered the yang release chakra in time, Yakumo would not be in danger of life for the time being. Tsunade did not answer the student's questions, but asked Yakumo on the bed, "Your consumption of blood sugar and fat this time is too abnormal. Normal people cannot use body energy so efficiently. Did you perform any secret technique?" Secret technique? Yakumo was confused. Seeing Yakumo's reaction, Tsunade was also a little confused. Using some kind of physical technique, secret technique similar to the 8 gates of Dunjia is the most reasonable explanation for Yakumo's current physical loss. But if it is not the use of some secret technique, the problem is complicated. Then, Tsunade stared at Yakumo and asked, "What is it?" "What?" Yakumo's heart tightened and he stuttered a little. Tsunade looked at Yakumo deeply, and then said, "You should stay in the hospital and have a good rest today." After that, Tsunade said to her classmates in the ward, "What she needs most now is rest, so don't disturb her here, go back to school." "Yakumo, then you should have a good rest." Everyone greeted Yakumo and left the ward one by one. Shinji, who was in the crowd, glanced at Yakumo, then glanced at Tsunade, and then left the ward with everyone else without making a sound. She found out. After leaving the hospital, Shinji said in his heart. Although Tsunade did not make it clear in the ward just now, he knew that with Tsunade's attainments in medical ninjutsu, Yakumo's red dragon eye would probably not be hidden from her. However, the red dragon eye was created by him, and there is no record of it in the ninja world. Even if it was Tsunade, she would not be able to find out the origin of the red dragon eye, so even if it was really exposed, the situation should not be irreversible. This is also the reason why he dared to transplant the red dragon eye to Yakumo. How will the village deal with Yakumo? He looked back at the Konoha hospital thoughtfully. Konoha hospital. Back in her office, Tsunade once again immersed herself in reading Yakumo's medical report. As she carefully read through the pages, her brows became tighter and tighter, as if she had encountered some incomprehensible problems. At this time, Jiraiya came to her office and asked, "Tsunade, can Naruto be discharged today?" Tsunade, whose train of thought was interrupted, did not look up, but while reading the medical report, she said coldly, "Go and talk to him. Go through the discharge procedures." Jiraiya asked, "What's wrong?" After hesitating for a while, Tsunade said to Jiraiya, "Do you remember the girl from Kurama family that I mentioned to you before? The one who was born weak?" Jiraiya crossed his arms and said, "Didn't you say that her body is not suitable for continuing to be a ninja?" Tsunade said seriously, "A few weeks ago, I conducted a comprehensive physical examination for her. At that time, her body was very weak. If she continued to be a ninja, she would probably die young." Jiraiya had seen a lot of cruelty in the ninja world, so he was very calm and listened patiently. Tsunade continued, "But I don't know what happened. Almost a week ago, her body miraculously recovered, and all data indicators are getting better." "Hey!" Jiraiya frowned slightly. With his keenness, he naturally smelled something wrong from this matter. "And I felt the breath of the first generation's chakra in her chakra." After a pause, Tsunade explained, "That's why I arranged for the Anbu to monitor her." Jiraiya asked, "Why does the eldest daughter of the Kurama clan have the breath of the first generation's chakra? Did the Kurama clan secretly conduct some human experiments on her?" It's no wonder Jiraiya thought so. Because with the joining of Hirako to the Akatsuki organization, Hirako's actions in the years since he defected from Konoha were also dug out by Konoha's intelligence system. Jiraiya felt extremely sad when he learned that his childhood friend had not given up those bloody and cruel human experiments after defecting. Tsunade said, "I didn't find any traces of human experiments on her." Jiraiya asked, "Then why does she have the breath of the first generation's chakra?" "I can't explain it either." After shaking her head, Tsunade said, "In recent days, because I have to take care of Naruto, I have relaxed my attention on her. I didn't expect that she would have problems again today." "What's the problem?" Jiraiya asked hurriedly. To make Tsunade so serious, the eldest daughter of the Kurama clan must have a big problem, so he was also interested. "Her eyes." As if she was choosing her words, Tsunade pondered for a moment before saying, "Her eyes have changed." "Change?" Jiraiya was confused by Tsunade's ambiguous word. Tsunade handed the medical examination report of Yakumo in her hand to Jiraiya, page 13, "Take a look for yourself." The chakra fluctuations in her eyes have increased by nearly 700 times compared to the previous medical examination. Jiraiya looked at the medical examination report in his hand, and his expression gradually became wonderful, and he said, "How is this possible?" Tsunade said, "I have confirmed it repeatedly, and there is no problem with the values on the report." Jiraiya was puzzled, why is this happening? Tsunade's eyes narrowed, either she transplanted a pair of eyes with pupil power far exceeding that of ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, or she herself awakened some kind of pupil technique bloodline limit. "You just said change." After a pause, Jiraiya said, "So, you think her situation belongs to the latter, and she awakened a new pupil technique bloodline limit. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote." Chapter 277 Witnessing History. Yet. Tsunade nodded hesitantly. The reason for the hesitation is that from the physical examination data, Yakumo's eyes seem to be slightly inconsistent with her body. But this inconsistency is not enough for organ transplantation. Tsunade, the master of medical ninjutsu, has performed organ transplants for dozens of times, if not 100. She knows very well that if these eyes were transplanted into Yakumo's body, the opposite sex rejection would be much greater than it is now, and she can tell at a glance. But the data she got now can only show that these eyes are slightly inconsistent with her body. The eyes are slightly out of sync with Yakumo's body. If these eyes are the Ijutsu bloodline limit that Yakumo has just awakened, then this kind of inconsistency is not impossible. Because in history, there have indeed been new Ijutsu bloodline limits such as red eyes and blood dragon eyes that have awakened due to accidental mutations. Because of the long time, the physical data of the first ninja who awakened red eyes or the first ninja who awakened blood dragon eyes at that time is difficult to verify, so even Tsunade cannot be in this matter. Obviously. The passive ability of the red dragon eye to control blood and tap the host's body potential confused Tsunade's judgment. After the transplant operation was completed, the red dragon eye had actually been affecting Yakumo's body. Coupled with its unique ability, it led to no obvious rejection between it and Yakumo's body. If it were Orochimaru or Obito, these crazy people would not rule out the possibility of transplant surgery so quickly. And it was precisely because of Tsunade's extraordinary medical ninjutsu attainments that she studied the rejection of organ transplantation very deeply. It happened that this point affected her final judgment and made her quickly rule out the possibility of transplant surgery. After all, she could not have thought that there would be a new eye technique blood that could control blood to this extent in the ninja world, and the eye power was even higher than the Mangeki Sharingan. Continuation limit. After a while of silence, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and asked almost word by word, "You mean, the eldest daughter of the Kurama clan, like those first awakened blood limit in history, awakened an unprecedented eye technique blood limit?" Tsunade nodded slightly, and her tone was also solemn. "After the Byakugan and Sharingan, our Konoha may have a third eye technique blood limit." Jiraiya took a deep breath. Until this moment, he still couldn't believe that this historical event would happen under his nose. You have to know that a practical secret technique is enough to establish a ninja clan. So a super genius like Kurama Yakumo, who is the first to awaken a new eye technique blood limit, can even be independent from the Kurama clan and create a new eye technique blood limit ninja clan with her as the ancestor, just like the Red-Eyed clan and the Blood Pond clan before. At this time, Tsunade suddenly sighed, "What a pity." Jiraiya asked, "What a pity?" Tsunade shook her head, "I still stick to my previous judgment. Her body is not suitable for continuing to be a ninja. Even if she awakens the Edo of their Kurama clan, even if she awakens a new eye technique blood limit, my opinion will not change. Is there no way to cure her?" After a pause, Jiraiya said, "She is such a genius, I am afraid that even the kid of the Uchiha family may not be able to compare." Tsunade said, "Unless you take the risk of cell transplantation surgery to fundamentally improve her physical vitality. Otherwise, there is no way to solve her body's stubborn illness through drugs or other normal treatment methods." Cell transplantation surgery. Jiraiya frowned. Orochimaru defected because he conducted human experiments without authorization, including cell transplantation surgery, so he did not agree and changed the subject. "No matter what, this matter must be kept secret. I have instructed Shizune to classify Yakumo's medical examination report as confidential and block the news." Tsunade stood up and said, "Let's go to the Hokage building to report." Jiraiya nodded, "Well, let's listen to the old man's opinion." After a while, the two came to the Hokage's office. After explaining Yakumo's situation in detail, Tsunade said, the most urgent task at the moment is how to deal with the pair of eye techniques that Yakumo awakened. While flipping through Yakumo's medical examination report, the third generation said, what strength can those eyes reach? Can they be comparable to the Byakugan and Sharingan? Tsunade opened her mouth but did not speak. The third generation looked up, what's wrong? Even if it's not as good as the Byakugan and Sharingan, it's also a new eye technique bloodline limit, which is worth researching and developing. Tsunade then said, it's difficult to define the strength of the eyes that Yakumo awakened at present, but if we only judge based on the chakra fluctuations, the pupil power of the eyes that Yakumo awakened far exceeds the Byakugan and the three Magadama Sharingan, and it is very likely to be at the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. The third generation's expression stagnated, what did you say? Spreading her hands, Tsunade was also a little helpless, I have confirmed it, the data is correct, the eyes she awakened are very strong. Even, a little too strong. Block the news. The third generation stood up suddenly, then folded his hands behind his back and pondered for a while, and asked a question exactly the same as Jiraiya, is Yakumo's body possible to be cured? Tsunade immediately gave her opinion. Cell transplant surgery. The third generation fell into thought. Yakumo has shown extraordinary talent very early. If he was not born weak, he would have been one of the key training targets of Konoha. Now, Yakumo has made history again, awakening a new eye technique blood limit, and once again showing amazing talent. Such a genius, even the third generation who has seen the ups and downs of life, does not want to give up easily. So after weighing for a moment, he looked at Tsunade and asked, if the operation is performed by you. Jiraiya hurriedly said, old man, you prepare. The third generation raised his hand to interrupt Jiraiya, staring at Tsunade, are you sure? Tsunade also told the truth, I'm not sure, but if it's Yakumo, she may really be able to withstand the cells of the first generation. The first generation cell transplant surgery is a taboo topic in Konoha, but as high-level officials, they are very clear about it. This kind of surgery is not without successful examples. The ninja code named Yamato left behind by Orochimaru is an example. After taking a puff of cigarette, the third generation suddenly said, Tsunade, you should accept Kurama Yakumo as your disciple. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please. Chapter 278, Recruiting Apprentices. Facing the gaze of the third generation, Tsunade hesitated. To be honest, she knew very well the third generation's intention for making such an arrangement. The essence of the Hokage system is to break the blood relationship and the master-apprentice system that breaks the shackles of the family. Only by gathering all the geniuses emerging in the village into one's own hands can we ensure that there will be outstanding talents in each generation of the Hokage system and ensure the dominant position of the Hokage system in the village. However, after experiencing a series of changes, her heart knot has not been untied, and she is not ready to accept disciples for the time being. Seeing Tsunade's embarrassment, the third generation slowly said, I have heard about what happened in the ninja school today. Kurama Yakumo can defeat Sasuke in the illusion competition, which is enough to prove her talent, so she is very important to us. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Tsunade's face darkened. They both heard the hidden meaning of the third generation. If the village wants to use Sasuke's Sharingan to check and balance Naruto who may lose control and run away for a long time, then there needs to be someone who can check and balance Sasuke at the same time. The appearance of Kurama Yakumo undoubtedly fills this gap. Yes. In the eyes of almost all Konoha's high-ranking officials, Shinji, Niji, and Kimimaro, who are as powerful as Sasuke in the ninja school, are far inferior to Sasuke in terms of potential. The high-ranking officials are sure that as Sasuke becomes more and more proficient in controlling his Sharingan, his classmates in the ninja school will be quickly left behind and will never be able to reach Sasuke's level. This is not their random speculation, but is supported by real examples such as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. When Shisui and Itachi were young, there were also some geniuses in the village who were as famous as them. However, as they opened their eyes one after another and developed their Sharingan more and more deeply, the so-called geniuses who were as famous as them in their childhood all became extremely mediocre. In fact, it was not that others were weak, but that the potential of the Uchiha clan was too terrifying. Its upper limit of strength could even be comparable to the first generation of Hokage who pacified the Warring States period, which made the second generation of Hokage feel deeply afraid. Understanding this, Tsunade sighed helplessly, then I will go back and ask Kurama Yakumo's wishes. The third generation waved his hand, no need, you come with me to the Kurama clan now. Okay. Tsunade nodded. Although she was somewhat resistant to the third generation's arrangement, Kurama Yakumo's excellence did make her heart move. And thinking that Jiraiya also planned to take Naruto as his apprentice, she, who was also a three ninjas, immediately wanted to compete with Jiraiya. After a while, the third generation brought Tsunade and Jiraiya to the Kurama clan's territory. With the continuous decline of the clan, the Kurama clan's territory has shrunk a lot compared to decades ago, and almost only a core area has been retained. This is not because the Konoha high-level officials deliberately suppressed it. In fact, there is no talent in the Kurama clan in recent generations. The clan members generally have only the strength of genin, and there are not many chunin. The only jonin clan leader, Kurama Murakumo, was also granted by the third generation through a backdoor. So the Kurama clan naturally cannot maintain the dignity of a wealthy family. Walking in the clan land, the third generation recalled, when the First Ninja World War broke out, the Kurama clan was full of strong people and made many contributions to the village. Unfortunately, the strong people in their clan gradually died out, and the successors were mediocre, so they declined. Tsunade nodded, I have heard of all this. Jiraiya smiled, maybe soon, their Kurama clan will be able to revive. The third generation agreed, here we are, this is the main house of the Kurama clan. As they said, the three of them walked towards the mansion. The Hokage's personal visit made the Kurama clan a little flattered. As Yakumo's father and the head of the clan, Kurama Murakumo hurriedly came out to greet him. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing? Kurama Murakumo was a little nervous. The third generation smiled and said, let's talk inside. Kurama Murakumo had to temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart, and led the three people into the mansion with his wife. After sitting down, the third generation told Kurama Murasaka that Yakumo might have awakened a new eye technique bloodline limit, and that Tsunade wanted to accept Yakumo as her apprentice. Kurama Murasaka was surprised and happy after hearing this. What? Yakumo has awakened a new eye technique bloodline limit. Tsunade explained, although this situation is very rare, in theory, it is possible. Yakumo's mother Kurama Ring hurriedly asked, is Yakumo okay now? Her body. Tsunade said, don't worry, she is receiving treatment now, I will do everything I can to heal her body. Kurama Ring and Kurama Murasaka looked at each other, and then bowed to Tsunade together, Yakumo, I leave it to you. The third generation smiled with satisfaction. The bow of Kurama Murasaki and Kurama Ring undoubtedly showed that the Kurama clan had agreed to let Yakumo become their apprentice. For the Kurama clan, after learning that Yakumo had awakened a new eye technique bloodline limit, and Tsunade, who was famous in the ninja world for her medical ninjutsu, was willing to accept Yakumo as her apprentice, they had no reason to refuse no matter from what angle. After the matter of apprenticeship was settled, the third generation immediately said, the awakening of the eye technique bloodline limit of Yakumo is still confidential. Considering her current age and physical condition, I hope that you Kurama clan will absolutely keep this secret. Yes, my husband and I will not tell anyone about this, including other clan members. Kurama Murakumo hastily promised. The next day, Shinji came to the ninja school early as usual. Have you heard? Tsunade-sama is going to take Yakumo as her apprentice. Tsunade-sama? Is it the legendary Sama? Tsunade-sama, one of the three ninjas, actually took Yakumo as her apprentice. Yakumo's luck is too good. It must be because of the competition yesterday. Yakumo defeated Sasuke, so she was chosen by Tsunade-sama. As soon as Shinji entered the playground, he heard the discussions of his classmates on the playground. Sure enough, his expression moved. If he had been lucky before, now he was 100% sure that the village had discovered Yakumo. The red dragon eyes in Yun's eyes. And the village's reaction was not beyond his expectations. Because it was Tsunade who discovered the red dragon eyes, he had guessed several possible reactions of the village yesterday, and Tsunade accepting a disciple was one of them. This is also the reason why he did not take action immediately yesterday. Because Tsunade accepting Yakumo as a disciple is not a bad thing for him. Firstly, after Yakumo became Tsunade's disciple, he got a channel to obtain intelligence from the top leaders of Konoha. Secondly, he can learn Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and even Tsunade's hidden skills such as Yin Seal through Yakumo. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 279, the first mission after joining the organization. I really envy Yakumo. Yes, that's Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama accepted Yakumo as her apprentice, so Yakumo's health should be fine, right? When Shinji found Shin on the playground, Shin was not doing warm-up exercises as usual, but gathered with Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and others to talk about Yakumo's apprenticeship. Seeing Shinji coming over, Shin hurriedly came up. Shinji, have you heard? Yakumo was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade-sama. Shinji nodded, I heard. Shin asked, if I go to ask Tsunade-sama now, will she accept me as a disciple? If I can also become a disciple of the three ninjas, I will definitely become very strong. Just when Shinji was about to answer, he found that Sasuke, who was practicing alone not far away, seemed to have his ears perked up and was eavesdropping on his conversation. Obviously, Shin's words aroused Sasuke's interest, but he was too embarrassed to come over, so he pretended to practice and eavesdrop secretly. Shin sighed to herself, hey, Lady Tsunade will definitely not accept me as a disciple. Yakumo was favored by Lady Tsunade because she defeated Sasuke, and I can't beat Sasuke. Shinji noticed Sasuke not far away, and his eyes seemed to jump. Shin suddenly said, Shinji, I'll tell you a secret. Shinji asked casually, what secret? Shin leaned close to Shinji's ear and said mysteriously, do you know where Naruto has been these days? Perhaps because Shin suddenly lowered her voice, Sasuke leaned closer to Shinji and his ears stood up higher. Shin whispered, I saw Naruto when I went to the hospital to visit Yakumo yesterday. He said he didn't come to school these days because he was practicing special moves with an uncle. Do you know who the uncle he was talking about is? Sasuke's eyes were erratic, and he moved a step towards Shinji without making a sound. I secretly inquired about it. Shin said like offering a treasure, the uncle who helped Naruto practice special moves was Jiraiya, who is as famous as Tsunade. I also heard that Jiraiya, who is also one of the three ninjas, might accept Naruto as his apprentice. What? Shinji pretended to be surprised. Sasuke, who overheard this, frowned deeply, and his face suddenly became gloomy. As soon as he came to school today, he heard that Yakumo was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade. At first, he didn't care too much, but after hearing other people say that Yakumo was chosen by Tsunade because he defeated him, he felt a little unhappy. In his opinion, if Shinji hadn't made the final move in yesterday's competition, he would have won. At most, Yakumo used illusion to trick him when he was not prepared, which could not be considered a victory. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was fine that Yakumo was chosen as a disciple by Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. After all, Yakumo's performance yesterday was really good. But even a fool like Naruto could be chosen by Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, so he was a little dissatisfied. How am I inferior to them? Konoha Hospital. Because he had been recuperating, Yakumo was the last to know that Tsunade wanted to take him as a disciple. Shizune smiled while injecting nutrient solution into Yakumo. Don't worry, with Lady Tsunade here, your body will be fine. Yakumo forced a smile. Unlike the Kurama tribe who were decorated with lights and colors, Yakumo, who learned the news, was not as excited as everyone imagined. Because she had guessed the real reason why Tsunade took her as a disciple. Humph, those guys in the village must have discovered the red dragon eye, so they are vying to take you as their apprentice. The same thing was guessed by Ito in Yakumo's spiritual world. Yakumo said in his heart, this is bad, the master has ordered us not to reveal the secret of the red dragon eye. Ito sneered, see how you explain to the master. Yakumo became worried. Ito continued, that Tsunade, who advised you to give up being a ninja before, now wants to take you as a disciple. It's obvious that she covets our red dragon eye. Don't be fooled. It's the master's red dragon eye. After correcting it, Yakumo continued, of course I know that Master Tsunade took me as a disciple because of the red dragon eye. Before, Yakumo had asked Tsunade, but at that time Tsunade just shook her head, saying that she was powerless to help her illness and advised her to give up her ideal of becoming a ninja. When she was the most isolated and helpless, it was the leader who extended a helping hand to her and transplanted the red dragon eye to her. So now the better the people around her treat her, the more grateful she is to the leader. Because she knows very well that all these changes are brought about by the leader. Yakumo secretly worried, what should I do to keep the red dragon eye of the adult? Just then, a familiar voice sounded in her ears, Tsunade wants to take you as a disciple. Yakumo was startled and subconsciously looked up at Shizune by the bed. Shizune smiled and asked, Yakumo, What's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? She can't hear. Realizing this, Yakumo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time she was connected to Niobe in front of people, so she was a little uncomfortable. Then, she adjusted her mentality and said in her heart, "My lord, I just learned the news. The village seems to have known about the red dragon eye. What should I do now? I am afraid that I will lose your red dragon eye. Otherwise, you can take the red dragon eye back." Shinji smiled and said through Niobe, "Don't worry, Tsunade is a person who should not covet those eyes. You just need to be careful to guard against Denzo." "What do you mean?" Yakumo was stunned. From what the leader said, it seemed that he approved of her worshipping Tsunade as a teacher. Don't be surprised. Becoming Tsunade's disciple is your first task after joining the Akatsuki organization. After a pause, Shinji continued, "You not only have to become her disciple, you also have to show enough talent for her to recognize you." Yakumo was a little embarrassed. "What if Lady Tsunade wants me to show the red dragon eye?" Shinji said, "Then show it to her. You must try your best to cooperate with her and use her knowledge and power to develop the red dragon eye." He had already thought about it. Instead of expecting Yakumo to deeply explore the ability of the red dragon eye, it would be better to let Yakumo use Tsunade and the power of the entire Konoha behind Tsunade to help him develop the red dragon eye. Ah! Yakumo was confused. Shinji continued to order, "In addition, you have to find a way to learn her Yin Seal and Super Strength Fist, especially the Yin Seal, remember it. It's just a small effort, please help everyone." Chapter 280 Test and Experiment. The news that Kurama Yakumo became Tsunade's apprentice continued to ferment in the village. Tsunade's transcendent status makes her every word and action attract the attention of all the major ninja clans in Konoha, not to mention such a big event as accepting apprentices. You know, the Hokage has been passed down to the 4th generation. Many ninja clans have seen through the logic of inheritance. If you can't enter the Hokage master-apprentice system, no matter how strong you are or how great your achievements are, you can't get the position of Hokage. This is also the reason why the Uchiha clan finally chose to rebel, because they know that as long as the Hokage system holds the power of the village, they will never be elected as Hokage. Therefore, when Kurama Yakumo worships Tsunade as her master, she not only gets a powerful teacher, but also a pass to the top of the village's power. That's why the Kurama clan will decorate the house with lights and flowers and entertain guests. And those ninja clans who looked down on the Kurama clan before have also put away their contempt and readjusted their attitude towards the Kurama clan. In a hidden practice field with many instruments. The noise outside did not affect Yakumo. She was led here by Tsunade, and her mind was full of the task assigned by the leader. Tsunade said, "Yakumo, you should know what kind of changes have taken place in your eyes, right?" "Yes." Thinking that the leader asked her to cooperate with Tsunade's orders, Yakumo nodded obediently. "Very good." Tsunade smiled and then said, "Can you try to open it? Or activate its ability?" Yakumo took a breath and then opened the red dragon eye. Instantly, the pupils in her eye sockets suddenly became as clear as rubies, and a diamond-shaped pattern slowly appeared at the position of the pupil. Tsunade's pupils shrank suddenly when she saw this. Although she had guessed before and had made psychological expectations, she still couldn't hide the shock in her heart when she witnessed the red dragon eye. This pattern is not a Sharingan, not a red eye, and not a red dragon eye. After ruling out other possibilities one by one, she no longer had any doubts in her heart. Oh my god, this child actually awakened a new eye technique blood limit. Witnessing the birth of a new eye technique blood limit, her already quiet heart could not help but become agitated again. Suddenly, she had the ambition to continue to specialize in medical ninjutsu and crack the mystery of the blood limit. Seeing Tsunade was a little stunned, Yakumo whispered, "Tsunade-sama." Oh. Tsunade came back to her senses and said hurriedly, "Next, I will conduct a comprehensive examination of the eyes of the child." Yakumo said, "Red dragon eye." "What?" Tsunade was startled. Yakumo emphasized, "It's called red dragon eye. It has been named by the leader, so Yakumo stubbornly thinks that it can only be called this name. Red dragon eye." Tsunade thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, it's called red dragon eye. Now let's start examining it. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt." "Yes." Yakumo nodded. In front of a professional like Tsunade, Red Dragon Eye's observation ability, perspective ability, and even ability to see through blood were all useless. Can be measured one by one. Many data are even more accurate than those measured by Shinji. Looking at the basic data of the Red Dragon Eye, Tsunade was amazed. She is the princess of Konoha and the founder of the Konoha medical ninjutsu system. She can directly check all the research data of Konoha on the Sharingan and the Byakugan, especially the confidential and bloody research materials of the second generation. So she is very clear about the abilities of the Megatama Sharingan and the Byakugan. Because of this, when she got the data of the Red Dragon Eye, she was shocked. In terms of observation distance and perspective ability, the Red Dragon Eye far exceeds the Byakugan. Moreover, the ability of the Byakugan to see the flow of chakra is also possessed by the Red Dragon Eye, while the ability of the Red Dragon Eye to see and control blood is not possessed by the Byakugan. In terms of dynamic capture and subtle insight, the Red Dragon Eye also far exceeds the Megatama Sharingan. In other words, the Red Dragon Eye also has the ability to copy ninjutsu and taijutsu like the Sharingan. Because the Red Dragon Eye can capture the opponent's chakra flow and blood flow at the same time, imitate the opponent's chakra use, and the mobilization of blood and muscles, the Red Dragon Eye's copying ability is stronger than the Sharingan. In theory, it can even copy some secret techniques that the Sharingan cannot copy. This is too amazing. Even Tsunade, who has seen a lot of storms, couldn't help but sigh. Yakumo stepped forward and asked carefully, "Sir Tsunade, are my eyes okay?" Tsunade looked at Yakumo with a complicated expression. "Yakumo, we all underestimated your talent. I'm afraid you are the strongest genius in the ninja school." Yakumo asked tentatively, "Is the Red Dragon Eye strong?" Tsunade nodded heavily. At this time, her face no longer had the previous indifference. She said excitedly, "It's more than strong. Your Red Dragon Eye surpasses the Sharingan and the Byakugan in all abilities. Perhaps only the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan can be compared with your Red Dragon Eye." 8 Yun said, "In my heart the adult is really right. Red Longan is a kaleidoscopic wicker eye level. So she said, can you control the blood of others? For example, me?" Ba Yun stunned, she really didn't think about it. "For example, I can bear it, don't worry, start your ability." Boom. Instantly, Tsunade felt as if her heart was being gripped by something, and her whole body became stiff. This. She expected the Red Dragon Eye to be very strong, but she didn't expect it to be so strong that it could have such a significant impact on her blood without any contact. If it happened suddenly during a fierce fight, it would be impossible to defend against it. As Tsunade burst out her chakra, the blood was controlled, and the stiffness of her body soon subsided. She panted and said to Yakumo, "Yakumo, your ability to control blood is very strong, you must use it with caution. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted yet, remember to vote." Chapter 281 Photosensitive. Cough cough cough. Looking at Tsunade's serious face, Yakumo felt dizzy and started coughing violently just as he was about to nod. Tsunade rushed over and supported Yakumo. As she coughed, Yakumo looked at the palm that had just covered her mouth, and found a striking scarlet on the palm. Tsunade also noticed the blood that Yakumo coughed up, and frowned. Only then did she recover from the shock she had just experienced, and realized that the genius girl who had awakened the Red Dragon Eye was actually seriously ill. After a while, Yakumo, who had regained her breath, said, "Tsunade-sama, I won't use the Red Dragon Eye recklessly." Tsunade nodded. Yakumo continued, "I can feel that there is a kind of eye technique in the Red Dragon Eye, but I can't use it." "What?" Tsunade's eyes condensed. She had been trying to overestimate the Red Dragon Eye, but after listening to Yakumo's words, she found that she still underestimated the Red Dragon Eye. According to her experience, this eye technique contained in the deepest part of the eye is often extremely powerful, just like the eye technique Susanoo of the Mangeki Sharingan. The ability that Red Dragon Eye has shown now has already made her astonished. If Red Dragon Eye also contains a mysterious eye technique, then she simply cannot imagine how great the potential of Red Dragon Eye is. Ahem. Yakumo coughed again. Tsunade said quickly, "Yakumo, with your current physical condition, it is not suitable to continue to explore the ability of Red Dragon Eye. You should rest well now, and wait until your body recovers, and then slowly." "But..." Tsunade interrupted Yakumo, "Believe me, I will definitely cure you." Yakumo nodded silently. Patting Yakumo's shoulder, Tsunade said, "Let's go back to the hospital first, I will prepare a treatment plan for you as soon as possible." Yakumo pointed weakly at the Red Dragon Eye test data held by Tsunade. "Sir Tsunade, Can I take a copy of the Red Dragon Eye data? Of course. Tsunade handed the data in her hand to Yakumo. After returning to her own ward in Konoha Hospital, Yakumo quickly looked through Tsunade's test data on Red Dragon Eyes. At this time, Shinji's voice suddenly came to her ears. Is everything going well? Yakumo immediately reported to Shinji about Tsunade's test on Red Dragon Eyes. Shinji asked, where is the data, is it with you? Yakumo said, well, sir, I have got the data. Don't resist, I'm trying to connect your optic nerve now. After hearing that Yakumo had obtained the data, Shinji tried to activate Hwajin to connect to Yakumo's optic nerve and share Yakumo's vision. It is impossible to share Yakumo's vision by relying on Niobe alone. Only with Hwajin that transmits chakra can this be done, because chakra is also a carrier of information. After some attempts, Shinji gradually gained Yakumo's vision. Although the vision was intermittent and the picture was like a live broadcast with poor network, Shinji could clearly see the test data of the Red Dragon Eye in Yakumo's hand. After reading the data of Tsunade's test, Shinji had to sigh that professionals are professionals. The data of Tsunade's test is much more detailed than his previous test. It seems that letting Yakumo worship Tsunade as a teacher is not a wrong step. Shinji suddenly felt that the benefits of Yakumo becoming Tsunade's disciple were more than he had imagined before. Yakumo said a little nervously, my lord, Tsunade teacher said that she would plan a treatment plan for me as soon as possible. What should I do? Should I refuse her? Reject. Shinji smiled and said, why should I refuse? Yakumo asked, won't this conflict with your surgical plan? No. After pondering for a while, Shinji decided to tell Yakumo the truth. Tsunade's treatment plan is likely to be more reliable than my surgical plan, so you can rest assured. Shinji's own surgical plan actually has great risks. After all, Yakumo's physique is there. She is not Karin and can't withstand any accidents. So at this point, Shinji knows very well that Tsunade must be better than himself. Even if they are both cell transplant operations, Tsunade's success rate will be much higher than his. Yakumo shook his head, I still trust you more. Hokage's office. Tsunade handed the test data of the Red Dragon Eye to the third Hokage. The third Hokage took a look and frowned, Tsunade, could you be mistaken? Jiraiya, who was standing by, took the data report and looked at it, and said with a strange look on his face, the ability of this Red Dragon Eye is far beyond the ordinary Sharingan and Byakugan. Tsunade's expression was solemn, the pair of Red Dragon Eyes awakened by Yakumo may be a pair of powerful eye techniques that can match the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. The third generation and Jiraiya looked at each other in bewilderment. The Mangeki Sharingan represents the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. The reason why the Akatsuki organization is now feared by the 5 major ninja villages is precisely because of several active Mangeki Uchiha. Tsunade was determined to shock people and continued, the ability shown by the Red Dragon Eye is enough to crush ordinary Sharingan and Byakugan, and according to Yakumo, her eyes seem to contain a mysterious eye technique that she cannot use at present. The third generation immediately made a decision, everything related to the Red Dragon Eye will be classified as top secret. The information is limited to the current insiders and will not be spread outside. Yes. Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded in unison. The third generation continued, Tsunade, you have to pay attention to Yakumo's affairs. I won't let anything happen to her. Unlike her previous reluctance, Tsunade answered very straightforwardly this time. Yakumo's talent and the amazing ability of the Red Dragon Eye made her full of expectations for Yakumo as a disciple. At night, after completing the infusion of Yang release chakra into Yakumo, Shinji asked about the recovery of Karin's damaged Mangeki Sharingan through Niobe. The matter of the Red Dragon Eye was not decisive for Shinji. Although the Red Dragon Eye had a powerful pupil power that surpassed the Mangeki Sharingan, it was a first-class treasure even in the entire ninja world, but compared with his target Samsara Eye and Samsara Eye, its importance was a lot worse. Karin said, my lord, I seem to be able to feel the light. Originally, it was just a routine inquiry, and Shinji, who did not have much hope, was refreshed. He jumped off the bed and paced back and forth in the room. What? When did it happen? Is it the left eye or the right eye? Karin said hurriedly, it's today. Both eyes seem to be able to sense light. When facing strong light, I can feel subtle spots of light. The second update is here. It's a new week soon. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 282 Ray's Nan appears. In the early morning, the soft sunlight sprinkled on the playground. The students of the ninja school have already started their morning exercises. Some were running in circles, sweating profusely. Some were practicing physical skills, concentrating on it. Shinji also arrived at the ninja school on time as usual. This time, he did not urge Shin to practice immediately, but looked for Karin on the playground. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, he saw Karin. At this time, Karin was not practicing, but looking up at the rising sun. Others who saw this scene might think that Karin was just being lazy or dazed, but Shinji knew very well that Karin was facing the sun to check the photosensitivity of her eyes. Whether Karin could restore the pair of completely damaged Mangekyo, in Shinji's opinion, the probability was only 50-50. Shinji had a deep understanding of the situation of the pair of completely damaged Mangekyo. Not only was the pupil power completely lost, but even more than half of the cell tissue had died. If it were not for the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would have been completely rotten long ago. In this situation, even if Karin has a special healing physique among the Uzumaki clan, even if Karin has transplanted white Zetsu cells and has the terrifying vitality of the first generation, it is difficult for Shinji to judge whether he can complete the miraculous recovery. However, hard work pays off. Karin really created a miracle. Although the pair of completely damaged Mangekyo Sharingan has only slightly recovered a little photosensitivity, this undoubtedly gave Shinji and Karin a shot of confidence, telling them with facts that the pair of completely damaged Mangekyo Sharingan can be restored and is recovering. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from the school gate, "Sasuke, I want to challenge you." The people on the playground looked at the sound and found that the idiot standing at the school gate and shouting was Uzumaki Naruto, who had not come to school for many days. These days, because of Yakumo's apprenticeship to Tsunade, Sasuke, who has been pointed at by others, has become a foil in the story. He is already in a depressed mood. When he heard Naruto's nonsense, he snorted coldly, "Humph, overestimating yourself." Naruto walked in front of Sasuke and rolled up his sleeves. "Sasuke, I have learned the trick to defeat you." Sasuke said coldly, "Since you want to be beaten so much, I will fulfill your wish." Most of the classmates on the playground didn't care too much. The scene of Naruto challenging Sasuke has been staged many times in the ninja school before, and every time Naruto was quickly defeated by Sasuke, which was really boring. Only a few people heard that Naruto recently followed one of the three ninjas. Jiraiya's classmates who were training with him cast a curious look, wanting to see if Naruto had really learned any amazing tricks. Naruto, who had been impatient for a long time, raised his hand and began to make hand seals. "Hey, this is..." Sasuke recognized the hand seal that Naruto was making, and his face was a little surprised. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Naruto, who had completed the hand seal, had white smoke pouring out around him. When the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that hundreds of Naruto appeared on the playground, almost filling up a corner of the playground. The classmates who had not paid much attention before were all confused. And Sasuke, who was surrounded by countless Naruto in the center, felt an indescribable sense of oppression. He looked around in shock. How is this possible? When Naruto was making hand seals, he had guessed from the hand seals that Naruto might be performing the shadow clone technique, but he never expected that Naruto could create so many shadow clone techniques that were almost flawless. "Sasuke, I will defeat you today." Countless Narutos shouted together, the sound was deafening. Not to mention the students doing morning exercises on the playground, even the teachers in the teaching building were alarmed and came to the window one after another, and then saw this unforgettable scene. Damn it! Sasuke quickly opened his Sharingan and faced the Naruto siege. A fierce fight began. Although the number of Naruto's shadow clones was astonishing, the gap between his physical skills and Sasuke's was there. In addition, Sasuke, who had opened the three Magatama Sharingan to assist in his insight, was not afraid of the siege, so it seemed that Sasuke was overwhelmed by Naruto's shadow clones. But in fact, the light sound of the shadow clones dissipating in the field never stopped. And each light sound meant that one of Naruto's shadow clones was knocked down by Sasuke. Gradually adapting to the siege, Sasuke's mouth began to rise, and he smiled, "Naruto, is this all you can do?" However, in the outer circle of the battle that he didn't notice, Naruto's original body, with the help of two shadow clones, had completed the condensation of the rays Nan. On a big tree in the distance, Kakashi was shocked when he saw Naruto use the rays Nan. "Naruto, is he going to use the rays Nan in the competition?" Without thinking too much, he was ready to stop it. As a disciple of the fourth generation, he knew the power of the raised nan very well. If he was not careful, it was very likely to cause death directly. But just when Kakashi was about to make a move, Jiraiya stopped him. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Jiraiya chuckled and said, "It's okay. Naruto's raised nan is limited in power and should not cause fatal injuries to Uchiha Sasuke. Rasengan's power is related to the skill of controlling chakra, the change of chakra nature added, and the attributes of chakra. And what Naruto can currently perform is actually the most basic and weakest raised nan." Kakashi is still a little worried, but Jiraiya said, "It's not a bad thing to let Uchiha Sasuke suffer a little setback." On the playground. Because there are too many Naruto's shadow clones, it caused too much chaos on the field. Not to mention the students who were watching, even many teachers of the ninja school could not find that Naruto condensed the raised nan in the first time. And when a teacher noticed something was wrong, Naruto had already rushed towards Sasuke with the raised nan. Bang bang bang! Sasuke, who slowly mastered the rhythm, was able to take away one of Naruto's shadow clones with one move, so his face was full of smiles. "Naruto, this little trick is what you call a trick? Humph, I am really disappointed." Swish! At this time, Naruto's real body rushed to Sasuke through the cover of the shadow clone. Sasuke also guessed that the Naruto who rushed to him was Naruto's real body through the abnormal behavior of Naruto's shadow clone, so he grinned, "It's useless. Under my pair of Sharingan, everything about you has been seen through by me." Halfway through his words, his face suddenly froze, because he noticed the raised nan in Naruto's palm that was glowing with a glowing halo. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't waste it. Chapter 283 Defeat and Excitement. What is that? When Sasuke saw the raised nan held by Naruto, he felt a sudden shock in his heart. Although he didn't know what the raised nan was, his intuition told him that if he was hit by this thing, the consequences would be terrible. And just as he kicked his feet and prepared to dodge, suddenly, two shadow clones of Naruto rushed out from the left and right, grabbed his arms and held him tightly. Sasuke had a bad feeling and quickly dealt with the two shadow clones of Naruto that were holding him. However, due to this delay, he missed the last chance to dodge and saw that Naruto's real body was already holding the raised nan in front of him. "You!" Sasuke opened his mouth. But before he could finish his words, Naruto's raised nan hit his chest squarely. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sasuke flew backwards, knocking down several shadow clones of Naruto in a row, and finally crashed into a big tree beside the playground, and then he barely stopped. Damn it! Sasuke even stood up, but as soon as he stood up, his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground with a thump, and the whole person fainted. For a while, the playground was silent. Am I seeing right? Sasuke was defeated by Naruto. What ninjutsu did Naruto use? Is Sasuke okay? After a long while, someone on the playground spoke. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the teachers of the ninja school rushed to Sasuke's side and hurriedly checked the injuries of the unconscious Sasuke. Looking at the anxious teachers of the ninja school surrounding Sasuke, Naruto finally reacted, I won? I defeated Sasuke. Looking at the jubilant Naruto, Sakura was stunned. Naruto actually defeated Sasuke, how is this possible? Shin murmured, just practicing with Master Jiraiya for a week, Naruto has improved so much. Not far away. Kimimaro just stopped to take a look, then stopped paying attention and continued to practice on his own. Ningji looked at Naruto with a thoughtful look on his face. He had also heard rumors that Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, wanted to take Naruto as his apprentice, but he didn't expect that under Jiraiya's training, Naruto's strength improved so rapidly that he defeated Sasuke in just 1 week. Even if there were unexpected factors in this, it was worth his vigilance. Tenten, who was standing by, looked at Naruto and then at Niji, with a worried look on his face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that first it was Yakumo, and now it's Naruto, as more and more geniuses emerged among the students. Adding to the intervention of the instructors of the three ninjas level, the situation in the ninja school will inevitably usher in a major change. In such a change, Shinji, Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Niji, the four geniuses standing at the top of the ninja school, were undoubtedly the most impacted. Now that Sasuke has fallen, under the impact of the new genius, the next one to fall is likely to be one of the three of Shinji, Kimimaro, and Niji, so many students looked at the three of them. But he found that Shinji had a calm face and Kimimaro was as cold as before. The two looked like they had nothing to do with it, while Niji was confident. Konoha Hospital. Where am I? Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, the memory of being defeated by Naruto came to his mind, making him feel ashamed and angry. He wanted to get up, but as soon as he stood up, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Ah! Sasuke fell on the bed again with a cry of pain. At this time, Kakashi, who was sitting in the ward, looked up and glanced at Sasuke, and said in a lazy tone, "Your chest muscles are strained over a large area. It will take at least 2 days to fully recover." Sasuke was startled and turned his head quickly. He saw Kakashi sitting in the corner of the room, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise in his hand. Kakashi was reading the book while he casually said, "You should feel lucky that you were hit by a raise nan but didn't hurt your bones. Damn it." Sasuke was even more annoyed when he heard that he was so badly injured, but he soon reacted and asked, "Raise nan?" Kakashi closed the Intimate Paradise and said, "Well, what Naruto hit was the raise nan, an A-level ninjutsu that does not require hand seals." "What?" Sasuke's face sank. "No hand seal ninjutsu, and it is still A-level, this raise nan is not simple. Fortunately, Naruto has just mastered it, otherwise, you will not be injured this time." Kakashi shook his head. To be honest, Sasuke's performance this time disappointed him a little. In his eyes, even if Naruto has mastered the multiple shadow clone technique and the raise nan, Sasuke still has a great chance of winning. Because Naruto had just mastered these two techniques and was not very proficient in using them, it would not be difficult for Sasuke to defeat Naruto as long as he was calm enough and could counter his moves. The reason why Sasuke was lying in the hospital was not because Naruto was too strong, but because Sasuke himself was too careless. Sasuke, who had suffered consecutive setbacks, was a little depressed. He said with a gloomy face, "Do you think I will be hit by him a second time?" Kakashi said lightly, "On the battlefield, one mistake is enough to kill you." Bang! Sasuke punched the bed. Seeing that Sasuke was still immersed in his emotions, Kakashi shook his head and got up and left the room. A moment later, another figure walked into the room and said, "Sasuke, are you okay?" Sasuke on the bed looked up and his face darkened. "Shinji, are you here to make fun of me?" Shinji said, "I just came to see you." Knowing that Shinji always went to the medical team, Sasuke said, "You didn't expect me to lose to Naruto?" Shinji shook his head, "No, there's nothing strange about this. Naruto has mastered the multiple shadow clone technique and raise nan and has become very strong." Sasuke whispered, "First it was Yakumo, and now it's Naruto. I have lost the face of our Uchiha clan." Shinji smiled, "Sasuke, you don't think too much. Yakumo is now a disciple of Tsunade-sama, and Naruto has Jiraiya-sama to guide him. Even if you lose to them, it's normal, and no one will laugh at you. You don't know anything without awakening the Sharingan." Sasuke roared and continued, "Even if there are so-called 3 ninjas to guide them, I shouldn't lose to guys like them." Shinji deliberately kept silent for a while and said, "You don't understand how strong the 3 ninjas are." Of course Sasuke knew that the 3 ninjas were very strong. When Yakumo and Naruto were successively favored by the 3 ninjas and received guidance from the 3 ninjas, he asked himself more than once in his heart why the 3 ninjas didn't favor him who was obviously better. Seeing that the excitement was almost over, Shinji left Sasuke's ward. His Samsara Eye plan requires Sasuke to become stronger and awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, so he can only stimulate Sasuke from time to time like Itachi in the original time and space. "It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 284 Operation Plan. Shinji walked out of Sasuke's ward, looked back at Sasuke who was still trapped in his emotions, and chuckled silently. For the talented Uchiha, proper stimulation can greatly enhance the other's pupil power. Because the Sharingan, the pupil that reflects the soul, has the ability to reflect its own will, and emotions are also an extension of the will. In the original time and space, looking at Sasuke's growth, you will find that the stage when his strength grows fastest is often the time when he is deeply stimulated. Just as Shinji was visiting Sasuke, Kakashi, who left first, found Jiraiya. Jiraiya asked, "How is the Uchiha kid?" "The body is fine, but..." Kakashi said, then shook his head and sighed. "It looks like a problem boy." Jiraiya smiled, and then said, "You have to be patient with such a kid." "Yet." Kakashi nodded. To be honest, he saw a lot of his childhood shadows in Sasuke, which is why he cares about Sasuke. Jiraiya joked again, with Naruto's interference, the ninja school seems to be more interesting. An underground laboratory in Konoha Hospital. Tsunade turned off the instrument and said to a ninja lying on the instrument, Yamato, thank you for your hard work this time. Yamato stood up and returned the greeting, I'm glad to help you. Tsunade nodded, you go back and rest first. If there is still need, I will let someone notify. Yes. Yamato agreed and left the underground laboratory. After Yamato left, Shizuan, who had been assisting Tsunade, said, Tsunade-sama, do you really want to transplant the first generation cells into Yakumo? Is it too dangerous? Hey! Tsunade sighed softly and said, this is also a helpless thing. Before awakening the Red Dragon Eye, Yakumo could still relieve the deterioration of her body by dropping out of school and resting, but now that she has awakened the Red Dragon Eye, her body simply cannot afford this level of eye technique bloodline limit. If she does not transplant the cells of the first generation as soon as possible to fundamentally revive her body functions, with her current body the body may not last more than half a year. It was the first time that Shizuan heard Tsunade's judgment on Yakumo's body, and she took a breath, hiss, can't last more than half a year? This is still an optimistic estimate. After a pause, Tsunade frowned, according to my previous estimate, taking into account the additional burden of Red Dragon Eye, Yakumo's current body should not even last 3 months. Obviously. Even Tsunade did not find that Shinji was secretly transferring high-quality yang-release chakra into Yakumo's body through Huojin. So she could only attribute the abnormal recovery of Yakumo's body to Red Dragon Eye. At this time, the instrument displayed data. Shizuan quickly copied the data one by one, and then handed it to Tsunade. This is Yamato's physical examination data just now, and the cell analysis data. Tsunade looked through the data with a frown on her face and a thoughtful expression on her face. Transplanting the first generation of cells has always been a taboo in Konoha, because the transplant is too difficult and there are almost no successful examples. The only successful example is Yamato, who just left. And this was conducted privately by Orochimaru, not an official experiment of Konoha, so most of the experimental data at that time have been lost. Although Tsunade's strength has far surpassed those predecessors who were responsible for the transplant of the first generation of cells in the village with the development of medical ninjutsu in recent years, she is still full of awe in the face of the dangerous treasure of the first generation of cells. If it weren't for Yakumo's life being at stake, she would never have thought of this. After a long time, she closed the report and said in a deep voice, Yamato's data is similar to what I estimated before. Orochimaru used excessive inhibitors when transplanting that year, which allowed Yamato to barely resist the erosion of the first generation of cells. Shizuan was speechless after hearing this. Inhibitors are a double-edged sword. Any medical ninja with a conscience will not easily inject inhibitors into patients, let alone overdose. But who would have thought that Orochimaru, who is not bound by moral constraints, actually increased the success rate of primary cell transplantation by overdose injection of inhibitors? Although Orochimaru's method reduces the activity of primary cells and has many hidden dangers, it is indeed a good idea. After a pause, Tsunade continued, however, the data collected by the village is still missing. I'm afraid I have to find Danzo. Ordinary ninjas may not know that Orochimaru was conducting human experiments in the village, and the sponsor behind the scenes was Danzo, but the third Hokage actually knew it. If Orochimaru hadn't gone too far at the time and attacked his own people one after another, he would not have turned against him directly. Shizuan said, please rest assured, I have contacted the Nara clan's deer park for the few herbs missing for the preparation of the fusion agent. They promised to select high-quality herbs and send them as soon as possible. Tsunade nodded, okay, you will be responsible for the fusion agent, I will go to see Danzo. In Konoha, others are afraid of Danzo, but Tsunade is not. At night. Through Niobe, Shinji learned about Tsunade's surgical plan from Yakumo at the first time. Because Yakumo is already Tsunade's disciple, Shizuan did not hide the details of the operation from Yakumo. She compiled Tsunade's ideas and processes for this operation into a document and handed it to Yakumo. After all, even if Tsunade presided over it, the risk of this operation was astonishingly high, so it must be agreed by Yakumo and the Kurama clan. And this undoubtedly benefited Shinji. Through Niobe and Huajin, he studied the surgical plan formulated by Tsunade, and a storm was surging in his heart. As expected of Tsunade, 1,000 words turned into a sigh. Shinji had to admit that compared to Tsunade, he was too green. The surgical plans that he thought were so proud of were suddenly made to look extremely crude in front of a real master. Fortunately it was Karan. Immediately, he felt a little scared again. Compared with Tsunade's surgical plan, the white Zetsu cell transplantation surgery he had arranged for Karan was full of omissions. The final success was entirely thanks to Karan's powerful Uzumaki clan immortal human body. If he copied Karan's surgical plan for the weak and sick Yakumo, the consequences would be disastrous. After calming down, Shinji studied the surgical plan that Tsunade had made for Yakumo while secretly thinking about it. He thought that as long as Tsunade's surgery was successful this time, he could follow suit and transplant the first-generation cells to Karan to cover the diluted white Zetsu cells and further improve Karan's physique. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 285 Only success is possible. The more he thought about it, the more excited Shinji became. As the core figure of his Samsara I plan, Karan's strength is the key to the success of his Samsara I plan. And in order to improve the success rate of the plan, Karan's Yang-style chakra and Yin-style chakra must all reach the extreme. In terms of Yin-style chakra, as long as Karan can restore the pair of completely damaged Manjiki this time, Shinji will have at least 30% chance of letting Karan fuse a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Although it is not extreme yet, at least it has reached the threshold of impacting the Samsara I. As for Yang-style chakra, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, and possessing a very special healing physique among the Uzumaki clan, Karan's own Yang-style chakra is already very strong. In addition, the white Zetsu cell transplantation surgery that Shinji performed on her before has further improved the quality of her Yang-style chakra. Basically, this is the limit. If you want to further improve Karan's Yang-style chakra, then there is only one way, which is to directly transplant the first-generation cells. After all, white Zetsu cells are the product of Uchiha Madara using the power of the sacred tree to dilute the first-generation cells. To put it simply, white Zetsu cells are a low-profile version of the first-generation cells. At the cost of sacrificing power, the success rate of transplantation is increased, and the difficulty of control is reduced. If it weren't for Tsunade's surgery on Yakumo this time, Shinji would not dare to transplant the first-generation cells easily in Karan. But if Tsunade succeeds this time, he can copy the operation on Karan and increase the success rate of the Samsara I plan again. This step is really the right one. He secretly rejoiced. Let Yakumo agree to worship Tsunade as his teacher, which was originally a helpless move to preserve Red Dragon Eye and take the opportunity to obtain a high-level intelligence channel in the village. Unexpectedly, Tsunade gave him a lot of surprises. Not to mention other things, just the operation plan that Tsunade made for Yakumo, there are too many things worth learning. So, he said to Yakumo through Naobi, I have read it, this operation plan is very complete, you just need to wait for the operation. After hesitating for a while, Yakumo said, Sir, do you really want to let teacher Tsunade perform the operation on me? Undoubtedly. Compared to Tsunade, Yakumo trusts the leader who changed her life more. Don't worry, I will watch over you in secret. Shinji naturally wouldn't tell Yakumo that even he himself was waiting for this opportunity to learn Tsunade's surgical skills. And he didn't lie. When Tsunade was operating on Yakumo, he would open Naobi and Hwajin to monitor Yakumo's physical condition. Once there was an accident during the operation and the Yang-style chakra in the first-generation cells began to run wild, he would use Hwajin to extract as much of the Yang-style chakra as possible to give Yakumo a chance of survival. Soon, Tsunade's plan to perform a first-generation cell transplantation operation on Yakumo caused a huge sensation in a small area. The one who reacted the most was undoubtedly the Kurama clan. A wealthy family like the Kurama clan knew very well what the consequences of transplanting first-generation cells would be. Even in the large-scale experiment that year, which was supported by the village and recruited volunteers to reproduce wood release for Konoha, members of the Kurama clan had signed up. But in the end, none of the dozens or hundreds of volunteers survived. When the Kurama clan thought of the eldest daughter of the clan, who was responsible for the revival of the clan, facing such a cruel operation, they refused from the bottom of their hearts. Only after learning that Yakumo's body was overwhelmed and the operation was urgent, Yakumo's father agreed to the operation on behalf of the Kurama clan against all odds. After learning of Tsunade's decision, the third generation thought for a long time and asked, "Is this the only way?" "Yes." Tsunade nodded, without any extra nonsense. The third generation then asked another question, "If there is an accident during the operation, are you sure you can preserve the pair of red dragon eyes?" Tsunade was startled. If there is an accident, those eyes are the legacy of Kurama Yakumo and the precious legacy of our Konoha. After a pause, the third generation emphasized, what do those eyes that can rival the Mangeki Sharingan mean? I will not fail again. Tsunade turned around and left. In the root base, Danzo, who also received the news, frowned. Because the news of the Red Dragon Eye was strictly blocked, Danzo didn't know that Yakumo had awakened the Red Dragon Eye. He was still surprised that Tsunade accepted Yakumo as her apprentice, and that Tsunade took the risk and forced Yakumo to undergo the first-generation cell transplantation surgery. Tsunade is not Orochimaru, this is not her decision. With a thought, Danzo waved his hand. Swish! Instantly, two root ninjas jumped out of the darkness and half-knelt in front of Danzo. Danzo, what do you want? Danzo said, find out why Tsunade wanted to accept Kurama Yakumo as her apprentice. Yes. The two root ninjas responded and disappeared in front of Danzo. Danzo frowned and fell into thought. In this matter, he instinctively smelled something wrong, but because Jiraiya and Tsunade, two disciples of the third generation, returned to the village one after another, his power in the village was greatly restricted, so even if he noticed something wrong, he could only investigate secretly. Considering the risks of the operation, Tsunade gave Yakumo a day off before the operation so that she could accompany her parents and meet friends. After spending the day with her parents, Yakumo and her classmates had dinner at the barbecue restaurant they often visited in the evening. Yakumo, is it really okay? Yes, I heard that this operation is very dangerous. Does it have to be done? Everyone talked one after another, with worries on their faces. Yakumo smiled, don't worry, I'll be fine. Sasuke snorted coldly, when you recover, we will continue the unfinished competition last time. Yakumo looked at Sasuke, then his eyes swept over Niji, Kimimaro, and finally fell on Shinji. After I recover, I will challenge you one by one, please be ready, geniuses. On a big tree outside the window. Looking at Yakumo who was full of confidence at the table, Tsunade grinned, I really did not choose the wrong person. If it is her, she will definitely survive this operation. Obviously, Tsunade was infected by Yakumo's confidence from the bottom of her heart. But she didn't know that Yakumo's confidence did not come from himself, but from his unconditional trust in the leader. Shizune on the side said happily, Tsunade-sama, you haven't been so happy for a long time. Tsunade put away her smile and said seriously, let's go back and prepare. This time, we can only succeed in the operation. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly votes. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 286 begins. Although everyone is worried about Yakumo's surgery, as a ninja, they still have the most basic awareness, so there is not much fussing during the dinner. After eating happily, they said goodbye to each other. Yakumo walked towards the hospital while admiring the night view of the village. The surgery is scheduled for tomorrow. At this time, Ito in the spiritual world suddenly said, is there really no problem tomorrow? If we die accidentally, we will all be finished. I believe in you, sir. Yakumo answered firmly. Ito said slowly, but there will always be accidents. Yakumo smiled, so you are so afraid of death? People who clamor to become ninjas every day can't be so afraid of death. Tisk spat softly, and Ito said, after the operation is over, we will beat up all the geniuses in the ninja school and let them know how powerful we are. Okay. Yakumo's steps became much lighter. The next day. It was another calm day. The villagers of Konoha lived their lives as usual. Shops were open as usual, and students went to school as usual. It couldn't be more ordinary. However, many people don't know that on this ordinary day, a groundbreaking cell transplantation operation was being carried out in the underground operating room of Konoha Hospital. The Kurama clan and the classmates who were close to Yakumo, who were all in the know, were all praying silently for Yakumo. The village's senior officials, including Danzo, were also secretly paying attention to the operation and waiting for the results of the operation. What this operation meant, the senior officials all knew it well. Once the first-generation cell transplant surgery can become a normal practice, it means that Konoha has the ability to mass-produce wood release. Even if the wood release ninjas produced are only of the level of Yamato, this is enough to change the pattern of the ninja world and let Konoha return to the transcendent status when the first generation was alive. To be on the safe side, Shinji asked for a leave. Fortunately, he often asked for leave to go to the medical class or to the training ground to practice. The teachers of the ninja school were no longer surprised and did not suspect anything. Therefore, before Yakumo's surgery, he had already made all preparations in his apartment. In the operating room, Tsunade, who had also made all preparations, looked at Yakumo and said, "Don't be nervous." Yakumo nodded gently. The surgical assistant Shizun on the side began to explain to Yakumo the various situations that might occur during the operation, and finally instructed, after the first generation cells are implanted in your body, you will feel the invasion of a very strong yang release chakra. Whether you can resist this yang release chakra is the key to the success or failure of this operation. I understand. Yakumo nodded gently. She remembered that the leader had told her that in order to increase the success rate of the operation, she needed the ultimate yin-style chakra to neutralize the yang-style chakra. This was also the reason why the leader transplanted a red dragon eye for her. Seeing Yakumo's calmness, Tsunade became more and more satisfied. She smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. During this process, I will help you reduce the corrosiveness of the yang-style chakra and assist you in completing the fusion." The inhibitors and fusion agents prepared by Tsunade were all improved by her, and their effects are much better than those originally configured by the village and those privately configured by Orochimaru. And as a ninja who laid the foundation for Konoha's medical system, Tsunade is not completely ignorant of the key points of transplanting first-generation cells. After all, even Denzo knows how to use a large number of Sharingans to balance first-generation cells, and she naturally understands that powerful Yin-Tsukushi chakra can increase the success rate of the operation. The improved inhibitors and fusion agents, as well as Yakumo's own powerful Yin-Tsukushi chakra, are these two. This gave her the confidence to complete the first-generation cell transplantation surgery. After everything was ready, the surgery began. Because Yakumo needed to refine his own Yin-style chakra to neutralize the Yang-style chakra in the first-generation cells, Tsunade did not anesthetize Yakumo, but started the surgery while Yakumo was conscious. Basic skin test. First-generation cell drug activation. One surgical step after another was carried out in an orderly manner. Blood pressure is normal. Heartbeat is normal. Cell nerve reaction is normal. All data are normal. Monitoring the silence of various instruments, Natsuan reported the various values of Yakumo's body to Tsunade. Tsunade took a deep breath and then cut a palm-length wound on Yakumo's arm. This is the transplant area she planned. Like Shinji, she also chose to transplant on her arm, the purpose of which was to be able to cut off her wrist to survive in the event of an accident. "Yakumo, be careful." With just a simple explanation, Tsunade implanted a group of activated primary cells into the transplant area on Yakumo's arm. Ah! Instantly, Yakumo let out a heart-wrenching scream. Even though she thought of various possibilities and considered various consequences, it was only after the primary cells were transplanted into her body that she knew why even a person like Tsunade was so scared of the primary cell transplant surgery. This implant did not look like a ball of flesh and blood, but more like a ball of fire. Then, before Yakumo could recover, the terrifying Yang-style chakra on the first-generation cells, which far exceeded the white Zetsu cells, attacked her whole body in an instant. She had forgotten all the things she had thought of before, such as refining Yin-style chakra to neutralize Yang-style chakra. This aggressive Yang-style chakra made her spirit and will on the verge of collapse, and she had no time to think. Looking at Yakumo's twitching body, tears, saliva flowing, and she seemed to have lost control of her body, Tsunade hurriedly ordered Shizun beside her, "Quick, inject the inhibitor." Shizun, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately injected the inhibitor into Yakumo's body after receiving Tsunade's instructions. With the injection of the inhibitor, Yakumo's body twitching eased a lot, but she was still conscious. Tsunade's face sank. She thought that after injecting the inhibitor, Yakumo would be able to regain consciousness for a short time, and then mobilize the pupil power of her own red dragon eyes to fight against the first-generation cells. However, the injection of the inhibitor did not help Yakumo regain consciousness. Instantly, Tsunade made a decision: inject the fusion agent. Shizun was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly, "Tsunade-sama, if the fusion agent is injected now, what will happen to the cell fusion process later?" Tsunade said anxiously, "If you can't even pass this level, how can there be any cell fusion?" In order to relieve the urgent need, Shizun had to follow Tsunade's instructions and inject the prepared fusion agent into Yakumo's body. Ah! After the fusion agent was injected, Yakumo's consciousness finally recovered. She roared and activated the red dragon eye, and began to desperately refine the yin release chakra to fight against the yang release chakra that continuously attacked the first generation cells. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't waste it. Chapter 287. It wants to devour the master? Watching Yakumo screaming at the top of his lungs on the operating table, Shizune on the side couldn't help but clench her fists. Yakumo, come on. Tsunade also stared at Yakumo, her eyes full of expectation and worry. At this point in the operation, there was actually not much she could do, and the rest mainly depended on Yakumo's willpower. At this time, Yakumo had lost her vision, smell, hearing, and even touch. She instinctively refined yin-style chakra frantically to resist the invasion of yang-style chakra, which was almost an endless stream of yang-style chakra in the first-generation cells. In the spiritual world, Ito was also helping her resist the invasion of yang-style chakra. Damn it, how could such a terrifying chakra exist in the ninja world? We shouldn't have agreed to this damn operation, no one can resist this kind of chakra. Like Yakumo, Ito was also in hysterics at this moment. She watched her body gradually blur and twist under the attack of the yang-style chakra, and she felt extremely scared. Blood pressure has reached the critical value. Cell activity exceeds the standard. No, the transplant area has a wood-style reaction. Zhen, who was monitoring various data, looked worse and worse. Because every set of data on the instrument showed that the operation was about to fail. She couldn't bear it anymore, so she looked at Tsunade and shouted, "Tsunade-sama, cut off the arm, Yakumo may still have a chance of survival." Tsunade, who was under great pressure, never gave up, but just stared at Yakumo on the operating table. Now cutting off the arm may temporarily save Yakumo, but after this battle, Yakumo's body will have little vitality left. Maybe he could support 5 or 6 months before, but now he may not even support a month. So Tsunade didn't want to give up unless it was absolutely necessary. Swish! At this moment, the red dragon eyes in Yakumo's eyes flashed a dazzling red light. For a moment, Tsunade and Shizune both felt palpitations and difficulty breathing, as if their hearts and their chests were being gripped by something. There is no doubt that after sensing the survival crisis of the host, Red Dragon Eye took action. An evil red dragon eye pupil power spread along the blood and instantly spread to Yakumo's whole body, using the capillaries throughout the body to launch a full-scale confrontation with the yang release chakra on the first-generation cells. Instantly, in the eyes of Tsunade and Shizune, a strange picture appeared. One by one, tender shoots emerged from the flesh and blood of the transplanted area on Yakumo's arm, and then grew rapidly, trying to spread all over Yakumo's body. As the tender shoots spread, the wounds on Yakumo's body continued to increase. At this time, a large amount of scarlet blood oozed out from the wounds, like a living thing, entangled and bit the tender shoots that tried to spread all over Yakumo's body. "Tsunade-sama, what's going on?" Shizune was frightened and stepped back repeatedly. Not to mention her, even the well-informed Tsunade was shocked by the scene in front of her. But she soon calmed down and analyzed, this should be the ability of Yakumo Red Dragon Eye. We should not act rashly. The yang release chakra in the first-generation cells can invade the host's body, use the host's body as nutrients, and launch wood release crazily. This phenomenon has occurred many times in the first-generation cell transplantation surgery carried out in the village before. Even some hosts, because of the wood release, directly exploded in the body, causing the host to explode directly into a ball of flesh and blood on the operating table. So it was expected by Tsunade that Yakumo's body had this phenomenon, but she didn't expect that the ability of Red Dragon Eye to control blood could reach this level and control blood. Fight against the wood release launched by the runaway first-generation cells. Gradually, whether it was the runaway wood release or the boiling blood, they all slowly lost their vitality in the constant confrontation. After all, no matter how strong the yang release chakra in the first-generation cells was, what was transplanted into Yakumo's body was just a small group of cell tissue. As long as the first wave of invasion was withstood and the wood release was stopped from running wild in the body, the host would have the possibility of fusing with the first-generation cells. Shizune's eyes lit up. "Tsunade-sama, the runaway seems to have subsided." Tsunade nodded and said, "Well, my judgment is correct. Yakumo is qualified to bear the first-generation cells. Pay attention to the monitoring data." "Yes." Shizune quickly came to the instrument and asked while monitoring the data, "But we have already injected the fusion agent into Yakumo's body. What about the next fusion?" Tsunade shook her head slowly, her expression extremely solemn. she can only rely on herself. On the operating table. After surviving the initial invasion stage, Yakumo's body entered the fusion stage. At this time, Yakumo's body can be regarded as a large culture dish, and her own cells and the first-generation cells are undergoing a full-scale fusion in her body. This fusion is reflected both at the cellular level and at the chakra level. In other words, a passive, unrestrained yin and yang unity is unfolding in Yakumo's body in all directions. The first to bear the brunt is the pair of red dragon eyes in Yakumo's eye sockets. At the beginning of the fusion, it was impacted by the yang escape chakra in the first-generation cells. This extreme yang escape chakra impact is obviously not a bad thing for it. As the unity of yin and yang continued, a little power of the universe appeared in Yakumo's body, and under the nourishment of the power of the universe, in just a short moment, the pupil power of Red Dragon Eye was greatly enhanced. The Red Dragon Eye, which benefited from it, immediately gave up fighting against the first-generation cells and focused on enjoying the nourishment of the power of the universe. On one side was the domineering first-generation cells, and on the other side was the Red Dragon Eye that monopolized the benefits. Yakumo's weak constitution could not balance the two, so the fusion process was stagnant. Through the monitoring of the instrument, Shizuan quickly discovered this and quickly reported the situation to Tsunade. "It wants to devour the master?" Tsunade frowned, with a rare look of surprise on her face. She had calculated everything, but she had not expected that the Red Dragon Eye would not only not work at the critical moment of fusion, but also enjoy the little power of all things generated when yin and yang merged. This resulted in the weak Yakumo being unable to integrate the Red Dragon Eye with the first-generation cells to complete the final fusion. And if it was stuck at this stage, the increasingly powerful Red Dragon Eye would drag down Yakumo's body together with the first-generation cells. In other words, the Red Dragon Eye in Yakumo's eye sockets at this time was not only not helpful, but also power, but like the first-generation cells, it also became a threat to Yakumo. After realizing this, Tsunade no longer hesitated and immediately temporarily prepared a dose of inhibitor that was also effective against Yintsukumo chakra and injected it into Yakumo's body. Over-injection of inhibitors would also threaten Yakumo's body, but now she could no longer care about so much. But soon she found that the injection of inhibitors could not suppress the Red Dragon Eyes and first-generation cells in Yakumo's body, because compared with the Red Dragon Eyes and first-generation cells, Yakumo's own power was too weak. Ding ding ding. Just when Tsunade and Shizuan felt desperate, suddenly, all the instruments monitoring Yakumo's vital signs sounded a shrill alarm. Shizuan looked at the data on the instrument and exclaimed, "Tsunade-sama, for some reason, the chakra in Yakumo's body is rapidly weakening." Tsunade immediately looked at Yakumo and found that the violent aura of the first-generation cells in Yakumo was rapidly weakening, and the Red Dragon Eyes shining with a bewitching light in his eyes also dimmed rapidly, as if some power suppressed both the first-generation cells and the Red Dragon Eyes at once. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. There are only 2 days left this month, so don't forget to vote if you still have monthly tickets. Chapter 288 Fetal Movement and Success. In Shinji's apartment. Humph. Shinji, with a cold face, snorted and activated the Hwajin. With the extremely strong pupil power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he suppressed the Red Dragon Eyes in Yakumo's body at the same time. In the first-generation cells, and then forcibly drew the chakra of both of them at once without waiting for them to react. After Yakumo's operation began, he had been remotely monitoring the progress of the operation through the link of Niobe and the induction of Hwajin. Tsunade's operation plan was almost impeccable, and even if he came, he could not do better, so he made up his mind that it would be better not to take action if he could. It was just that the violence of the first-generation cells far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that although the first-generation cells were more domineering than the white Zetsu cells, the gap between the two should not be too big, but after experiencing this, he realized that the horror of the first-generation cells was a whole level more than the white Zetsu cells. This also made him begin to understand why Uchiha Madara went to great lengths to use the power of the sacred tree to dilute the first-generation cells and create the white Zetsu cells. What he didn't expect was that under the dual effects of Tsunade's inhibitors and fusion agents, as well as the power of the Red Dragon Eyes, Yakumo successfully survived the chakra invasion stage. At this point, he, like Tsunade and Shizuan in the operating room, thought the operation had been successful. However, he did not expect that the Red Dragon Eyes would escape Yakumo's control at the critical moment and become the same threat as the first-generation cells. Seeing that the Red Dragon Eyes and the first-generation cells were about to drag down Yakumo's body, he had to take action. In the blink of an eye, the extreme yang release chakra contained in a large number of first-generation cells, as well as the red dragon eye's pupil power after further enhancement, were extracted by the Huojin void. These chakras have no effect on Shinji at present. So he thought about it and stuffed these 2 chakras into Karen's body. These 2 chakras are too extreme. Among all the targets he is currently linked to by Ji Bai, except for himself, only Karen, who has the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and has been transplanted with white Zetsu cells, can withstand these 2 chakras at the same time. In the ninja school, in order to prevent the completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan in her eye sockets from being exposed, Karen has been very low-key. She was in the physical training class and was standing alone in the corner, listening to the teacher's explanation of physical training moves. Suddenly, she staggered. Bai, who was standing beside her, was quick to support her and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Karen shook her head. Seeing that Karen's face was slightly abnormal, Bai did not ask more questions, but stepped forward to block Karen and cover her up. Karen shrank behind Bai, and then concentrated on receiving the pure Yang-style chakra and Yin-style chakra transmitted by Huajin. With the influx of the 2 high-quality chakras, she felt that the completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan in her eye sockets seemed to be stimulated, and there was a faint agitation. What kind of chakra is this? Karen couldn't help but be secretly shocked. You know, her own Yang-tsuku chakra is already very strong, but she didn't expect that the Yang-tsuku chakra transmitted by the leader is stronger than hers, and it actually made the completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan react instantly. She looked up at the sky, and in the originally dark vision, patches of light of different sizes gradually appeared. Dong dong. Then, she felt a kind of fetal movement similar to heartbeat in her eyes, as if a new life was being conceived. Operating room. Beep beep beep. The shrill alarm sounded by the instrument was still echoing in the operating room. However, whether it was Tsunade or Shizuan, there was no panic on their faces that matched the shrill alarm. On the contrary, they all had a relaxed smile on their faces. The reason why the fusion could not be advanced before was because Yakumo himself was too weak to suppress the red dragon eye or the first-generation cells. But as the red dragon eye and the first-generation cells weakened at the same time, the originally weak Yakumo gradually regained his dominant position, and the stagnant fusion began again. Shizuan asked in confusion, "Tsunade-sama, why is this happening?" Tsunade shook her head. Until now, she hadn't thought of a reasonable explanation, as if there was a third-party force that suppressed both the red dragon eye and the first-generation cells at the critical moment, bringing them to the same level as Yakumo, and allowing Yakumo to re-promote the fusion. Let alone what form this third-party force exists in. Just wanting to suppress both the red dragon eye and the first-generation cells at the same time is not something that anyone can do, even if the red dragon eye and the first-generation cells fought each other for a while during the chakra invasion stage, and both sides suffered some losses. But now is obviously not the time to care about this, so Tsunade quickly suppressed her thoughts and focused all her attention on Yakumo on the operating table. The rejection reaction is subsiding. The cell activity is beginning to drop to normal levels. The wood release of the transplant area is subsiding. Shizuan reported good news one after another. Tsunade was excited. Don't think that Yakumo is extremely weak now, and the red dragon eyes and first-generation cells in her body are like deflated balls, sluggish. But as long as the final fusion is completed, Yakumo's condition will get better and better as time goes by. And unlike Orochimaru's human experiment, Tsunade's inhibitors this time are very reasonable, and the amount injected is also very scientific, so as long as Yakumo can survive the fusion stage, her absorption of first-generation cells will definitely be much stronger than Yamato. Hokage's office. Kurama Mikumo is fidgeting, and Kurama Ring is praying with his eyes closed all the time. The third generation is holding. He was smoking a pipe with a calm expression. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. He had experienced so many things that even if he was worried, it would not show on his face easily. More importantly, he had already told Tsunade that if it was really impossible, the first priority should be to preserve the red dragon eye. Bang! Just then, the door of the office was pushed open, and Jiraiya walked in with his head held high. The 3 people in the office looked over at the same time, with inquiring looks in their eyes. Jiraiya nodded heavily. The hospital just sent a message that the operation was successful. Thank God! Kurama Ryo suddenly collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with tears of joy. Kurama Murakumo quickly came to Jiraiya. Really? The operation was really successful. Jiraiya smiled and said, Yakumo did it. Our Kurama clan has finally revived. Kurama Murakumo also cried with joy. The third generation took off the pipe in his mouth and asked, did the operation go smoothly? Can it be replicated on other people? Here is the first update. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 289 Great. Jiraiya shook his head slightly. He had asked Tsunade this question, and Tsunade's answer was that Yakumo was not an ordinary person and almost didn't make it. The meaning is very simple. Even a genius like Yakumo who has high-intensity yin-release chakra has survived a narrow escape. If it were someone else, it would be almost a 100% chance of survival. It can be said that although medical ninjutsu has been developing and improving in recent years, but there is still a long way to go to completely subdue the first-generation cells. Seeing this, the third generation's expression dimmed and he sighed. Obviously, compared to getting a Yakumo, he would rather see the first-generation cell surgery popularized to everyone. After a while, the third generation informed Tsunade that the impact of the successful operation should be controlled as much as possible. In addition, I need her to submit a written report. Jiraiya nodded. In the intensive care unit, Yakumo opened his eyes and slowly woke up. Tsunade, who had been guarding the side, immediately stood up. Yakumo, you're awake. Yakumo asked weakly, Tsunade teacher, was the operation successful? Tsunade nodded heavily, yes, it was successful, you performed very well. Hey! Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief. During the operation, there was a moment when she felt that her body was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, the leader took action. Tsunade and Shizuan, who were in the operating room at the time, might not know what happened. But she knew very well that this was the power of the leader, the power of the man who changed her life like light, after experiencing several times of Hwajin infusion and extraction of chakra. My lord. She closed her eyes and recalled the figure of the leader in her heart. When she was most helpless, it was the leader who extended a helping hand that brought hope. When she was most critical, it was the leader who extended a helping hand that brought life again. She kept imagining the appearance of the leader in her mind, but in the end, only the wise eyes of the leader through the mask remained in her mind. In the spiritual world, Ito cried and suddenly said, Yakumo, we are alive. Yet. Yakumo responded in his heart. Damn red dragon eye, it actually abandoned us at the critical moment. After a pause, Ito was indignant, if it weren't for my lord, we would be finished. Yakumo asked, why do you doubt my lord? My lord said that we will be fine, then we will definitely be fine. Yakumo thought that the rebellious Ito would talk back. But this time, Ito nodded his head, admitting his mistake, yes, I was wrong. The master saved us again. Seeing that Yakumo seemed to close his eyes tiredly, Tsunade asked hurriedly, Yakumo, what are you doing? A smile appeared on Yakumo's lips, I feel great. On the playground of the ninja school. Bang bang bang. A series of low muffled sounds seemed to be chasing a figure, shuttling back and forth on the field, and each muffled sound would stir up a puff of white smoke, and then a shadow clone would be reduced on the field. Looking at the number of Naruto's shadow clones on the field, which was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, let alone the classmates on the sidelines, even Kakashi who was watching secretly in the distance was surprised. No doubt. After recovering, Sasuke was eager to find Naruto, so this competition took place. Naruto still used the tactics that won last time, using the multiple shadow clone technique to interfere with Sasuke, and then looking for an opportunity to use the Raise Nan to establish victory. Sasuke learned a lesson from his failure, and activated his 3 Magatama Sharingan to the extreme, not missing any details, and shuttled back and forth among Naruto's shadow clones flexibly, not giving Naruto any chance at all. Seeing that Naruto's shadow clones were getting fewer and fewer, Sasuke quickly determined the position of Naruto's original body, and with a flash, he bullied in front of him, knocked down Naruto's original body, and won the competition. This kid has become stronger again. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday he was still worried that Sasuke would be depressed because of the blow, but he didn't expect Sasuke to win back the field today. On the court, Sasuke panted and said, Naruto, this is the real difference in strength between us. This cannot be made up by learning 1 or 2 ninjutsu. Naruto, who fell to the ground, was not distressed, but looked expectant. Sasuke, do you recognize me as your teammate now? Sasuke was stunned. are you fighting so hard just for this kind of thing? Yet. Naruto nodded. Looking at Naruto Akagi's eyes, Sasuke said, although you are a little clumsy, as my teammate, you are barely qualified. From the perspective of an observer, Sasuke did win beautifully just now. But only he himself knows how hard it is to fight with the dynamic insight of the Sharingan and the full physical skills. Until now, he has not completely breathed, so he refuses to admit it, but in his heart he has already recognized Naruto's strength. On the sidelines, Ye held his forehead with his hand. Oh no, even Naruto has become so strong now, it will be even harder for us to win in the future. Shikamaru was speechless. Even if Naruto didn't become stronger, we couldn't beat Sasuke. The ones we should really worry about are Shinji, Kimimaro, and Niji. Ino said, what is there to worry about Kimimaro? Don't forget that there is Yakumo in his team. Shino pushed his sunglasses. The pressure is on Shinji and Niji. In the eyes of the same classmates, the difference in strength between the four ninja school geniuses, Shinji, Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Niji, is actually not big. Before, the four geniuses were the last ones to finish. Now Naruto in Sasuke's team and Yakumo in Kimimiro's team have begun to show their talents, so the victory or defeat between the four geniuses in the future may be decided by their teammates. And as of now, Sasuke and Kimimaro are undoubtedly in the upper hand. Although Naruto and Yakumo have not reached the level of the four geniuses, they have the ability to stir up the battle situation and are already a force that cannot be ignored in the team confrontation. On the other hand, Shinji and Niji's teammates are obviously far behind. Karin, Haku, Tenten, and Lee all performed mediocrely in various tests of the ninja school. Among them, Lee is even worse than Naruto. So far, he has not learned even a single ninjutsu. In this case, Shinji and Niji are obviously carrying a heavy burden. Tenten also realized this. She bit her lip and said to Niji beside her, Ningji, I will work hard. Lee also clenched his fists, me too. Ningji sighed lightly. On the other side, Haku said to Shinji with an apologetic look, Shinji classmate, I'm holding you back. Karin also looked at Shinji, I'm sorry. Shinji smiled nonchalantly, it's okay, I'm here. The second update is here. It's the last day of this month, don't forget to vote for me. Chapter 290 The Real Secret Technique of Physical Training. After completing the initial cell fusion, Yakumo's body recovered very quickly. She had only been in the intensive care unit for 1 day, but her exhausted body had recovered, and all the data were even far better than before. She got off the bed and felt her body was lighter than ever before, and her heart was excited. Shizuan smiled and said, Yakumo, congratulations, your body has completely recovered. Under the stimulation of the first-generation cells, the innate deficiencies of various organs in Yakumo's body were quickly made up. Originally, this kind of deficiency could not be made up casually. But the yang escape chakra contained in the first-generation cells was too powerful, and coupled with the fusion of the yin escape pupil power of the red dragon eye, the yin and yang intersected, and continuously generated the power of all things that could reverse life and death and create things in the void. This made Yakumo's innate deficiencies smoothed out one by one. Thank you, senior sister Shizuan. Yakumo bowed to Shizuan. Shizuan waved her hand, don't be polite with me. Let's go, Lady Tsunade is waiting in the training ground, let's go quickly. Yes. Knowing that Tsunade wanted to check her physical condition, Yakumo nodded, her eyes full of expectation. After a while, the two came to the hidden training ground filled with various instruments. Yakumo, how do you feel? Without waiting for Yakumo to approach, Tsunade, who was debugging the instrument, stopped her work and greeted her. Lady Tsunade, I feel like I have endless energy. Yakumo was a little excited. Compared to when she just got out of bed, she felt that her body seemed to be getting stronger after a little movement. Tsunade said, this is normal. You have only completed the basic cell fusion. Yakumo clenched his fist, you mean, I will continue to become stronger? Of course. Nodding, Tsunade patiently explained, the completion of the operation is just the beginning of fusion. The entire fusion process may even be accompanied by pain. As the degree of fusion continues to deepen, the power you can get from the primary cells will become stronger and stronger. Shizuan also explained, the power of the primary cells you can use now is actually very limited. This Yakumo was shocked. She didn't expect that the primary cells had brought her such a big change, but as a result, she only used a small part of the power of the primary cells. Seeing Yakumo's shock, Tsunade slowly said, even now, our research on primary cells is very limited. Yakumo asked, Master Tsunade, can the fusion process be accelerated? It's very difficult. This requires you to constantly tap your own potential. Tsunade warned, there is another point you must remember. Even now, the first generation cells in your body are at risk of going berserk, so don't consume too much of your own chakra, lest the first generation cells implanted in your body lose their balance. Yes, I remember. Yakumo's heart trembled, and he nodded repeatedly. Tsunade smiled again, but you don't have to worry too much. You have a pair of red dragon eyes. The yin escape chakra on it can just neutralize the yang escape chakra in the first generation cells, allowing your body to maintain a delicate balance. And as the degree of fusion gradually deepens, the risk of the first generation cells going berserk will gradually decrease. After explaining some precautions after the operation, Tsunade began to prepare a special physical examination for Yakumo. As the physical examination data was generated one by one, Tsunade became more and more satisfied, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. I don't know if it's because the red dragon eye and the first generation cells combined to form a little power of all things, Yakumo's physical strength is much stronger than Tsunade's best estimate before. It can be said that Yakumo now has a sage body that is not inferior to hers. In terms of physical strength alone, what she lacks is just decades of accumulation. So Tsunade's eyes gradually began to shine when she saw Yakumo. She has actually been looking for a successor who can inherit her mantle. Although Shizuan, who follows her, is well behaved and sensible, because she does not have the sage body of the Senju clan, she is not too good in chakra control, so she only learned the ability related to medical ninjutsu from her. As for the sage body and the precise control of chakra, such as super strength fist, yin seal and other unique skills, Shizuan is obviously not up to it. Or it's not that Shizuan is not good, but that ninjas who can inherit her super strength fist and yin seal are very rare. Even Sakura in the original time and space could only barely master Tsunade's super strength fist and yin seal. This is when Sakura has extraordinary chakra control ability. Ordinary people can't even reach the threshold of cultivation. This is because both super strength fist and yin seal are a kind of in-depth development and excavation of one's own strength. If one's own potential is limited, how can one talk about excavation? And now Yakumo perfectly meets Tsunade's needs. Firstly, after the operation, Yakumo has a sage body comparable to Tsunade. Whether it is super strength fist or yin seal, she has a strong capital to try to practice. Secondly, Yakumo can mutate and awaken the red dragon eye, which shows that she is extremely talented and must not be too bad in chakra control. Learning medical ninjutsu should not be a problem. After completing a series of physical examinations, Yakumo's face is not red, and he is not out of breath. It seems as relaxed as just going out for a walk. She came to Tsunade and asked curiously, Tsunade-sama, please tell me, how can I improve my strength as soon as possible? She didn't forget the previous agreement. After the operation, she would challenge the geniuses of the ninja school one by one. Improve your strength. Tsunade smiled and said casually, you now have both the eye technique blood limit and the immortal body. After a period of time, when your body is completely adapted, you can also activate the wood escape through the first generation cells in your body and launch various wood escape ninjutsu. So instead of wasting time practicing ordinary ninjutsu, it is better to lay a solid foundation and hone your physical skills. Physical skills. Yakumo remembered the previous battle with Sasuke and realized the importance of physical skills. Tsunade walked to a big tree at this time. Speaking of physical skills, I have a physical skill secret here. I wonder if you are interested in learning it. As she said, Tsunade gently swung her fist and hit the big tree next to her. Bang! In an instant, accompanied by a huge roar, the tree that required two people to hug was broken in half by Tsunade's light punch and flew out. Yakumo was stunned. The first update is here. It's the last day of March. Students who still have monthly tickets, don't forget, they will be invalid after tonight. Chapter 291 Pain Point. After asking, Yakumo learned that the superpower fist that Tsunade showed just now was a kind of physical secret technique of the Senju clan. It requires a huge amount of chakra and precise chakra control ability to try to practice a secret technique. Tsunade demonstrated while explaining, you are a pupil technique bloodline ninja. Once you master the superpower, your combat power will increase rapidly. Those children in the ninja school will soon not be your opponents. Tsunade-sama, please guide me, I want to defeat them. When Yakumo heard that he could defeat the geniuses of the ninja school by learning the superpower, he immediately became motivated. Sasuke's pride, Kimimura's indifference, Niji's alienation, these are all the pain points hidden deep in Yakumo's heart. What she can't stand the most is Shinji's pity. So this time, she will go all out to completely defeat these arrogant geniuses. Seeing Yakumo's full fighting spirit, Shizuan cast an admiring look at Tsunade. Tsunade smiled slyly. Obviously, both of them had seen that Yakumo wanted to avenge his previous shame in the ninja school, so they used this to motivate Yakumo to practice taijutsu. In the next few days, Yakumo was like crazy, practicing taijutsu almost without sleep. And Tsunade did not hide anything, and taught him everything she knew, breaking down the power techniques of superpower and the principles of chakra use bit by bit. Because of the red dragon eye, Yakumo can see through the human body. So many of the techniques that Tsunade talked about that were obscure to others became clear at a glance under Yakumo's red dragon eye. In addition, the ability of the red dragon eye to control blood and stimulate its own physical strength made Yakumo practice superpower fist even more handy. Shizuan, who has been in charge of logistics, was envious inside as she watched Yakumo return to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few weeks ago, Yakumo was still a patient who was considered by everyone to be unable to continue to be a ninja. Now, she is sparring with Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, and her progress is so fast that it is shocking. Bang! Suddenly, with a loud noise on the field, the two intertwined figures retreated separately. The huge impact force made Yakumo land unsteadily, and he retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. On the other side, Tsunade, who was also retreated 1 step after landing before he stopped. Super strength! Tsunade was stunned. She guessed that with Yakumo's amazing talent and the immortal body he now has, it would not be difficult to master the super strength fist. But she still didn't expect Yakumo to learn it so quickly. Rubbing his slightly red and swollen arm, Yakumo asked, "Tsunade-sama, do you want to continue?" Tsunade shook her head slowly, "No, I have mastered the super strength fist." What? Yakumo was shocked. She didn't realize that she had successfully used the super strength fist in the previous attack. Tsunade stepped forward and patted Yakumo on the shoulder, "Okay, you can rest now." Yakumo relaxed and sat down on the ground. She was able to master the super strength fist so quickly, in addition to her own talent, relying on the hard work of these days. This is only her. If it were someone else, even if they wanted to practice so hard, their bodies might not be able to support it. At this time, Tsunade helped Yakumo up from the ground. Winning or losing with classmates is actually nothing, don't take it too seriously. In fact, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely become a powerful ninja who surpasses me in the future. Thank you. Yakumo bowed deeply to Tsunade. It was another morning. The students came to the ninja school in 2s and 3s in the morning light. At this moment, a figure appeared, attracting the attention of the crowd. Shin even exclaimed, "Yakumo, is your surgery completed?" Because of confidentiality, except for Shinji, all the classmates of Yakumo were unaware of the situation of Yakumo's surgery. It was not until they saw Yakumo coming to school that they knew that Yakumo's surgery was completed. Yet, Yakumo smiled and walked over. Shin looked Yakumo up and down, and then rubbed his chin. "Something is wrong." Yakumo asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "You are a little bit wrong." After a pause, Shin shook his head, "You seem to be a little different from before." "What's different?" Shin looked at it for a long time before saying, "It's confidence, Yakumo, you look much more confident now than before." Yakumo smiled. At this time, Sasuke's voice came from not far away, "Yakumo, since your surgery is complete, you won't forget our agreement, right?" Yakumo looked over and saw Sasuke with his hands in his pockets and a cool expression, walking slowly towards him, so he said, "I didn't want to find you first, but since you found me, I'll challenge you first." Sasuke smiled and said, "Very good." Yakumo looked around and saw that there were many classmates on the playground, so she thought about it and said to Sasuke, "Let's change the place to compete, you come with me." After that, she didn't allow Sasuke to refuse, and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. "It's the same wherever we go." Sasuke snorted and chased after him. "What, why don't we compete in the ninja school?" Yes, I'm waiting to see the show. I heard that Yakumo just had an operation, do you know what the operation was? As Yakumo and Suzuki left, the students on the playground immediately talked about it. After a while, Shinji also came to the ninja school. This time, before he could find Shin found him first and said anxiously, Shinji, Yakumo has completed the operation and is back to school. Really? Shinji said perfunctorily. Shin continued, just now Suzuki found her, and then the two of them went to compete somewhere. Oh. Shinji was slightly interested. In a small forest not far from the ninja school. Yakumo stopped and turned around. Suzuki, who followed closely, said, is it necessary to choose such a place? Our competition will end soon. Yakumo smiled slightly. On a big tree not far away, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi stood side by side, looking at Yakumo and Suzuki in the forest from a distance. Jiraiya hit yawn, Tsunade, why did you call me to such a place so early in the morning? Don't you know that getting up early will make you stupid for a day? Tsunade said, I'll show you something interesting. Kakashi looked puzzled, Tsunade-sama, even if Yakumo has completed the operation, he can't be Sasuke's opponent now, right? Jiraiya nodded in agreement. He recognized Yakumo's potential, but for now, the gap in strength between Yakumo and Suzuki cannot be ignored. In a few months, Yakumo may be able to defeat Suzuki, but it is obviously too hasty now. Bang! At this moment, Suzuki flew out of the grove, hit a tree hard, and fainted directly. It's the last half day of this month, don't forget to vote for those who still have tickets. Chapter 292 Challenge in Turn, the third update is here. Suzuki was defeated just like that. Jiraiya and Kakashi were both shocked. They were not unprepared for Sasuke's defeat. After all, Yakumo not only awakened the Red Dragon Eye, but also successfully fused the cells of the first generation, becoming the second ninja in Konoha with the ability to perform wood release. Suzuki would be defeated by Yakumo sooner or later. But they did not expect Suzuki to be defeated today, at this moment. And he was defeated so miserably, as if he was directly knocked away by Yakumo's punch. Tsunade chuckled at this time, how is it a good show? Jiraiya came back to his senses, Yakumo has mastered your super power fist? Yet. Tsunade nodded proudly. Jiraiya sighed, this Uchiha Suzuki has too bad luck. If Yakumo has mastered the super power fist, then it would not be surprising that Suzuki was defeated in one move. Because the super power fist is very confusing, without knowing it, Suzuki could not prepare in advance, so it is normal for him to be knocked down by a punch when he was caught off guard. Kakashi was also a little speechless. When Naruto secretly learned the multiple shadow clone technique and the Raise Nan, Suzuki was the first to hit him. Now that Yakumo secretly mastered the super power fist, Suzuki hit him first. He really didn't know whether to complain about Sasuke's luck being too bad or too good. In the ninja school. Swish! Yakumo flashed and appeared on the playground of the ninja school again, but Suzuki, who had followed her away before, disappeared. Is the game over? Where's Suzuki? Did Yakumo win? The students on the playground looked puzzled. Not to mention them, even Shinji was a little surprised, because the victory and defeat were decided too quickly. Kimimaro and Niji, who were also paying attention, frowned. They didn't expect Yakumo to win, and they didn't expect Yakumo to win so quickly and easily. Shin approached Yakumo at this time, Yakumo, you defeated Suzuki. Yakumo nodded, his eyes stayed on Shinji's face for a moment, then moved to Niji in a corner of the playground and walked over. Seeing Yakumo walking towards him, Niji's face darkened, guessing something. Sure enough. Walking in front of Niji, Yakumo said, Ningji, after school this afternoon, I want to challenge. Okay. Ninkai agreed. Soon, the news that Yakumo defeated Suzuki spread throughout the ninja school. Some students even described vividly how Suzuki was carried out of the grove next door, making Yakumo famous in the ninja school. Then Yakumo's challenge to Nisi after school in the afternoon became the hottest topic in the ninja school. Not only the students, but also many teachers in the ninja school were talking about it. In the classroom, Tenten and Xiao Li heard the news and hurriedly found Nisi and said, Ninkai, you shouldn't agree so quickly. At least wait until we find out from Suzuki how he lost, and then you agree. Ninkai shook his head slowly, you don't understand. Tenten asked hurriedly, what don't we understand? Ninkai sighed and explained, Yakumo didn't challenge Shinji or Kimimaro, but she came to me first after defeating Suzuki, which means she thinks I am weaker than Shinji and Kimimaro. She wants to challenge all of us first and then the difficult. What? Xiao Li was shocked. You know, not long ago, Yakumo was the last one in the class, but now he is going to challenge the 4 geniuses of the ninja school one by one. Tian Tian understood a little, so you can't refuse. Yes. Ninkai nodded and said, if I refuse, Yakumo will skip me and challenge Kimimaro or Shinji. In that case, I will be no different from admitting defeat. Tian Tian was a little worried, but even Suzuki lost. Yakumo might have learned some amazing tricks like Naruto. I won't lose easily. Ninkai's expression gradually became firm. He is the one who wants to stop the Otsutsuki branch on the moon from destroying the ninja world. How can he be easily defeated in the ninja school? On the other side, Bai Ye came to Shinji's side. Shinji, Yakumo seems to have become much stronger after the operation. You have to be careful. Karin nodded in agreement, then hesitated for a moment, and whispered what she felt. Yakumo's chakra has increased dozens of times. Shinji smiled. He watched Yakumo's surgery through Naobi and Hwajin, so he naturally knew more than Bai and Karin. He just didn't expect that Yakumo would challenge them not long after the surgery. Obviously. Shinji also saw Yakumo's intention. Yakumo obviously wanted to challenge the 4 of them in order from easy to difficult, but he didn't know which one Yakumo ranked him in his heart. One day's class passed in a blink of an eye. With the sound of the bell, the ninja school was dismissed. However, today's students did not leave the ninja school playing and fighting at the bell as usual, but all came to the corridor or ran to the playground, waiting for Yakumo's challenge to Niji. Soon, Yakumo and Niji arrived at the playground one after another. Looking at the students who were watching the excitement, Yakumo frowned slightly. She didn't want to easily expose the secret of Red Dragon Eye, so she said to Niji, "Can we change places?" Ninkai thought that Yakumo wanted to avoid exposing his own ninjutsu early, so that it would not be effective when challenging Shinji and Kimimaro later, so he didn't say much, just asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Come with me." Yakumo's figure flashed and disappeared on the playground again. Ninkai didn't waste any words and quickly followed him. "What's the matter? Why did you run away again?" "Yes, I've been looking forward to it all day." "Don't panic, they must have gone to the grove in the morning, let's hurry over." Everyone complained for a while, and then at someone's suggestion, everyone rushed to the grove where Yakumo and Suzuki competed in the morning. In another grove, Yakumo and Niji didn't say a word of extra nonsense, and they fought directly. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the whole forest was filled with the sound of the 2 people's fists and feet hitting each other. Ningji, who had already opened his Byakugan, was concentrating. He had long noticed the surging chakra in Yakumo's body and the eyes that gathered terrifying chakra, so he didn't dare to be careless at this moment. And Yakumo, seeing that Niji's soft fist was both offensive and defensive, and there was no flaw, Ito in the spiritual world hurriedly shouted, "The power of his soft fist is limited, it's okay to get hit by 1 or 2 punches." Yakumo immediately understood, and took a soft punch from Niji, and then suddenly used the super power punch, hitting Niji's body with a punch without deviation, knocking him away instantly. The 3rd update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 293. Save it for the last one. The students who had searched around for a long time just found this small forest and saw Nisi flying out of the forest like a kite with a broken string. Is that Nisi? How did he fly so far? Is he dead? The students were stunned. Although Suzuki lost in the morning, the specific process was not clear, so the shock was not too great. But now seeing the genius with the Byakugan being knocked out and falling to the ground, his life or death unknown, everyone was truly shocked. Tenten and Xiao Li hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and rushed towards Nisi. Helping Nisi who fell to the ground, Tenten asked anxiously, "Ninkai, are you okay?" Ninkai struggled and said, I lost." Before he could say anything, he could no longer support himself, his eyes went black, and he fainted. Being hit by a super powerful punch without any defense, not to mention a student of a ninja school like Niji, even an adult ninja would not be able to bear it. At this time, Yakumo slowly walked out of the woods. Just now, she was not uninjured in the fight against Niji, but Niji used a soft fist, so on the surface, she not only won, but also remained unscathed. Seeing Yakumo coming out, everyone was silent, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Then, the crowd automatically parted and made way for Yakumo. Yakumo didn't say anything, and walked straight through the crowd and left. Ningji also lost. How did Yakumo become so strong? She was so powerful just now, I was almost scared by her. Until Yakumo's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, the discussion gradually sounded. Tenten stood up and complained, "Why are you still standing there? Help send Niji to the hospital." Everyone immediately lifted Niji up in a hurry and sent him to the hospital. Konoha Hospital. Sasuke has woken up. However, because he was hit by Naruto's Raise Nan before and Yakumo's super power fist now, his body was hit continuously, so for the sake of safety and to avoid any hidden diseases, Kakashi forced him to stay in the hospital for observation for a day. Damn it! Sasuke's face is still burning when he thinks of being punched away by Yakumo. The only thing that makes him fortunate is that there are no classmates watching their competition, at least he didn't embarrass himself in public. Bang! Just then, a large group of students rushed into the ward. Sasuke thought everyone was here to see him at first, and his expression was a little embarrassed, but soon he found out that everyone was sending Niji to the hospital. Ningji was also defeated. Sasuke was stunned. The hospital the doctor came over quickly, and while sending the students away, he began to treat Niji. After a while, under the treatment of medical ninjutsu, Niji, who had fainted, woke up slowly. What am I? Ningji opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Sasuke on the next bed said awkwardly, "You are in the hospital." Instantly, Niji remembered everything, his face sank, and his expression became gloomy. He lost, and lost miserably. The atmosphere in the ward became depressing. After a long silence, Sasuke finally couldn't help asking, "What happened to Niji?" Ningji nodded gently. Sasuke then asked, "Lost to that kind of strange power?" Ningji turned his head and stared at Sasuke, "Are you the same?" "Yet." Sasuke nodded with a dark face. The ward fell into a strange silence again. The two proud geniuses did not continue to communicate, but thought of their own thoughts. Ningji's thoughts were simple. He had always been thinking about how to stop the Otsutsuki branch on the moon from destroying the ninja world, but now he was knocked out by a classmate in the ninja school. Such a gap made him a little difficult to accept. Sasuke, who was hit by Naruto and Yakumo successively, thought more. There is no doubt that the strange power displayed by Yakumo must be some kind of powerful physical technique, and Sasuke is very sure that this powerful secret technique must have been taught to Yakumo by Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. Thinking of Naruto, who also learned the multiple shadow clone technique and Raise Nan from Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. While feeling indignant, Sasuke also realized the value of the title of three ninjas. Why don't those guys teach me? Is it because I am an Uchiha? He gritted his teeth secretly. Obviously. He believed that the reason why Naruto and Yakumo, who were the last ones before, were able to transform completely was entirely the result of the guidance of the three ninjas. In the training ground. After finishing the sparring with Bai, Shinji came to the side of the field, picked up a towel and wiped his sweat. At this time, Bai handed Shinji a bottle of water and whispered, "I didn't expect that even Niji-san lost." Yes. Shinji sighed with emotion with a smile. He initially approached Yakumo because he felt sorry for Yakumo's experience and because Yakumo was in a very bad situation at the time, which gave him the opportunity to recruit him. At that time, even he did not have much hope for Yakumo. But he did not expect that with the birth of Red Dragon Eye and a series of misunderstandings surrounding Red Dragon Eye, Yakumo would transform into the super potential seed with both Red Dragon Eye bloodline limit and would release bloodline limit. It can be said that Yakumo's current potential, in the eyes of the village's senior leaders, is probably close to or even surpasses Sasuke. Karin asked, "Shinji, will Yakumo challenge you next?" Shinji thought about it and nodded, "Well, it's very likely." Now that Sasuke and Niji have been defeated, everyone knows that the next person Yakumo will challenge is either Shinji or Kimimaro. But Kimimaro is Yakumo's teammate after all, and in the eyes of many people, Kimimaro should be stronger than Shinji in a one-on-one match. So according to Yakumo's challenge mode of starting with the easy and then the difficult, everyone thinks that the next person Yakumo will challenge is most likely Shinji. Bai pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we go to the hospital to visit Niji tonight?" Karin agreed, "Well, let's go and find out how Yakumo won." Shinji shook his head, "Forget it, there's no need. The main house of the Kurama clan. Hearing that his daughter defeated the geniuses of the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family in one day, Kurama Myakumo's smile never stopped. After watching his daughter finish 2 large bowls of rice, he asked, "Yakumo, are you going to challenge Uchiha Shinji tomorrow?" Yakumo said in a deep voice, "No, I will challenge Kimimaro tomorrow. As for Uchiha Shinji, I will save him for last." Here is the first update. On the first day of this month, I would like to ask for your guaranteed monthly tickets. Chapter 294 Back. Early morning. The students doing morning exercises were all a little absent-minded. From time to time, someone would look towards the school gate, as if waiting for a figure to appear. Shin, who was supervised by Shinji in morning exercises, was also distracted. "Focus on me," Shinji scolded. Shin not only did not restrain herself, but asked curiously, "Shinji, are you ready? Yakumo may come to challenge you today." Shinji knocked on Shin's head, "What does it have to do with you? Be serious." Shin covered her head and whispered, "I'm not worried about you. Do you want to know how Yakumo defeated Suzuki and Niji?" Shinji said indifferently, not interested. Shin, who was waiting for Shinji to ask her, was dodged and swallowed back the words she was about to say. She said uncomfortably, "You really don't want to know?" Shinji shook his head, "No." Shin was a little angry. Shinji Jiraiya said casually, "Who do you think she will challenge today? Kimimaro or Uchiha Shinji?" Kakashi said, "It should be Shinji." Jiraiya smiled, "Do you think Yakumo can win?" Before Kakashi could answer, Tsunade on the other side said, "No need to guess, no one in the ninja school is Yakumo's opponent, and the gap will only get bigger." Kakashi opened his mouth, but finally fell silent. Although he had different expectations for Suzuki, he had to admit that Tsunade was right. As time went on, Yakumo would only become stronger and stronger, and eventually even surpass the elite jonin in their village. On the playground, Yakumo was like a black hole, and every move attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes followed her slowly, and then came to Kimimaro. "What? Why Kimimaro? Is Shinji really stronger?" Many people were surprised by Yakumo's choice, but this surprise soon turned into strong expectations. Because for everyone, whether Yakumo challenges Shinji or Kimimaro, it is a rare good show. He actually chose Kimimaro. Suzuki, who sneaked out of the hospital, stood on a big tree with a little surprise on his face. Beside him, Niji, who also sneaked out, said, "It seems that in Yakumo's eyes, the strongest among the 4 of us is still Shinji." Humph. Suzuki snorted lightly, his expression slightly tangled. He didn't want to see Yakumo defeat the 4 of them one by one, but he didn't want Kimimaro or Shinji to defeat Yakumo, because in that case, he would appear too incompetent. Yakumo looked at Kimimaro, "Kimimaro, I want to challenge you." Facing Yakumo's gaze, Kimimaro nodded happily and uttered a word, "Okay." Swish. Swish. Without any extra nonsense, the 2 of them left the playground one after the other. Almost at the same time, the students on the playground also took action. Whether they could catch up or not, they all chased in the direction where the 2 of them left. And Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Suzuki and Niji, who sneaked out of the hospital on the big tree outside the playground, followed. Not only them, but also the teachers of the ninja school, and some Konoha ninjas who heard about this and were very interested and squatted near the ninja school also moved. Seeing that everyone hurriedly followed Yakumo and Kimimaro and ran away, Shinji, who must be the next person to be challenged by Yakumo, was still standing there motionless. Shin was surprised. "Shinji, why don't you follow?" Shinji said unhappily, "Why should I follow? You should practice well, don't be half-hearted, always thinking about being lazy." It seems that she noticed that there were too many people following her, so Yakumo did not choose the small woods near the ninja school, but chose a more remote woods as the location for the competition. After landing, she did not turn around. "Kimimaro, I have been watching your back before, but from today on, my eyes will no longer chase you." Kimimaro said, "Let's start." Yakumo turned around, with the roaring red dragon eyes in his eyes. "This is what I specially applied to the teacher." For this challenge, she applied to the leader and Tsunade at the same time, hoping to use the red dragon eye. Shinji originally hoped that Yakumo could tap the potential of the red dragon eye, so he agreed directly, and Tsunade also agreed to Yakumo's request after weighing the pros and cons. For people at the level of the three ninjas, nothing must be hidden. At the beginning, Jiraiya met Nagato who had the Samsara Eye, and he was not afraid of Nagato's Samsara Eye being exposed, let alone Yakumo who was in the village and was heavily protected. Looking at Yakumo's red dragon eye, Kimimoro's eyes condensed, and then he said, "Finally, it's a bit interesting." S.A. After saying that, the two of them swayed and collided with each other in an instant. After a while, Sasuke and Niji rushed out of the woods. Listening to the series of loud booms and the dense bangs of fists and feet in the woods, they both looked solemn. Such a movement was something they had not expected before. On the other side, on the crown of a big tree overlooking the entire grove, Kakashi had already taken off his eye mask, revealing the Sharingan that was usually covered, staring at the woods intently. "Is that the red dragon eye?" Jiraiya exclaimed, "Incredible." Yakumo's physical skills foundation is obviously far behind Kimimaro, but he can narrow the gap to this extent with a pair of eyes. Tsunade glanced at it, and then said with certainty, "This time, Yakumo won." It is indeed as she said. With the cooperation of the Red Dragon Eye and the sage body of the Senju clan, Yakumo's disadvantage in physical skills is almost eliminated, while her advantages in physical fitness and insight are infinitely widened. If Kimimaro cannot win the battle quickly, then he will definitely lose in the end. So when I saw Kimimaro and Yakumo after the stalemate, Tsunade was sure that Yakumo won this fight. After a while, Kimimaro and Yakumo each received a punch from the other. The two people who flew backwards both broke a lot of trees. Yakumo knocked down 4 trees in total before he stopped, staggered a few steps, and stood firm. Kimimaro knocked down 7 trees before he stopped, then he swayed and half knelt on the ground. Kimimaro was a little surprised, but he quickly restrained his emotions, stood up and said, "I lost. It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 295 Star of Tomorrow. After admitting defeat, Kimimaro decisively turned around and walked out. Both of them have extremely strong physiques. One is a sage body that has merged with the cells of the first generation, and the other is a sage body with the corpse vein, so although they made a lot of noise in the forest, neither of them lost their ability to move. In fact, Kimimaro still has many cards hidden in his body that he has not revealed. For example, in the competition, he did not use his corpse vein to the extreme, and he did not use many of the corpse vein's killer moves. In addition, because the secret scroll of the 8 gates of Dungia that he practiced was obtained from Orochimaru, he did not use the 8 gates of Dungia in this competition. But even so, his performance in the competition was enough to match his personality as one of the 4 geniuses of the ninja school, so he admitted defeat very straightforwardly. On the treetop not far away, Kakashi shook his head. "I didn't expect that even Kimimaro was defeated." Jiraiya smiled and said, "The boy from the Kagaya clan must have some tricks up his sleeve." Tsunade, with her arms crossed, said casually, "So what? Don't forget that Yakumo didn't use her full strength." Jiraiya was silent. Yakumo's use of Red Dragon Eye and primary cells are still at the most basic stage, so Yakumo actually has many trump cards to use. For example, as long as she relaxes some of the constraints on the primary cells in her body, she can immediately use the power of the primary cells to launch the wood release. So as Tsunade said, no matter what trump cards Kimimaro has hidden, he deserves to lose. Outside the grove, seeing that it was Kimimaro who came out of the woods first, Sasuke and Niji thought that Kimimaro won this time, and their expressions were a little complicated. Then, Sasuke went up to him and confirmed, "You won." Kimimaro shook his head, then walked past Sasuke and Niji without saying a word. "What?" Niji was surprised, and then murmured, "Only Shinji is left." Sasuke's face was livid. "The 3 of us have lost, and Shinji is probably not her opponent. Damn, this time the 4 of us are embarrassed." The other Konoha ninjas who were watching the battle around the grove had different expressions. The eldest lady of the Kurama family has become so strong. What's wrong with her eyes? Are all the kids in the ninja school so outrageous now? One by one, doubts and sighs grew in their hearts. And in an inconspicuous corner, 2 root ninjas stared at Yakumo in the forest. One of them said, "Kurama Yakumo's surgery seems to be successful, and unknown mutations have appeared in both eyes. We must report to Danzo immediately." Another root ninja nodded and said, "You go, I will continue to watch here." At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage's eyes moved away from the crystal ball. There is no doubt that even the third Hokage was secretly paying attention to Yakumo's series of challenges to the four geniuses of the ninja school. In less than half a day, the news of Kaimimaro's defeat spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and spread throughout the village. If Yakumo's challenge to Sasuke before only attracted attention within the ninja school, then as Yakumo challenged and defeated Niji again, and defeated the two major Ijutsu blood inheritance families of Uchiha and Hyuga in succession, the impact of the whole thing began to ferment rapidly. And today, when Yakumo challenged and defeated Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan again, the scope of the impact of this matter became larger and wider. Almost the whole village began to pay attention to this challenge between ninja school students. Uchiha, Hyuga, Kagaya, these bloodline families that have been passed down from the Warring States period, have become the focus of discussion among the villagers for a while. And the long-declined Kurama clan has become the center of attention this time. Tomorrow, the Kurama clan's daughter should challenge Uchiha Shinji, right? Uchiha Shinji is the last face of the Ijutsu bloodline family in our village. If he loses, the Kurama clan will really be proud. Uchiha Shinji can't win. The Kurama clan's daughter has Tsunade as her master. Hey, are the geniuses of the old era of the ninja school going to end in the hands of the Kurama clan's daughter? Streets, alleys, pubs, tea houses. Almost all places where people gather are talking about the competition between the geniuses of the bloodline families. Yakumo, who rose from a crippled body, became a disciple of the Konoha princess and defeated the three great geniuses of Uchiha, Hyuga, and Kagaya in a row. In a short time, he became the rising star of the village. At night. In a training ground, Sasuke stopped practicing breathlessly. Sakura quickly handed him a towel and asked, "Sasuke, what's wrong with you?" Naruto also came over. "I'm sorry, Hayashi sighed. He really couldn't blame Niji, because his daughter, Hinata, as the eldest daughter of the main family, was weaker. Fortunately, Sasuke and Kimimaro also lost. Although the Hyuga clan lost face, at least they had Uchiha and Kagaya to accompany them. After a while, he asked, "Do you think Uchiha Shinji can stop Kurama Yakumo tomorrow?" Ningji wanted to shake his head instinctively. In his opinion, Yakumo's strength was obviously one level higher than the four of them, but when he thought of Shinji's past performance, he felt that Shinji was not without any chance. So he said, "It's hard to say. Then wait and see." After a pause, Hayashi sighed from the bottom of his heart. Kurama Yakumo gave birth to a good daughter. In a hidden forest, Orochimaru, wearing a cloak, stared at Kimimaro with interest. "You lost. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Kaimimaru's cold face showed a rare panic. Orochimaru licked his tongue. "Is that child strong?" "Very strong." And recalling the scene of the daytime competition, Kimimaro said, "Her eyes seem to have some mutations. No wonder Tsunade suddenly accepted her as a disciple." Orochimaru was thoughtful. He hurried to Konoha this time, on the one hand, because he heard that the spy Mizuki he had planted in the village was confirmed to be an undercover agent of the Akatsuki organization, and on the other hand, through special channels, he learned that Tsunade would take the risk and personally preside over the first-generation cell transplantation operation. Seeing that Orochimaru seemed to be interested in Yakumo, Kimimaro hurriedly said, "Yakumo may challenge Shinji tomorrow." Orochimaru grinned, "Uchiha Shinji. Here comes the first update. For those who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote." Chapter 296 What I want is your recognition. In the apartment. Although this strength is exaggerated, it's still a little wrong. Is it because the fusion is not thorough enough, or because the inhibitor prepared by Tsunade suppressed the activity of the first-generation cells? Shinji thought secretly. Unlike what the outside world imagined, he was under great pressure from Yakumo's challenge. At this time, he was evaluating Yakumo's post-operative condition in his apartment. In the eyes of others, Yakumo, who had completed the transplant surgery, was like a rising star, about to change the pattern of the ninja school with her own strength and defeat the four geniuses of the ninja school one by one. But in Shinji's opinion, although Yakumo's post-operative performance was excellent, it was always less amazing. He was one of the witnesses of Yakumo's surgery. He even knew the power of the first-generation cells better than Yakumo himself. At that time, in order to suppress the first-generation cells, he burst out his eternal Manjiki Sharingan without reservation, and barely suppressed the first-generation cells in Yakumo's body through Hwajin. So in his opinion, Yakumo, who survived the surgery, should be more amazing than now. Maybe she still has some reservations. Shinji collected his thoughts. Anyway, Yakumo will most likely challenge him tomorrow, and then he can personally test Yakumo's true condition after the operation. Because only by confirming Yakumo's true condition after the operation can he complete or fine-tune Tsunade's surgical plan this time, so that it can be used more efficiently and safely on Karin and himself. Early the next morning, the playground of the ninja school was particularly lively. In addition to the students doing morning exercises, many parents of students and teachers of the ninja school came to the ninja school early. Looking around the lively playground, Shikamaru sighed slightly. Hey, only Shinji is left. Ino on the side said, yes, if even Shinji loses, then Yakumo will be the well-deserved first among the same class. Koji asked while chewing bread, Shikamaru, will Shinji lose? Shikamaru thought about it seriously, and finally shook his head. It's hard to say, but Yakumo can defeat Sasuke and the others so easily, Shinji may also fall into Yakumo's hands this time. On the other side, Sasuke stared at the school gate, muttering, why haven't you come yet? Sakura asked, Sasuke, who are you waiting for? Sasuke said, of course it's Shinji and Yakumo. You know everyone is waiting for them, but you still come so late. Naruto scratched his head, I thought I had become very powerful, but I didn't expect Yakumo to improve faster than me. Yet, I really envy Yakumo, if I can also worship Tsunade-sama as my teacher. After a pause, Sakura asked Sasuke, Sasuke, who do you hope will win? Sasuke said, Shinji can't lose. Naruto asked, but Yakumo has become so powerful, can Shinji beat her? Sasuke fell silent. He had thought about it over and over again in the past 2 days and found that it was not easy to defeat Yakumo, and even he who had awakened the Sharingan could not do it. He thought it would be even harder for Shinji, who didn't even have a Sharingan. On the big tree outside the campus. Swish! Amidst the sound of breaking wind, Tsunade appeared. Kakashi greeted, Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya, who was leaning against the tree trunk, smiled and said, Tsunade, I thought you wouldn't come today. There is no suspense in this battle. Uchiha Shinji may have good talent, but he can't be compared with Yakumo. Shaking her head, Tsunade added, I came today just to see why Yakumo insisted on leaving Uchiha Shinji for the last challenge. At the gate of the ninja school, Shinji and Yakumo, who came to school, happened to meet at the gate, and their eyes naturally intertwined. They actually met directly at the gate. Go tell others quickly. I'm so excited. Looking at this scene, the students around were all beaming with joy. Yakumo's shocking counterattack has reached the last moment. As long as he defeats the last Shinji, Yakumo, who used to be the last one, will complete the achievement of sweeping all the geniuses of the ninja school. Soon, the people waiting on the playground rushed to the school gate after hearing the news. Some parents of students and teachers of the ninja school also mixed in the crowd. Yakumo and Shinji ignored the noise around them. Yakumo looked at Shinji steadily, recalling the scene when he asked Shinji to guide his training before, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. I didn't expect that I could stand here so soon and challenge the idiot equally. Shinji smiled, we have always been equal. Yakumo said, change the place. Yes. After answering, Shinji continued, this time the movement may be a little bigger, so I'll choose the place. Okay. Yakumo nodded. After the deal was done, Shinji exhaled and directly activated the instant body technique and breathing technique, and with a whoosh, he flew away at an incredible speed. Yakumo was stunned for a moment, and then he chased after him with all his strength. What's going on? Where are the people? Is it the instant body technique? Isn't this too fast? They are just 2 little kids from the ninja school, but they are so fast. Everyone was shocked by the speed of Shinji and Yakumo, not to mention the students of the ninja school. Even many parents of the students and the teachers of the ninja school couldn't help but exclaim. Hee, these 2 little kids. Jiraiya laughed, and then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Kakashi followed without saying a word. The little kid from the Uchiha family is so fast? Tsunade, frowning, whispered and followed. Shinji, who was running at full speed, glanced back and saw that Yakumo could catch up with him, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The purpose of this competition was to test Yakumo's state after the technique, and speed was undoubtedly a more important part of it. How can his flash body technique be so fast? Yakumo, who was struggling to follow Shinji, was in a state of turmoil. She really didn't expect Shinji to be so fast. During the chase, amid the exclamations of the villagers, the two crossed the streets and alleys of the village and came to the death forest on the edge of the village. Shinji stopped in the primeval forest that covered the sky and the sun. Let's go here. Yakumo only panted twice, and then calmed down, saying, very good, no one will disturb us if we compete here. I said, we are always equal, so please don't feel any burden, show all your strength. Shinji opened his arms. Nothing can better test Yakumo's red dragon eyes and post-operative condition than actual combat. Shinji, I hate your casual look. Your so-called equality is just your looking down on me. What I want is your recognition. At the end, Yakumo pounced fiercely on Shinji. The second update is here. It's a new week soon, please support me with recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 297 Stunning. The first to arrive at the Forest of Death were undoubtedly Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade. But when they arrived, the competition between Yakumo and Shinji had already begun. Boom! 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 The roar that kept echoing in the Forest of Death and the flickering fire made the three of them frown at the same time. This scene was a little beyond their expectations. Is it too much? Kakashi looked worried. Whether it was Yakumo or Shinji, they were both very outstanding juniors in the village. If there was any accident because of a competition, it would be a big loss for Konoha. Jiraiya nodded lightly at first, and then said, but with Tsunade here, there shouldn't be any big problems. Tsunade on the side said nothing. She frowned and looked into the distance with a serious face. According to her assessment, Uchiha Shinji's strength should be slightly inferior to Uchiha Sasuke who has awakened the Sharingan. But the movement in front of him obviously does not conform to this. You know, Yakumo only used one punch to deal with Sasuke, even if Sasuke was careless, which is enough to explain the difference in strength between Yakumo and Sasuke. So under normal circumstances, even if Shinji's performance is better than Sasuke, it should be limited. Soon, everyone from the ninja school followed. Before they had time to enter the Death Forest, many people were shocked by the continuous explosions and the flames in the forest. Is there a war going on in there? Is it caused by Yakumo and Shinji? This is too exaggerated. Amidst the exclamations, everyone began to climb over the iron fence. Yabo, who was wrapped in the crowd, asked Hinata beside him, did you see it clearly? Are Yakumo and Shinji fighting inside? Hinata, who opened her Byakugan, nodded and shook her head. Yabo was stunned, what's going on? Hinata stammered, there are indeed two people fighting in the forest, but I can't see clearly whether it is Yakumo and Shinji, because their speed is too fast. On the other side, Shikamaru held his forehead with his hand when he saw his father, who was in the crowd, staring at the depths of the Death Forest. He said, it's a headache to have such an excellent classmate in the ninja school. Chuji, who shared the same pain, complained, my dad is here too. Ino went crazy, oh my god, I'm going to be nagged by my parents again when I go back. Swish! Swish! Sasuke and Niji rushed into the Death Forest ahead of the crowd, and then stopped far away at the edge of the area where Yakumo and Shinji were fighting. Ningji said, it looks like Shinji is serious. He's the last one. Sasuke said with a gloomy face, if he loses, the era of the four of us dominating the ninja school will be over. It's too difficult. The current Yakumo is not something that the students at the ninja school can deal with. Ningji shook his head slowly. In his Byakugan vision, Yakumo's chakra fluctuations were rising, and had exceeded Shinji several times. Not daring to stand out, Bamian, who fell behind the large group, was a little anxious. He looked into the distance, but could only see the occasional flames and constant roars in the Death Forest. So he lowered his voice and asked Karin, who was following closely behind him, what's going on? Karin, who had already opened the Kagura heart, shook her head, Yakumo's chakra is too strong. She is like a torch. Compared with her, other people are just fireflies. I'm afraid Shinji will. In the Death Forest, Shinji's hands reached into the ninja bag at his waist again, pulling out a string of detonating tags while shouting, is this the limit? Yakumo kicked his feet. Bang! The ground immediately cracked, and then the cracks extended like a spider web. And with the huge reaction force, Yakumo's body rushed towards Shinji like a cannonball with a whistling sound. Shinji grinned, and skillfully used kunao to shoot a series of detonating tags at Yakumo, and hid behind a towering tree. Boom boom boom! Another series of loud noises exploded in the forest. Just like before, Shinji's detonating tags did not stop Yakumo's attack. She went through the explosion and punched the tree where Shinji was hiding. Crash! In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere. The towering tree that 4 or 5 people couldn't hug hand in hand was punched by Yakumo, and a big hole was opened in the trunk. Yakumo went straight through the tree hole and pounced on Shinji, who was hiding behind the tree. Facing Yakumo, who was as strong as a monster, Shinji was not only not frightened at all, but even had a faint smile on his face. Soon, the two of them fought in a group, and launched a fierce physical battle around the broken tree. Fusion of the first-generation cells, mastering the super power punch, and with the red dragon eye controlling the blood circulation in the body, Yakumo, who greatly enhanced her physical strength, is simply a monster in physical confrontation. Her ordinary moves are all powerful and strong, and the moves that launch the super power punch are even more terrifying. It is the kind of level that either you don't get hit, or if you get hit, the battle will end directly. Bang bang bang! Amid the intensive sound of fists and feet, Shinji was calm and relaxed, fighting and retreating. Yakumo felt more and more awkward as she fought, as if she had all the strength in her body, but she couldn't use it on Shinji. Gradually, she found the reason for this feeling. Shinji either blocked or dismantled her ordinary moves, but every time she used the super power punch, Shinji chose to dodge accurately. There is no doubt. Super Strength Fist is an active skill for Yakumo at present, not a passive skill that can be used in every move and every style. This is why she looks like she can smash a towering tree with a random punch, but Shinji can fight her for so long with physical skills. The key is that Shinji can always accurately avoid her Super Strength Fist hidden in ordinary moves. How could this happen? Shinji obviously hasn't awakened the Sharingan. Yakumo's doubts are getting heavier. Before, whether it was against Suzuki or Niji, their pupil skills did not see through her Super Strength Fist, but facing Shinji, who did not awaken the Sharingan, she had a bad feeling that she was completely seen through. However, she didn't know that Shinji mastered a secret technique called Killing Intention Perception. Shinji, who did not open the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, actually did not have the ability to see through the details of Yakumo's body, so the reason why he could accurately avoid every swing of Yakumo's super powerful punch was because of his subtle perception of killing intent. Although Yakumo couldn't really want to kill him, he would inevitably reveal subtle killing intent during the fierce fight, and with his perception of killing intent, he could predict Yakumo's attack. But all this seemed particularly amazing in the eyes of those who didn't know. Here is the first update. Friends who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 298 Determination. Kakashi took off his blindfold, with an incredible look on his face. Even if he was just watching from a distance, he could feel clearly that Yakumo couldn't exert any strength on Shinji. What surprised him even more was the indifference on Shinji's face, as if it was natural to do this. That kid obviously didn't awaken the Sharingan, why? Jiraiya muttered in a low voice. Tsunade's face also darkened. How did he do it? Admittedly, Yakumo was not proficient in the super strength punch, but Shinji could easily dodge Yakumo's super strength punch every time, which was amazing. Another place in the Forest of Death. Danzo, who had completely hidden his figure in the shadows, looked at Yakumo and Shinji, who were fighting from a distance, his eyes flickering. Is that the red dragon eye? A covetous look gradually appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the news of the red dragon eye could not be concealed for too long from a village leader like him. He even got some relevant data of the red dragon eye through special channels. But after a while, his eyes gradually shifted from Yakumo to Shinji, and he frowned. Hey, is this just a physical skill talent? Shinji's amazing physical skill prediction without the assistance of pupil skills attracted his attention. No matter how much he hated Uchiha and Shinji, Danzo had to admit that Shinji's performance was too eye-catching. Similarly, Orochimaru, who was secretly lurking in the Death Forest, was also enjoying the fierce fight between Yakumo and Shinji. These two kids are better than I thought. He licked his lips with his tongue. Ninja school is becoming more and more interesting. In the primeval forest. Bang bang bang. The fierce physical battle is still going on. Speed and strength. Both are close to the level of Karin, and the performance is above average. The use of chakra is slightly insufficient, and the performance is average. The control of the red dragon eye is also immature, and her insight is improving. This needs to be further observed. In the fierce fight, Shinji still did not forget to evaluate Yakumo's post-operative status. In general, Yakumo's post-operative performance is good, but it did not completely exceed Shinji's expectations. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Shinji was shocked by the extremely domineering Yang escape chakra on the first-generation cells during Yakumo's operation, and greatly raised his expectations. It's almost the limit, we have to pull away. After saying this secretly, Shinji suddenly activated the instant body technique and temporarily broke away from the physical contact with Yakumo. In fact, even if he avoided Yakumo's super power punch, Shinji, who was fighting against Yakumo in physical skills, felt a little tired, and this was when he used his full strength to activate the breathing method to improve his physical strength. Falling far away on the branch of a big tree, Shinji's arms drooped naturally, and he felt a little painful. This is the difference between physique and physique. Even if he has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he is still an ordinary Uchiha clan member and does not have any immortal body. Compared with Yakumo, who has fused the cells of the first generation and installed the Red Dragon Eye, there is a whole level difference in physique. Yakumo on the ground panted lightly and looked up at Shinji, shouting, "It's not over yet. Your eyes are very special. Do you have any magical abilities?" Shinji, who was looking down at her, smiled and continued, "If you only have this level, you may not win this competition." Yakumo hesitated. She had too many cards that she had not yet used. The ability of the Red Dragon Eye to control blood can not only be used internally, but also externally. Ito in the spiritual world has been nagging about coming out for air. She didn't have time to use the illusion of the Kurama clan. What made her most restless was the first-generation cells in her body. I don't know if it was because of the fierce battle just now, but the first-generation cells in her body were abnormally active at this moment. She felt that as long as she relaxed the suppression of the first-generation cells a little, she could use the active first-generation cells to easily perform wood release. But these abilities were too dangerous, so she was not sure whether she should use them one by one in the competition with Shinji. Seeing Yakumo's hesitation, Shinji said, "You are just facing me, do you really have the qualifications to hesitate?" "Shinji, you are right." Yakumo nodded gently, and then slowly said, "Your brilliance overshadows everyone, and I will overthrow you today. Please be careful, I will use all my strength." Shinji waved to Yakumo, "Come, let me see how determined you are." "Ha!" Yakumo shouted softly and pressed his hands to the ground. "Hwalala!" Instantly, countless branches and vines rose from the ground. It broke out of the ground on the surface, but it grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, rushing towards Shinji on the tree branch from all directions. In the distance, Kakashi's expression froze, and he almost cried out in surprise. He knew it, but when he really saw the boiling sea of trees in the distance, he still couldn't hide his surprise. Comparatively speaking, Jiraiya and Tsunade were much calmer. They had expected this scene a long time ago, but they didn't expect it to appear today, in the battle against Uchiha. "It's over," Tsunade said lightly. "Yet." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. When the wood release appeared, there was no suspense in this competition. In the crowd farther away. "What is that? Wood release? Yakumo can perform wood release? Am I seeing right? Damn it, we are not the ones who have been caught in the Kurama clan's illusion, are we? How could the Kurama clan's daughter perform the wood release of the first generation?" Surprise and suspicion came one after another. If everyone's exclamation before was just admiration for the emergence of two super geniuses in the ninja school, then with the appearance of wood release, the exclamation now is more about doubting life. Bai, who was mixed in the crowd, was full of astonishment and muttered, "This." Karin, who was next to her, was also pale. As a ninja who could also activate wood release, she was more familiar with the breath of wood release in the distance than anyone else present, and she could feel that Yakumo's wood release was even better than hers. After all, Yakumo transplanted the cells of the first generation, while she transplanted diluted white Zetsu cells. Suzuki and Niji, who were hiding in the tree canopy and watching the battle, were stunned by the sea of trees that was overwhelming Shinji. Damn it! Suzuki almost gritted his teeth. Facing this scene, even as a spectator, he felt deeply powerless. In his opinion, the Uchiha lost again in this match. Ningji silently clenched his fists. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. Please help. Chapter 299 Uchiha facing wood release third update. Shinji, who was fleeing in the primeval forest, looked back and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Ha, is this a big deal? He just wanted to test Yakumo's state after the technique, but underestimated Yakumo's determination. If the boiling sea of trees behind him represents Yakumo's determination at this time, then this determination is too great. Swish! His toes lightly tapped the tree branch, and Shinji jumped high again, avoiding the branches chasing him from behind. The chakra fluctuations are very strong. But it still lacks the suffocating feeling during the operation. Is it because the control of the first generation cells is not enough? It seems that the wood release she is activating now is still lacking. Shinji, who seemed to be fleeing in panic, still did not forget his original intention, and silently evaluated the strength of the wood release launched by Yakumo this time. There is no doubt. Wood release is different from wood release. The wood release launched by the first generation can easily control the tailed beasts and blow up Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, while the wood release launched by Yamato is very difficult to suppress Naruto, who has transformed into a tailed beast. At this time, Yakumo's wood release seemed powerful, but in fact, it was just that Yakumo's own chakra was too abundant. It had scale but lacked quality, and its power was far less than the wood release launched by the first generation. As for the quality of the two compared with Yamato, Shinji couldn't say for now. But no matter what, as long as the strength of wood release did not reach the level of the first generation, it was still in the category of ninjutsu, and it could still be countered by ninjutsu. Soon, Shinji had an idea in his mind. He put his finger in his mouth, then stretched it out to feel the wind direction. It's wood release. It's really wood release. Chasing Shinji, not only Yakumo, but also Danzo, who had been hiding in the shadows. While following Yakumo and Shinji, he stared at the surging sea of trees, and the shock and ecstasy on his face could not be suppressed. After obtaining Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan and exterminating the Uchiha clan, he collected a large number of Megatama Sharingan and has been obsessed with studying the power of Sharingan. But as the research deepened, he became more and more distressed. Without the Uchiha bloodline, he could not control the Sharingan at all. Once transplanted, his body would bear a heavy burden. So in order to change his physique, he began to think about the first-generation cells. But even a crazy person like him was deterred by the terrifying first-generation cells. Now seeing the effect of Yakumo's surgery was so gratifying, his ambition was ignited at once. As for the result of this competition, he had no interest in it. Because he firmly believed that no one could defeat the wood release. Also, Orochimaru, wearing a hooded robe, shuttled through the forest. He looked at the magnificent sea of trees in the distance, with a joking face. How many years have passed, and the Uchiha encountered the wood release again. Although he had no hope for Uchiha Shinji, he was still a little curious about how this Uchiha, who always exceeded his expectations, would choose to end the game in the face of the unsolvable wood release. Outside. Shin in the crowd bit her lip nervously. Shinji, admit defeat. Stop the competition. Tien Tien ran to Irika. Teacher Irika, stop the competition. Try it. Irika smiled helplessly. How can I stop this? Bai turned around and said to Karin, Karin, you stay here. Karin said quickly, I'll go with you. Bai shook his head and whispered, you are in an inconvenient state now, don't worry, I will only take action when Shinji is really in danger of his life. Please. Karin said solemnly. The damaged Mangeki in her eye sockets had not yet fully recovered her vision, so there was really no way to rescue Shinji. Bai responded, and then quietly squeezed out of the crowd. He knew that this move was very risky, and it was very likely to expose his identity and bring himself a catastrophe. Seeing Shinji in danger, he really couldn't stand by and watch. Many people were worried about Shinji's safety, but many people had the same idea as Orochimaru. These people no longer cared about the outcome of this competition. Everyone just wanted to see what choice Uchiha Shinji would make when facing the wood release. Will he fight to the end, or will he give in helplessly? Obviously. Even as strong as the three ninjas, they lost their usual caution when facing the appearance of wood release. It was all because of the exaggerated scale that reminded them of the invincible wood release of the first generation. They did not analyze the true strength of Yakumo's wood release in detail like Shinji did, and arbitrarily determined that Shinji would definitely lose. And under everyone's attention, Shinji landed on the branch of a big tree. Listening to the whirring sound of the wind in his ears, he smiled slightly. Even in the tree-lined death forest, there are natural wind tunnels, and the place where he is now is a wind tunnel. In the distance, Yakumo stood on a wildly growing branch and shouted to Shinji, Give up, sister, thank you. Het. Shinji chuckled, then bit his finger, made a few seals, and shouted, "Spiritual summons!" Bang! In a puff of white smoke, an elegant white cat jumped out and landed on Shinji's shoulder. This psychic ninja cat was the Princess Fuji who had contracted with Shinji in the cat village. After seeing the surging wood release tree see, Fuji immediately exploded and exclaimed, "Is this wood release?" Shinji chuckled, "How is it? I can fight with wood release. I have something to brag about when I go back." Yes. Fuji's eyes lit up immediately. The fear that had just risen in her heart was instantly dispelled by Shinji's joke. Being able to fight with wood release is something that can be boasted about. Even if you lose, it's not shameful. Shinji stopped smiling and became serious. "I use fire release, you use wind release. There is only one chance, don't leave any room, the air around us is not enough to support us to launch the second wind and fire compound ninjutsu." Feng Ji looked around and raised her head proudly, "Humph, I don't need you to teach me. Do you think I will waste such an opportunity?" Then she muttered, "It's a pity that I didn't bring the photographer." Shinji stopped talking nonsense, mobilized all his chakras, and began to make seals, fire style, great fire extinguishing. Feng Ji standing on his shoulder also completed her own ninjutsu, wind style, super shock wave. Boom! In an instant, a huge fire style roared out, and the whole sky was illuminated red. And at this moment, a gust of wind wrapped around the flames, forming a terrifying flame shock wave, and greeted Yakumo's sea of trees with the force of a tornado. The third update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 300 Fight. Boom! In the morning light, the brilliant tornado fire collided with the restless sea of trees, and a loud noise like an earthquake broke out. In just a moment, several shock waves formed by the compression of air waves, wrapped in countless flying sparks, swept around like a storm. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others, who were as strong as the three ninjas, also stopped immediately and looked for shelter. As for the other ninjas and the people in the ninja school, they were even more embarrassed. They fled everywhere, trying to avoid the hot shock waves spreading from the battlefield. Damn, what happened in front? Is it a ninjutsu? What ninjutsu can have such power? However, the shock wave arrived in an instant, and in an instant, they were knocked to the ground in groups, and they were all dizzy. Under the shelter, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi all faced the heat wave and looked at the center of the battlefield. There, Shinji stood high on a big tree, with the pure white ninja cat nestled on his shoulder. The scene of one man and one cat working together to perform wind and fire composite ninjutsu came into their eyes. No doubt. Facing the wood release, Uchiha chose to fight again. The young man with the round fan family emblem on his clothes, to everyone's surprise, blocked the sea of trees of wood release and performed the fire release that Uchiha usually used towards the surging sea of trees. Just like in the past. This kid. Jiraiya was amazed. Kakashi's eyes flashed, what a powerful composite ninjutsu. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, "It's Uchiha." On the other side, blown up by the heat wave, Suzuki, who fell to the ground and was in a mess in the mud, stared at Shinji in the tree in the distance, and was excited, "Shinji! Shinji!" Ningji, who also fell to the ground, looked up at the distance without caring about his image, and murmured, "Shinji is worthy of it, he didn't admit defeat." Bai, who was hiding behind a big tree not far away, looked at Shinji with admiration. He thought Shinji would either choose to admit defeat or be trapped in the sea of trees of wood release and unable to escape, but he didn't expect that Shinji would launch a counterattack belonging to Uchiha in such an unexpected way. There is no doubt that the power of the wind and fire compound ninjutsu performed by Shinji and the ninja cat Fuji shocked everyone present. None of them thought that in the face of such a terrifying wood release, a mere student of the ninja school would have the courage to resist. But in their opinion, that's it. After all, the first generation's wood release is invincible. However, as time went by, the surprise on their faces gradually turned into shock. Yakumo's overwhelming wood release sea of trees was actually blocked by the wind and fire compound ninjutsu performed by Shinji and the psychic ninja cat. The growing branches were instantly burned under the blazing flames. Although the follow-up was still coming, it was an indisputable fact that the sea of trees was blocked by the flames. How is this possible? Wood release was blocked. Am I dazzled? Looking blankly at the sea of trees in the distance that was difficult to advance under the wind and fire compound ninjutsu, many people even couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were also shocked. But they quickly put away the doubts on their faces and showed a thoughtful look. With their rich experience, they can naturally see that Shinji's counterattack this time not only took advantage of the characteristics of wind escape that can greatly enhance fire escape, but also cleverly selected a natural wind channel and used the terrain environment to further enhance the power of wind and fire composite ninjutsu. It can be said that he used the advantages of time and place to the extreme. But even so, ordinary composite ninjutsu should not be able to compete with wood escape, so the only explanation is that the wood escape performed by Yakumo at this time is not as powerful as imagined, and cannot be compared with the wood escape performed by the first generation. However, considering that this is the first time Yakumo has performed wood escape, it is very rare to have such power. You must know that Yamato, who has also transplanted the cells of the first generation, can only use his best strength to barely launch a wood escape of similar scale. The stalemate between wind and fire composite ninjutsu and wood escape is still continuing. The scorching heat forced the onlookers to retreat several times, but even though their faces were reddened by the heat, they still focused on the battlefield in the distance. Shinji's ninjutsu can't hold up. How can ordinary ninjutsu resist wood release? This is wood release. As time passed, everyone soon found that Shinji's wind and fire composite ninjutsu began to decline, and the sea of trees under Yakumo's feet moved forward again. After all, the air in the forest is limited and it is difficult to support long-term large-scale burning. With the support of Yakumo's chakra, the sea of trees can be continuous. Swish! At this moment, Shinji on the big tree suddenly flashed and disappeared. Because of the thick smoke all around, Yakumo did not notice Shinji's movement at the first time, and when she realized something was wrong, a strong wind suddenly blew behind her. Yakumo hurriedly turned around, only to find that a strong wind was blowing behind her, and it was not Shinji who was attacking her, but an elegant white cat. Oh no! Yakumo's heart sank. Sure enough, there was another sound of breaking wind behind her, and then she felt a pain in her neck and fainted. As Yakumo fainted, the sea of trees, which lost the support of chakra, immediately stopped agitating, and some branches even withered and died quickly. Shinji ignored his surroundings and glanced at Yakumo who was lying on the ground. You are still lacking in the use of red dragon eyes, and your insight was disturbed by the smoke. You are also not able to respond well in the fierce fight, which should be caused by lack of experience, which is quite similar to me before. The chakra is more abundant than I thought. Finally, after evaluating Yakumo's post-operative condition, Shinji looked away. Although he defeated Yakumo by trickery this time, with the appearance of wood release and the existence of red dragon eye, Yakumo's rise is unstoppable. Feng Ji circled around Yakumo, then jumped onto Shinji's shoulder, muttering, "The one using wood release is actually a little girl." Shinji smiled and walked towards the periphery. Looking at the man and the cat walking out, everyone present fell into a strange silence. Even those classmates who were close to Shinji, opened their mouths at this moment, not knowing what to say. In the Hokage's office. Staring at the picture in the crystal ball, the third generation sighed slightly. Hey, Uchiha with the ninja cat is on the battlefield again. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote.